how different throughout the season each week is, the variance in party composition over that season. And to illustrate this, I'm still working on some of the specifics, but it does seem that there's some variation across seasons, and that the number of animals tracked, meaning the number of animals within that matrix, is affecting differently by season. The last dimension is that spatial cohesion, and this is the only dimension of those three that we can't really ask with the existing data set. So to try to supplement that, my methods here are to observe one group of sheep and take a photo every 5 minutes of the entire group, and keep note of all of the relevant info about those animals, the individuals, and where they're going over the group. So over a time series of very varying lengths, just every 5 minutes a picture. And then within ImageJ software, I take each photo and take a scale measurement of one animal's body length as a scale for all of the other animals. And then I get coordinates from the image for every animal's head. And then using that animal scale, I get a distance between all different pairs, between each pair, a length in sheep body lengths. And one of the things that I've noticed just observationally in the field is that there is a wide variation between these cycles of rumination and grazing, that it seems like animals are drifting farther apart when they're grazing, and then they seem to kind of come back together to ruminate. And we can see sort of this pattern here. This is anchored on that time 0 is a time that the first time that the animals got up and grazed at the end of a rumination bout. So we can kind of see that, and to look more into this difference between the ruminating and the grazing, which really affects the overall variance within a group. I have the proportion of the group ruminating on the x-axis here, and the mean and variance with a 95% confidence interval being the line, and then the thicker one being a 25 to 75% confidence interval. So one of the things that's the most striking to me is that these middle areas where like about half of the group is ruminating, I think that we can fairly easily imagine that a bunch of sheep are ruminating and some of the members get up and decide to start grazing, increasing the average distance by quite a bit between all of the sheep that are grazing and ruminating. And that is really where the highest variance is coming in, is when a portion of the group is grazing and another portion is ruminating. And on the far right of both plots here, you can see that the variance, the confidence intervals are very small. So there's a lot less variance in space between animals when they are ruminating. So that is, it seems to support that they do come back together when they ruminate, also leading me to think that perhaps these fission events are most likely to occur just after rumination, when animals get up, and maybe some are still ruminating and the others leave, splitting the group, or otherwise just during grazing would be when we would expect these fission events to happen most often. So within those 3 dimensions, I can begin to answer my questions and think about where within this 3D space bighorn sheep might fall. So for my first question about whether or not the bighorn at the bison range have a very high variation in party size, It seems like they do not. It seems like they have a pretty low variation in party size across years and population size. So I would estimate them to be on the very low end of this Z axis going back in the party size. In the variance in party composition, this is one that I'm still not exactly sure where they fall on that, and I would need to really compare to other societies to figure out in comparison what is high and low variance in the party composition. But it seems like there may be somewhere in the middle, that there is a lot of turnover, but there are still associations among individuals that tend to hang out with each other. And then for a baseline variance to understand how far apart animals drift from each other while still remaining in a group, it seems pretty high to me because of this ruminating and grazing cycle, as opposed to most other species that wouldn't necessarily have that coming together and drifting apart type of cycling happening. So I would estimate my little sheep icon there to be nearer to sort of between the B and the C regions there of a fairly mixed society across structure. I hope I don't have too much time left in my time slot, but I'd like to acknowledge a bunch of folks who have helped me out and taken a little feral field tech and helped her figure out how to do good science. Still learning, but there's a lot of folks who have been helpful to me. And with that, I will attempt to answer any questions you may have. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. That was an awesome talk. Of course, I'm very curious about your social dynamics you found in these groups, but I might have missed this, but did you at any point indicate what you consider a group of animals, like the minimum distance or maximum distance or something like that?
Yeah, so among the existing data set, we have always considered animals two separate groups when there are 50 meters or more in between two animals that are separate on a landscape. And I have always felt when observing them in the field that it's fairly obvious when they're two distinct groups. The definition is 50 meters between, at least between two animals, but oftentimes you can see when they split and they don't come back together like in these natural cycles. And they might be able to see each other within a landscape, but aren't necessarily like actively associating with each other at that time. So that's been the historic definition in the data set, and something that I think I see fairly clearly as well, observationally.
Thank you. I was wondering, so you mentioned that the size of the average size of the groups doesn't change based on population size. Do you have any thoughts as to why that might be? Kind of what's behind that?
I would expect that they are optimizing between the predator avoidance and safety and sociality versus any resource competition. And that there is sort of just this in between group size that they prefer for those reasons, and that it doesn't necessarily matter how many animals are in the population. A larger population would increase the possibility of those larger groups, but it seems like in the data set, those really large groups they happen occasionally, but they're fairly ephemeral, and that it would seem that when there are more animals in a population, there are just more groups because they prefer a certain size. So I was seeing a very slow increase, like from the population going from 40 to 180. The expected group size only went from like 4 to 10 in the most extreme one, which isn't very much. Question back there. A couple. Oh, there's 3. Okay. Somebody's already got the microphone. Go for it.
Hi. Yeah, thanks. This is really interesting. I was kind of curious about so it seemed like the composition piece of it might have some kind of broader implications, especially in terms of things like disease and being in a disease lab. I thought maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so understanding the turnover in composition would, like, if there's a lot more turnover, there's more chances for the disease to be spread. And I'm also particularly interested in the spatial cohesion part of within a group, not only how often is the turnover happening, but I don't know exactly how close do animals need to be able to spread, to pass on and transmit the disease. It could be that we should be more concerned about who's ruminating next to who, because that's a more prolonged time of animals being associated with each other. So it could be that animals, even when they're ruminating, couldn't transmit the disease from one side of the ruminating group to the other, but the nearest neighbor bedded could be at risk. Or it could be that in this high variance, when they're grazing, that the highest risk of transmission is when they do happen to graze close together and they find that really tasty bush that everybody wants some of. So that could be the highest. So I'm not sure yet where exactly the highest risk is within this variance of group composition and spatial cohesion, but I'm really interested in continuing to try to explore that and understand it better.
Yeah, I'm really curious about your association indices that you got
Mhm.
for the group. I personally have observed, bighorn sheep for many years, and you can clearly see that within a larger aggregation of animals, you have these subgroups that kind of are more cohesive. And I'm wondering whether you found any close associations between, let's say, a pair of ewes or so, or a mother and a daughter that would last more than, your average group.
Yeah, it
larger
does seem for part of it's something that I didn't put in this yet that's still in the works is looking at what pulls them to be in a group like this stronger, what strength of association draws them to one group over the other. And it does seem like there's a pretty clear effect for mothers, especially when they're younger, and then that decreases as the animal ages. It does seem like there's a pull, an effect for animals of the same age. So like animals in the cohort that they were born with. And that could be strictly social because of the social bonds, but it could also be partly that being the same age, they're more likely to be the same body size and need the same requirements and be of the same reproductive status, and having their lambs about the same time. So I've started looking into where the strongest associations occur, but there definitely is an effect of animals preferring other animals, whether that be ones that they're related to or seemingly just ones that they're friends with. So we'll keep working on that. Thank you. I think, okay.
Great. I love that we have so much time for questions. This is awesome. Our next presenter this morning is Lauren Ritchie. Lauren received her MS degree from Washington State University, working on Tasmanian devils. Very cool. And she began working on bighorn sheep in 2018. And she is currently working on movements and, she worked on bighorn sheep in 2018, movements and disease in Nevada. And she's currently working on her PhD at Utah State University, also with Kezia. Welcome, Lauren.
There we go. Okay. So today I'm going to be talking about connectivity modeling and seasonal variation in. Is that better? Oh, hello. Okay, yeah. So I'll be talking about connectivity modeling and variation in seasonal connectivity between bighorn herds. So connectivity is the degree to which a landscape facilitates movement. And in a movement context, if we're thinking about circuit theory, herds are going to be nodes within a network. Barriers to movement are resistors, which are shown as those little squiggly lines. And then current is the flow of movement between those population nodes on a resistant surface. And using a program called CircuitScape, you can create connectivity maps over three main steps. The first one is to create a resistance surface where you first need to identify environmental covariates you think affect movement and then assign resistances to them. Resistances can be based either on increases in time it takes to move through an environment or effects that a certain environment can have on survival, either through physiological effects or increased risk of predation. And resistance values are normally assigned based on habitat suitability, where resistance is the inverse of suitability. The second step is to calculate pairwise ecological distances between nodes. So you've got a resistor at every cell, and then they're connected to neighbors. And you look at current movement between your source and your ground node. And then the current value is the expected number of times that individuals will move across a cell as they're moving between nodes. And then finally, you can map and quantify connectivity, where you've got higher values of connectivity in yellow that can help you identify corridors of movement and pinch points, which can help you identify areas that you want to conserve if you want to conserve connectivity. But we've got an interesting case in bighorn sheep where herd connectivity is created through foray movements of rams between herds. But while connectivity does increase gene flow, which is great, it also increases disease transmission. So because a movie is contact dependent, increasing contact between herds increases transmission potential. And as you can see across the state of Nevada, we do have a fair bit of strain sharing between herds. So there's definitely transmission occurring. So what we wanted to do is look at how connectivity and transmission risk vary across seasons. So we did this using GPS data from Nevada Rams. Similar to Kezia, I split the state up into 3 different regions. We had 10 herds up in the Californias, 25 Great Basin herds, and 23 Mojave herds. And I created resistant surfaces on 30-day intervals with a 2-week sliding window. So the first surface is based on data from January 1st to February 1st, the second one, January 15th to February 15th, and then the third one, the month of February. And so we split up these regions first because there's differences in the availability of resources for the sheep. And then also there is temporal variation in both environmental stressors such as precipitation and temperature, as well as social stressors. So the timing and duration of rut varies across regions. So for our surface, we looked at slope, ruggedness, and log distance to water. And we logged water because of differences in selection for, say, a sheep that is 50 meters away from water compared to 100 versus a sheep that is 550 and 600 meters away from water. And then to assign resistance values to these surfaces, again, we're going to do the inverse of suitability, but something that we had to take into account is the different habitat selection patterns for different behaviors. So like, for example, this paper looked at connectivity of lions, and using telemetry data from different demographic groups, they found significantly different surfaces. So we've got on the left a surface built on adult female lions. There's a lot of red there, which means there's a lot of resistance to movement compared to adult males, and then dispersing males where there's very little resistance to movement across the same landscape. So to deal with this, we used a hidden Markov model to segment out our full GPS data into periods of forays based on the step length and turning angles between GPS points. And then for our resource selection function, we had slope, ruggedness, log distance with a random intercept for individual. And because we're looking at movement outside of herds, we defined available as any area within 20 kilometers of a herd home range. Chose 100 available points per used, weighted by 100, and then we scaled our covariates 0 to 1 so that they can be compared. And then this is an example of surfaces from our California herds. By using a negative linear function, we get at a resistant surface where the green areas have the highest resistance to movement. And then in order to propagate uncertainty in RSF estimates, we ran multiple surfaces using covarying estimates from within those confidence intervals. And then finally, we calculated our pairwise connectivity, mapped them, and then to get at an overall value of connectivity, we summed those values across all herds. So for our RSF, we can see that we did indeed find very different effects on home ranging versus foraying. The gray lines are the RSF estimates for home ranging, and then the colored ones are for the California Great Basin and Mojave sheep. And there's also a lot of variation across the year. Sorry, I'm running into the same problem as Kezia with the size of my figures. And then we also did find variation in slope and ruggedness. And then, so these are our connectivity values across the year. And the grayed out bars are the periods of rut for each region. The main takeaway here is we see this very interesting effect where connectivity climbs before rut, which I think we expected, but surprisingly it then plummets and they just kind of lock down where they are for the remainder of rut. And then oh, okay. We're missing a fair number of slides here. That's cool. What I had following this was some examples of different connectivity and resistant surfaces. And I'll just tell you, interesting patterns that we found. We found that there is variation both in what is driving high values of connectivity. So for example, the first peak that you've got in January for California's, if you look at the resistance surface, the highest areas of resistance are areas where there is low slope in VRM. So they're still sticking to water. Whereas if you look at the second peak around July, on the resistant surface, the areas of greatest resistance is surprisingly around water sources. So they're actually moving away from water, which I found to be somewhat unintuitive given water availability in the summer. And then finally, if you look at the lowest valley in December in the Californias, it's not that the trend changes. You've got the same trend as you do in January where slope and VRM are causing the resistance. It's the magnitude of the resistance. So there's a twofold change in magnitude between the resistance values. We just sped through those last like 10 slides. But anyways, given that, thank you, and I will take any questions. Nope.
Good recovery first off. That's really tough. I'm really interested in connectivity and sort of how to think about modeling it and resistance. And one of the, I think, challenges is thinking about how habitat selection and resistance relate to each other. I guess this is just a quick part and then I'll ask the real question. But you used a transformation of the habitat selection to create the resistant surfaces. So I wonder if you could just talk about how that might have affected your interpretation of the resistance in terms of what you were just talking about, where there was high resistance during part of the year in areas of high slope, I think is, if I followed you right, is what you said, right? Or near water in a different part of the year, there was higher resistance.
Yeah, so it was changing off what was causing the resistance.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if you could tie that back to sort of the habitat selection approach that you were using.
Yeah, so it gets back to the things that can cause resistance, where it's not so much the time that it takes to move through an area, but the physiological effects of moving through that area. So, for example, if you need water, you need to stick close to water. But if apparently in that peak before rut, either water is not so much of an issue, or kind of similar to what Kezi was getting at, the social driver of moving and finding mates could be outweighing what is normally a strong driver of movement.
You touch it. There we go. Okay. So first, really interesting stuff. I like the way that you're thinking about a lot of this stuff. My question was kind of similar to what Tabitha was getting at with water, areas near water being more resistant to California bighorn in July. And I wonder if what is happening is that they're commuting.
Sorry, they're
So
commuting?
They're commuting, so they're coming in when they need water, and then they're getting out of there. Or, you know, in the Mojave systems that I've spent more time in personally, you know, you can see forage really get depleted in the areas around water as the season progresses. And so some animals will move pretty far away, and then they'll come back in and drink, and then make a pretty long movement back out to where they're finding better forage. So I'm just curious whether those sorts of dynamics would somehow make this area look more resistant.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I've worked with Rockies and deserts, but I've never worked with Californias. But yeah, so our GPS locations are based on a 24-hour fixed rate. So there is definitely a lot of opportunity for them to be commuting, as you said. That's very interesting. The water is a difficult covariate to work with, just with availability at each source changing throughout the year. So that's definitely something that we're going to be trying to figure out and work with moving forward.
Lauren, just a question, and obviously Clint working on that proposed high-speed rail line in the Mojave, you know, between point A and B, whatever the endpoints are. That's clearly going to be a resistance point. But I'm just wondering, I'm looking sideways at Melanie and Mike, you know, we've talked about this kind of stuff, but I'm wondering, with subadult rams, they're usually the teenage boys looking for love that cause most problems. How profound is that? But what I'm getting at, Melanie, I'm thinking about what you and I talked about last week about the attraction. You know, I'm just trying to think if there's any, you know, if resistance is the inverse of suitability, I'm trying to figure out, is there anything that you're doing that would help define or establish an attraction, you know, for a, say, a 2.5-year-old subadult, sexually mature young ram, and there's a domestic sheep allotment, or there's a private land deal. I'm trying to just think out loud, how could you apply some of that to help get at this attraction question? Because that's one of the variables in the risk of contact model that is sort of missing.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely add them as point sources similar to the water. So you've got distance away from an allotment or something. Something that would be very interesting. I'm not sure we've got enough data to do it, just because forays are already infrequent enough, having enough forays by rams in different age groups to compare. That'd be really cool. But yeah, I think you can definitely add that. You can also add in different demographic covariates to an RSF in a way. So you wouldn't be able to plot it onto a map, but you could include like number of ewes or other demographic components to the model.
Thank you. That was a really good talk. And I agree with Tabitha, good recovery too. So kind of building off Kevin's question, it just made me think, when you do the distance to water, are you taking into account watering troughs on allotments as a source?
Yeah, so right now our distance to water layer includes perennial water sources and yeah, the troughs. We hopefully will be able to incorporate an additional layer that has intermittent water as well for certain seasons, but then there's the water, it's just water in the desert is difficult because it's like, do you have some sort of interaction of like, is the intermittent water available based on season and then also yearly precipitation to that date and so forth. So it is something we are trying to work through. Thanks.
All right. So for the last talk of our session, we have Catherine Ruckstuhl, and Catherine is a professor at the University of Calgary in Alberta. She's been there since 2004. Her research is addressing many different topics, from how parasites affect an individual's life history, foraging, ecology, to how social structures and dynamics can influence individual fitness. She's worked on a variety of ungulate species in Africa, China, Mongolia, Europe, and North America. Her main research focus is on the ecology and behavior of bighorn sheep, whom she has studied for the past 28 years. This has led to numerous undergraduate and graduate students working under her supervision, presentations at national and international conferences, and 80 publications in scientific journals. Welcome, Catherine.
Good morning, and thank you for that introduction. So a few years ago, Jack Hogg and I were discussing migration in bighorn sheep. And I'm sure you're all aware that males migrate to find females, etc. But it's less clear why some females migrate as well. And so we were looking at the different factors that could be affecting those movements. Sorry for the long title. I should have just called it, Should I Stay or Should I Go? Help. I was clicking. How do I go back? Is this back or forward? Yeah. Is it this one that's back? Or is that forward? That's forward. Okay. Woohoo. Okay, anyway, so migrations differ from other sorts of movement like dispersal, etc., in that they are typically a trip to somewhere and then back. So just as a definition, and also, why some animals migrate is the obvious factors would be food, looking for mates, or getting away from predation. So there's also, oh, Jesus, I don't know whether I get used to this. It's the opposite on my slide. Here we go. There's different types of migration. You have really long distance migration, such as a recent report of a gazelle that was moving 18,000 kilometers over 5 years. That's certainly an extreme, but there's also shorter migrations distance-wise. We have seasonal migrations for lambing or for the rut. And then we have what's called partial migrations. And what partial migrations mean is that only a certain number or individuals in the population will migrate, whereas others don't. So you have migrating individuals and you have resident individuals. Oops. Okay. So there's likely both proximate and ultimate explanations for why individuals migrate. On the side of the proximate explanation, there could be some genetic polymorphism, which has been found in some migrating mountain caribous, for example. Could be phenotypic plasticity, so they're adapting to local environments and changing where they're going according to that. Or it could also be social learning. This is an aspect that definitely needs more consideration and more work. On the ultimate side, obviously, there could be differences in competitive abilities. So some animals might move because they can't compete with local animals, etc. So I'm going to look at a bit of both of these factors that could affect migration. The ungular partial migration has certainly been looked at in the literature. Most of these migrations are either for the rut in males or for lambing or giving birth in females. But there's a lot fewer studies that look at female migrations for rutting opportunities. So this is basically the question: why would some females leave their home range and go and rut elsewhere, and while others would stay? So this is the topic of today's talk. And while it's clear that males go on breeding migrations and the purpose of that, it's less clear why females would go. So I have different hypotheses for that we looked at. But we did a project where we collared both males and females, bighorn sheep here in Sheep River Provincial Park and surrounding areas. And we found that a proportion of the males go and breed elsewhere, but also females. And so in the kind of rectangular pieces, that would be females, and the dots would be the males. You probably can't see that from the back, but it doesn't really matter that much for what I'm gonna try to convince you why they do that. So approximate explanation could kind of be that maybe their mother was migrating, and so therefore the females will migrate as well, because that's just the tradition. So in that case, you would expect daughters of mothers that migrated to have a tendency to migrate as well. And so you would see certain individuals migrating each year during the rut, while as others will not if they're resident females. So you might think, well, why would females go elsewhere? What's in them for them? You know, and I'm sure you're all aware that, oops, this is a slow motion. So you can see that females do not seem to have much choices who they mate with. When you observe the rut, you can see that several males will be chasing after a female typically. And so there's minimal choice. The only choice she has is to decide early on during the rut, well, do I stay or do I go? And so the ultimate explanation for this behavior could be that they're maybe locally, they're closely related to the dominant rams in the population, and so they might migrate to avoid inbreeding. So these are the two questions we were looking at, and if that was the case, we would predict that females would only migrate in years where they had a more closely related male that was the dominant in the Sheep River population, whereas in other years they would not migrate because they don't need to avoid inbreeding in that case. So the Sheep River population has fluctuated in size from about 180 animals when I started to down to 30 animals when there was heavy specialized cougar predation. And then there was an influx of females that came from a different subpopulation, and they restocked the Sheep River population. It's now about 100 animals. So I'm telling you this because it will be important when we look at whether or not they avoid inbreeding, for example. Here is the Sheep River population, the top left panel, you can see a map of Canada, and where we're located, it's just about southwest of Calgary, about 100 kilometers southwest in the foothills and the eastern slopes of the Rockies. For data collection, we had two times of data collection. We had 3 years where we put GPS collars on females and males. And then we were able to basically track them into the backcountry and look at who they mated with. And also if we had genetic information, how related the females were to those that they actually migrated to versus for those that they migrated away from. So we had these rut observations, and then the coloring project terminated and I continued observing the rut. So the latter part of the data will be whether or not females migrated and then how closely related they are to the resident rams. So I do not know where they go and who they mate with for the latter years, but at least I know who went and who didn't go. So for the first hypothesis, if we're looking at basically social transmission, we would look at the proportion of years in which the mothers would migrate and predict how likely the daughters were to migrate as well. And for the second hypothesis, we would basically look at the degree of relatedness between the resident male and resident females versus the resident male and the migrating female. And then also in the Alpine for those 3 years where we had data on the GPS collars. Yeah, so here are just a few ideas about the statistical tests we did. The genetic relatedness will be a logistic regression or a least square approach to looking at who mates with whom and whether they're mating with more related individuals, and the same for the movement and the transmission of migratory behavior between mothers and their offspring. So I'm just talking about females, obviously, in this talk. So when we looked at the first 3 years of who migrated and who didn't migrate, in the left panel, you can see in red the daughters of residents, and in green, the daughters of migrants. And at the bottom left panel, kind of the 2 first bars, we have resident mothers, and on the right, we have the migrant mothers. And you can see that there seems to be some correlation. In some years, the daughters of residents would also be more likely to be resident, but this was not statistically significant for those first 3 years. When you look at the pattern within an individual, you can see that some are residents over multiple years and others switch from being resident to migrating the next rut and then breeding locally again in the next rut. So there was about 50 to 60% change in whether or not they would rut elsewhere or stay in the local population. When I looked at the data set past those colored data we had, there seems to be a trend, quite strong trend between what the mother does and what the daughters will do. So I'll take you through the slide here. On the x-axis, we have whether or not the mother migrated. So if it was 0, that meant she did not migrate. If it was 1, that meant she always migrated. So what you can see on the x-axis is the percentage of time that a mother would migrate. And then I looked at their daughters, or we looked at their daughters on the y-axis, and the likelihood that they would leave as well or stay local. So that's a 1 means that they stayed at Sheep River. So that's the top left corner. And if it was a 0, that means they always migrate. And you can see that there's a strong tendency for females of, that basically copy their mother's choice. So if mothers were mostly migratory, then the females, the offspring would also be migratory. Next, we looked at the genetic relatedness of individuals that bred at Sheep River versus elsewhere. And although, again, there seems to be a trend, it's not really significant at all. On the blue ones are the sheep, are individuals that were at Sheep River, the males, and the orange ones are those that bred elsewhere. And there does not seem to be any difference in relatedness between females that would have stayed at Sheep River and mated with the resident ram, whereas those that left and mated with the local rams there. So then I did after those 3 years, I did go further and look at each rut, which female did stay and what was her genetic readiness to the most dominant rams. And again, there was no effect whatsoever. If you can see, those means are pretty close to, and there's some spread, but there's no inbreeding avoidance. So that's not why they go. So why do they go? What could be potential factors? Well, we found that the social transmission from daughter to mother seemed to be important. So that trend towards migrating and rutting elsewhere is definitely there. We did not find any genetic reason for it, although there might be some inheritance of that is genetic, like epigenetic reasons or other factors. So because they don't always go, it's likely that they're phenotypically adapted so that some years they go and others they don't, which has also been found in mule deer, for example, or white-tailed deer. The ultimate function of inbreeding, of breeding migrations to avoid inbreeding was not supported. There could potentially be something that is called a social fence, where if you have individuals within a group of females that are less related or are kind of don't have any relatives in that group, they might be forced to migrate elsewhere. We don't know whether that's a factor at all yet. So anyway, that means we have some hint that it at least seems to be a tradition that is happening, but we do not really have a good grasp on any other factors that might potentially affect why females go or not. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge all the funding agencies that we worked with, and also all the people who have been involved in this project. And with that, I'd like to take questions.
Yeah, Catherine, wonderful. Had a question, maybe I just missed it, but the like median migratory distances of these
Ah.
females?
It's a good point. I did not indicate that. There was the map with the scale, but not very visible. It can be about 20, 30 kilometers. So that it's not just like they're, like 2 kilometers apart. So it's really, Sheep River is like that sanctuary, and that's the home range and the wintering range of the bighorn sheep residents. And those that are migrating are also from that population. So it's not like they're from a different population and just go back to their own home ranges.
Great.
I should have, yeah.
Sneak another one in here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of intrigued by, in your introduction, a movement of 50 individuals that added to that population. Did that occur all at once or through time? And did that connectivity remain? I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, that's, I was really fascinated by that as well. So what I found is that initially there were only a couple of ewes, maybe 3, 4 that came in before the rut, and then they stayed for breeding. And then next year, in the summer or springtime, there were 20 individuals coming, and maybe 10 stayed for the rut. And so it was gradually increasing, but only over very few years. And then they started from only appearing close to the rut to actually being more residents. So, but they still go back to the same lambing areas to their subpopulations. Yeah. And that would be also 30, 40, 50 kilometers away.
Catherine, just curious, as your video showed, there were, 4 to 6 to 8 rams chasing that female, trying to copulate. I'm just wondering, maybe that female was related to 1 or 2 of those rams, but the others. And so I'm trying to figure out what mechanism. It's like, your antenna go up and it's like, oh, there's my cousin versus there's some strange dude. I'm struggling with that. How would those females make that decision if there's multiple rams that they'll encounter.
Yeah, it's a good point. We were thinking about that as well. And I think when I went through the analysis, so who was staying, who they actually mate with, for example, I saw that often there might have been one individual that was like a half brother, but the others were completely unrelated. So what I did in the end was I took the average of those, because you can't predict who will mate with you. It's impossible. So, but if you look at the average relatedness, if they would have stayed versus where they went, there was not really any difference. So, but who knows, maybe they just saw their cousin or half brother and went like, oh God, I need to go, I don't know. I don't know to which degree they're aware of it. We know that they group with relatives. There seems to be some, males form coalitions. They seem to recognize close kin, but whether or not that makes them go, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm wondering if these ewes moved to those areas at any other time of the year. It was only during the rut. So that's I think the easy part of the question. Then I have a second part. Were there any differences in the ram ewe ratios and pregnancy and lamb ewe ratios post rut? So is there a demographic component to this as well?
So your first question, I thought I had the straight answer, but could you repeat it? I forgot.
Sorry. Did these ewes move to those same areas at other times
Yes.
of the year, or was it only during the rut? I guess where
Yes.
I'm getting at is, could this just be part of their movement pattern or home range?
It could be. So that's also where they lamb. You're right. So they go back to those places, but there's no other time of the year than that they go. It's kind of, wherever the lambing areas of the Sheep River population is where those individuals that are born to Sheep River ewes will go during lambing. And some of these ewes would then suddenly migrate to that area and during the rut. And your second question was a bit more complicated. I don't think I have a straight answer for that one, because I haven't looked at that yet.
It wasn't meant to be complicated. I guess where I'm going is, are the ram ewe ratios much higher where they're moving to? Essentially, are they looking for a broader mate selection than where they came from? And I guess, was there any benefit in terms of reproduction? Did they have higher lamb rates because of this movement?
Yeah, I think those are excellent questions, which I can't tell you right now. I know that there was some skew in the sex ratio for some years, where one dominant ram was so dominant that everybody else left, kind of, so that he didn't have any competition. But there's other years where you have, like, say 5 different big rams around, and they're all vying for positions to mate with that female. So yeah, I don't know is the short answer, but it's definitely something to look into. Yeah. The birth ratio was the same. It wasn't like, they were avoiding breeding with a male that was infertile or something like that. But yeah. Oh God.
So I wanted to ask, let me just set it down. I wanted to ask, I think that this behavior switching from year to year is really interesting. And I have sort of a 2-part question, which is, if you looked at interannual variation in that migration behavior, do they sort of, as a group in a given year, is the chance of migrating higher or lower year to year? Or is it sort of just randomness?
It doesn't seem to be random. So when we put out GPS collars, it was on those females that we knew were migrating typically. So we were not putting them on random sheep because we knew they would stay, so there was no point in putting the GPS collars on them.
Yeah, I'm thinking about like interannual variation in some resource availability or forage or something. Do more animals migrate in 2008 versus 2009? And is there some environmental thing that might be driving that?
I don't think so. Yeah, no.
Thanks.
Yeah, they're definitely better off staying at Sheep River because that's kind of like the foothills and there's tons of grass. Whereas if they go and mate elsewhere, they're actually faced with, deep snow sometimes or hardly any vegetation.
I was curious about the age of the daughters. So were you tracking them at yearlings? And then did you track those daughters for multiple years? And I'm wondering if there was switching in their migratory behavior over that time.
Yeah. So these are all just reproductive females. So they had to be at least 2 years of age. And yeah, they were switching from year to year, but the tendency to migrate was still, if you look at several years, you could see that maybe out of 5 years, if the mother was mostly a migratory individual, then the daughter would be maybe migrating 4 out of 5. So that was quite strongly correlated.
Yeah, I think my question is kind of builds from Vanna's actually. I was curious, can you separate movements of animals that are sticking with their moms from movements that are learned from the moms? So when the daughters go, are they usually going in the same years as their moms, or are those separated?
That's a good point. Yeah. I would say they probably do go when their moms go as well. We have both. We have definitely both, but social factors are extremely important. I definitely have those subgroups where if the mom's around, the daughter's around, the grandchild is around, and they seem to be moving in these related clusters of individuals. Yeah.
I figure you have the time. So I'm not sure if I missed this or not, but did you see any relationship between the propensity to migrate and whether a female successfully recruited a lamb in that year?
That is something I wanted to investigate, but haven't yet. No.
Do you have that kind of data?
Yes,
You
for
do?
sure. Yeah,
Okay.
we have reproductive success. We have relatedness, between, well, basically we know who the dad is in the end as well. So we can definitely look at that much closer. And I was thinking about that, but I just ran out of time. So
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
yeah. Mhm.
Great. Well, that's the end of our session. Thank you to all of the speakers. That was wonderful. Thank you for all of the excellent questions. We're a bit ahead of schedule, so we're going to have a bit longer of a coffee break, and Kevin has a couple announcements before we break.
Thanks, Ally. And thanks to about a dozen people, I've got the 2020 proceedings, of which Catherine was the editor, so thank you for that, that are going to be hand delivered. But not knowing everyone in the room, I've got some others that I just want to rattle off in case anybody might be able to hand carry a set of the 2020 proceedings to their agency or university library. So just real quick, BYU and Provo, if Jenny, could you do that? Okay. I don't see anybody here from New Mexico. Eric. Okay. UW in Seattle. UAA in Fairbanks, in Anchorage, sorry. CSU, Fort Collins. Nathan. Okay. UC Davis. U of I in Moscow. U of C in Boulder. UND in Grand Forks. SDSU in Brookings. NDSU in Fargo. Humboldt in Arcata. New Mexico State in Las Cruces. The Resource Agency Library in Rancho Cordova, California. U of M in Missoula. Thought I saw a hand. South Dakota Game and Fish in Pierre. Eddie, you don't get there very often, do you? Unless you're in trouble. Okay, I'll get that with you. Washington, DFW, and Olympia. I didn't see Will Moore or anybody here from Washington. Boise State, I'll take care of that one. UC Berkeley, North Dakota Game and Fish in Bismarck. And Nebraska Game and Parks in Lincoln. Caitlin, where's Caitlin? Do you get there often? Not often enough. Okay, so for the 3 or 4 folks that said they could, maybe when you break, come up and I'll get you the cover letter and the mailing label, and then you can take those. It just saves me time and the council some money. Now, Beth, you're going to do 10 or 12 Canadian agency and university libraries. Do you have that list handy with you in case, like Kylie's here from BC, maybe there's some folks that could hand carry, like Catherine's taking the UC at Calgary, but maybe you can save some postage and some time. Yeah. So anyhow, appreciate that. So if you can come up and grab those, and I guess, Doug, you got anything? What time sharp? 10:30 sharp. The break is going to be in the next room. There are copies, display copies of the 2016 from Moscow Pullman, Holly and Rich Harris did that. 2018 in Whitefish, Brent Launer in Montana did that one. And then the 20. So the order blanks are there. If anybody wants to take those now, we can. If you want to take one of the blank order forms, go home, check your library shelf, see what you're missing, then get a hold of me afterwards. So I'm going to trust everybody to settle up when it's right. So, all right, 10:30 sharp. Thanks.
Hello, test. We'll start once Vic Coggins sets down. All right, let's get going with our next session. I'd like to introduce to you your next moderator for that session is Sarah Dewey. Sarah is a wildlife biologist for Grand Teton National Park, has been in that role for about 20 years. Prior to that, she worked as a wildlife biologist for the Bridger Teton National Forest, which is when I first met Sarah years ago. She also spent time with the Forest Service in Utah and Idaho. She's a great collaborator in the multi-agency coordination that must exist here in Jackson between the Park Service, the Forest Service, the Fish and Wildlife Service on the National Elk Refuge, and the Game and Fish. There's a lot of coordination that has to occur with many species that we manage here. So with that, I'll just introduce Sarah Dewey.
Thanks, Doug, and welcome back for the second session, everyone. Our first speaker up is Danny Berger, and she's a PhD student at Tal Abgar's lab at Utah State University, where she's studying questions of the intersection of space use and demography in Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep. And today she's going to give a talk about her new publication in the special cognitive ecology edition of Frontiers of Evolution and Ecology. Danny.
Thank you for that lovely introduction, Sarah. And I'm so excited. The setup is going to work out for me today. I printed off my entire PowerPoint because the kids needed the computer for movie time. And it works out just fine. So hi, I'm Danny Berger. I'm a PhD. Ooh, do I have to press play or anything on here? Okay. So I'm Danny Berger. I'm a PhD student in Tal Abgar's lab at Utah State University, and I'm excited to share with you today the first published chapter of my dissertation, and hopefully to convince you that seeing is believing and perception influences migration in Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep. Don't be a sheep. To be clear, I'm not promoting any kind of political agenda with this slide. I just wanted to highlight that in our culture, being a sheep is an insult. It implies that you can't think for yourself, that you're blindly following the herd. But how do sheep, specifically bighorn sheep, actually make decisions? Are they just following the herd? Sick of defamation of our study species, I set out to clear their good name. To be clear, my research was not purely motivated by the cultural portrayal of sheep, but I specifically focused on the cognitive processes underlying migratory patterns in Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep, an endangered ungulate endemic to the Sierra Range in California. This work is relevant in Utah, where I'm presently living, as well as here in Wyoming and in California, because these states are focusing on conserving migration through preserving migratory habitats. This data was a little bit easier for me to access for Utah, so forgive me for not using a Wyoming example today. But if you look at the map on the left, it shows migratory corridors that have been delineated as part of Utah's Wildlife Migration Initiative. And then the shaded areas in the map on the right represent regions where we have yet to delineate those same migratory corridors. So wouldn't it be nice if knowing what habitat was good for migration, based on these migratory corridors that we've already defined, we could simply predict in which environments migratory behavior would emerge? We could theoretically then delineate the corridors in this white polygon area just using those habitat metrics. But then why don't we do that? So we've tried it for Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep, and it just doesn't work. Migration doesn't emerge where we would expect it to just based on habitat characteristics alone. And one reason may be that what we consider habitat and what animals consider habitat are two very different things. So I wanted to evaluate what animals know about their environment and the cognitive processes that may limit what animals see as habitat, and then the habitat selection decisions that they make as a result. So I'm certain that most of you bighorn experts in this room know fall migration in bighorn sheep looks a little bit different than what we see in other wildlife species. And so, for example, mule deer, they travel over long distances in geographic space when they're migrating. The mule deer standing on its summer range, represented by that pink polygon, cannot perceive any attributes of its migratory range, represented by the orange polygon. In long distance migrants, the distance that they're moving is just simply outside of their perceptual range. Bighorn sheep, on the other hand, are short distance altitudinal migrants. So for Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep, on their summer range in pink to their winter range in orange is a linear distance of around 10 kilometers, maybe even less in some cases, but a change in elevation on the scale of several thousands of meters. So when I'm standing on that bighorn summer range, looking down, I can see potential parts of its winter range, meaning that short distance altitudinal migration in Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep could be occurring within their perceptual range. So I looked at the migratory patterns of Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep using 1,298 years of data tied to 460 unique individuals collected between 2000 and 2019. I included individuals from all 14 of the occupied herd units in the Sierra and used a variety of data types to maximize the number of individuals that I could include in my models. So this included GPS, VHF, field survey, and capture data. And keep in mind, this may mean that I only have a single observation for an individual during that winter migratory period. So I looked at the binary classification of migratory behavior of individual Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep each year. And sheep are either migrants dropping below an elevation of 2,850 meters or residents remaining above that 2,850 meters throughout the winter. However, migration is actually a two-part decision. So with individuals first deciding if they will migrate, and then if migrating, where they will go. In my work, I only focused on that first decision of whether or not to migrate. And I considered 3 alternative cognitive mechanisms that may limit the information a sheep has about its potential migratory range when making a migratory decision. So bighorn sheep are an ideal study species to evaluate cognitive drivers of migratory decision-making because of their unique migratory biology. This is probably not new information for any of you in this room, but Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep are partial migrants, meaning that only part of the population may migrate in a year. And they're also flexible migrants, meaning that individuals may change migratory strategies between years. And these patterns provide a clear indication of individuals needing to decide whether or not to migrate. So looking at panel A, in any given year in my study population, an average of 80% of individuals are migratory. Although the number of sheep monitored each year changes with time, and that's represented by that gray line. And looking at panel B in any given year, an average of 16% of individuals switch between migratory and resident strategies, again, with the number of observed individuals changing with time. So given that I want to know what an individual knows about its potential migratory range, I first need to define migratory range. So I fit seasonal resource selection functions based on topography to our GPS collar data and defined range as the most desirable 5% of habitat in each season. High elevation winter range is depicted in purple, summer in pink, and migratory range is represented in orange. All migratory range falls below that 2,850 meter mark that I used to delineate migration. And I did want to note that I validated that elevational cutoff we use for migration against net square displacement migratory classifications for animals in our system, and the results were nearly identical. So to evaluate the cognitive drivers of influencing migration, I first needed to control for the non-cognitive drivers that may influence migration. So using a general linear mixed model and individual and herd unit included as random effects in that model, I evaluated a bunch of non-cognitive drivers of migration and then used this stepwise AIC model reduction, arriving at 4 that explained the most variability in migratory behavior in my system. So the first was migratory history of an individual. So has that individual migrated in the past or not, specifically within the previous 2 years? Deem culture or group culture. So this is the proportion of migrants in an individual social group that are migrating, excluding our focal individual. Deem history. So this is the inverse of the length of time a social group has existed on the landscape. So groups that have been there for an entire study period, they would receive a 0 for this variable, and progressively larger values if you've been there for a shorter period of time. And this is important because it kind of captures some of those social learning or familiarity aspects with the landscape over time. And then the availability of resident habitat. So this was the availability of high elevation plateaus where bighorn like to overwinter in our system. And all of these covariates then went into the subsequent cognitive models. Okay, so most ecological models assume that individuals have perfect information about available habitat. So consider a bighorn standing on its high elevation summer range, looking down the mountain at its migratory range. The bighorn could be omniscient, knowing everything about the habitat covariates on the migratory range when making its migratory decision. So I considered 4 attributes of the migratory range: forage biomass, which is representing the availability of food resources; snow-free area, which approximates access to forage and reduction in movement costs; mountain lion index, representing predation risk; and distance to steep terrain, whereby being closer to steep terrain ensures safety and allows them to escape from predators more easily. And I'm looking at the average of these covariates at the time the decision is being made across the entire low elevation winter range for a herd unit. Okay, so individuals may also have partial information about the conditions on migratory range based on how much of that range they could see. So considering the same 4 covariates from the omniscience model, I limited their influence in the perception model based on the amount of migratory range an individual could see from random points on its high elevation summer range using a view shed analysis. So white in the image on the left represents areas of high visibility, and the darker colors represent areas of lower average visibility. So finally, Bighorn could be making migratory decisions based on the conditions they experienced on their winter range last year. If you had a bad experience last year, maybe you don't return to that range. Whereas if you had a good experience, maybe it makes sense to return to that previous location. So I represent the Bighorn's memory as the range conditions it experienced last year using lagged values of those 4 environmental covariates. And animals actually have 2 forms of memory: spatial memory, which is where an individual remembers the location of a site it visited previously, and attribute memory, which is where an individual remembers something about the conditions they experienced at the site without needing to necessarily remember the exact location. And I'm only concerned with attribute memory in this study because my focus is on conditions on that migratory range. Okay, so I fit these 3 alternative cognitive hypotheses about what an individual knows about its migratory range using generalized linear mixed models with an individual and herd unit as random effects. I also trimmed these models like our previous base model using stepwise AIC reduction, and then compared my final trimmed models using AIC. And here's what I found. So perception was the best performing cognitive model, meaning that individuals are making decisions based on partial information about present environmental conditions on their migratory range. So given that long distance migrants are traveling to destinations outside of their perceptual range, short distance altitudinal and long distance migrants must rely on different cognitive mechanisms when making decisions about migration. And short distance altitudinal migrants, because they are responding to the present habitat conditions, may easily be able to adjust their behavior to match environmental conditions, which will be highly advantageous as the climate becomes increasingly variable. So an individual's migratory history, social group, and perception of its migratory range explain about 38% of the variability in migratory behavior in our system. The conditional R-squared value in our models reflects considerable variability between individuals and herd units captured by this random effect included in our models. And when I used this model to predict migratory behavior on out-of-sample data, it did a pretty good job correctly classifying migration 83% of the time. So I should note that our base model, including an individual's migratory history and social group, explained 34% of the variation in migratory behavior in our system, with cognitive processes only explaining about an additional 4%. And looking at the covariates that remained in the trimmed perception model, an individual was more likely to migrate if it had migrated previously. It was also more likely to migrate as the proportion of migrants in its social group increased. An individual was less likely to migrate if it was part of a social group that had only existed on the landscape for a short period of time. And this may indicate that migration is density dependent or that familiarity with the landscape is important to this behavior. And that's what we sometimes consider to be social learning. So an individual was also less likely to migrate if there was more good overwintering habitat available at high elevation. And it was more likely to migrate if they could see snow-free area at low elevations, presumably because this increased their ability to access forage. And these individuals were less likely to migrate if low elevation habitat was far from steep terrain, making them more vulnerable to predation. With that, so perception, the migratory propensity of an individual's social group, and an individual's migratory history all drive migration in our system. Short distance altitudinal migration is in part a response to an individual's perception of conditions on its alternative winter range. And this modeling framework we've developed can be used to predict the emergence of migration in bighorn sheep, at least in our system. And differing cognitive mechanisms underpinning short and long distance migratory decisions will result in differing levels of behavioral plasticity in response to global climate change and anthropogenic disturbance. And with that, I feel like I've demonstrated that sheep, at least bighorn sheep, have complex decision-making processes. So calling someone a sheep may not be an insult after all. And I'd like to thank my funders, including the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Bighorn Sheep Recovery Program, my doctoral fellowship at USU, and my lab and committee members for all of their support in this project. And go check out our paper at this DOI. And if I have time, I'll take questions.
The one that says push. Yeah. Okay. Great talk, Danny, as usual. I was wondering if you could say something about, you said that this is attribute memory that you're querying here and not spatial memory. And I was trying to sort that out. Like, could you separate attribute and spatial memory in this system? Or like, if you were going to go after spatial memory, how would you do that?
That's a great question, Kezia. So we did not go after spatial memory in this study. I don't know if you saw some of the range maps I showed. Our low elevation ranges are split into a number of polygons. And because we didn't actually have positional data for every one of our individuals, we had enough data from the surveys that we could say whether or not they were found on high or low elevation range, but I couldn't assign them to one of those polygons, which is why we didn't consider spatial memory. But I think if we just use the GPS data from our study, we could look at individuals if they return to the same locations year after year within our system, or if they're actually moving to different polygons within that low elevation range following better attributes. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Dr. Elizabeth Flesch, and she received her PhD in ecology and environmental sciences from Montana State University in 2020. She's received several awards, including the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship and the National Geographic Young Explorers Award. As a postdoctoral researcher at Montana State, she's currently working with Zion National Park to evaluate Mexican spotted owl genomics, and with Glacier National Park to compare bighorn sheep genetics with GPS collar movement data. So welcome, Elizabeth.
Thanks for the introduction, Sarah. Okay, so the core of my talk today is this central question: what environmental characteristics are associated with genetic connectivity in bighorn sheep? And we had two general hypotheses based on this picture of some sheep in Wild Horse Island. So one driver might be specific landscape attributes. So you might expect that the lake might be a strong barrier to movement away from or to the island. Alternatively, we might expect that the availability of good habitat might be the primary driver of genetic connectivity, such as that nice green grass those sheep are enjoying in the photo. There are several possible management applications for this. including the fact that if we can identify habitat characteristics that facilitate or impede bighorn sheep movement, we can actually use these to facilitate management goals. In addition, this can help inform restoration because we can essentially determine areas where there might be dispersal of bighorn sheep to new regions, or there could be connectivity between existing populations. Now, to evaluate this research question, we employed a data set that consisted of both genetic and spatial data. Our spatial data set was comprised of almost 100 GPS collars that were employed all across Glacier as well as within Waterton. And you can see those capture locations in the map on the right-hand side. And then we were also lucky to have genetic data for these individuals as well. And the data is about evenly split between males and females. To generate the genetic data, we used the high density ovine array, which was originally developed for domestic sheep, but also contains genetic markers, or in this case, SNPs, that are informative for bighorn sheep. Now, we were able to use this genetic data to hypothesize what we might see. So now this plot on the left-hand side is a principal component analysis that represents the genetic similarities and differences among individuals. So each point represents one bighorn sheep individual, and the points are colored based on their location where they were captured on the map. So points that are closer together on the plot are more genetically similar, and those that are further apart are very different. So you can see there's a big gap between two clusters of points in this plot, and that's actually the location of St. Mary Lake, which is very interesting and might be a potential barrier to genetic connectivity. There's also a smaller gap that represents the location of Waterton Lake, which is separating the sheep on the west side from the east side of the lake. However, there is also evidence for possible dispersers. So you can see we have one individual on the left-hand side circled in brown that is actually more related to north of St. Mary Lake. South of St. Mary Lake, but was actually captured north of the lake. So that's pretty interesting to see that we might have individuals moving across the barrier. And we found a similar possible disperser across Waterton Lake. Now, to address this question, we employed the following methods, including identifying what locations we should use to evaluate landscape genetics, calculating the relatedness between pairs of bighorn sheep, and defining the geographic area that we wanted to use to evaluate this question. Now, to first identify what locations we should use, we considered two options, using either the capture location or the rut location. Now, oftentimes in landscape genetics, the capture location is used because that's all that is available. But if you remember, we're really fortunate in this study to also have GPS collar data available. And so we were interested in looking at their rut location as well, because of course, that's when gene flow occurs. And a paper in 2012 that found that some directional bias in your locations can actually bias your results of your landscape genetic work. So it's important to see if those capture locations are accurate or not. So we evaluated this question by calculating a centroid of the rut location for both males and females, and we defined this time period as November and December. So you can see the rut home ranges for both the males on the left side and the females on the right. And then we compared this location with the capture location. So in this plot, rut location is represented in the center, and then each line represents one bighorn sheep. The direction of the line represents the direction of the capture location from the rut location, and the color represents the month that that individual was captured. So for this example, this individual was captured in late winter because his color is blue, and his capture location was actually in a northerly direction from his rut location, and it was quite some distance away. So if there were no bias of those capture locations, we would expect to see a random scatter of lines throughout this plot. However, that's not what we see. We actually see some bias based on the time of year that the individual was captured, which is really interesting. So for example, you can see that individuals that were captured in the fall tended to be in a west direction from their rut location. So because of this identified bias, we decided to use those rut locations to evaluate landscape genetics. Next, we wanted to calculate the relatedness between individuals, and we did this using what's called the kinship coefficient. And what this does is it compares two individuals and represents the probability that two alleles, one from each individual, in this case SNPs, are the same due to a common ancestor. And this represents the relatedness in the past 2 to 3 generations. So we can calculate this metric for all pairs of individuals in our study and then compare them across the landscape. Next, we wanted to define the possible geographic area that sheep might move through in order to be genetically connected. And we did this by calculating the year-round home ranges for all individuals, because as you saw in the PCA, we might have dispersers at any time of year, but they also move during the rut. We merged all the home range polygons and put an 1,800 meter buffer around it because this represented the grilled cell size that we used for the analysis later. So you can see the defined study area shown in this map in blue. After we completed these steps, then our next steps were to determine, of course, if landscape attributes or habitat were associated with genetic relatedness, evaluate connectivity within those defined boundaries, and then predict future changes in genetic connectivity based on changes in environmental conditions. So first, to determine if landscape attributes or habitat were associated with genetic relatedness, we used a tool that is a machine learning optimization tool. And so what it does is it identifies the resistance layers that best fit our genetic data. And it can explain gene flow both due to short-term movements during rut, as well as permanent dispersal to another area. So you can see an example plot on the right-hand side. We'll have a range of landscape variable values on the x-axis, and then the optimized resistance ranging from more connectivity at the bottom to less connectivity at the top on the y-axis. We evaluated a wide suite of landscape variables that we expected might affect bighorn sheep genetic connectivity. And we also evaluated an annual RSF, which represented habitat. And this was created using the telemetry data from this area. So it was a local, very accurate RSF. Next, we evaluated connectivity using that resistance data, using something we heard about earlier, circuit theory, to model connectivity across the landscapes. I'm going to demonstrate what this means using hopefully a familiar friend to most of you, Pac-Man. So if you remember, Pac-Man has to navigate the specific landscape in order to find food, all while avoiding the ghosts. And there's also barriers that he has to avoid. I'm going to replace Pac-Man with a ram bighorn sheep. And if you remember, we defined that outer area using those home ranges. And of course, instead of looking for food, he's looking for women. And then we'll just replace those ghosts with some mountain lions. So if we zoom in a little bit on the ram and the women he's trying to find, we can actually try and understand what's preventing him from finding them. So using that optimization tool, we can identify those landscape attributes. So we have specific barriers that are completely impermeable where he can't go. And then there are other attributes that may be somewhat permeable, such as trees. So it may be a little bit harder for him to go through those trees. He may not be comfortable because there might be mountain lions hiding in there, or just he doesn't have good visibility or very good pathways to walk. So that could be a potential barrier. So we can represent this permeability of barriers using different colors. So those strong barriers where he cannot penetrate are shown in dark blue. And then those trees are shown in a lighter blue, showing that he might go through those areas, but maybe less inclined. And then some areas with a fewer, less trees, but might be easier for his movement can be shown in yellow. And then areas that are completely open to his movement are shown in red. And we can compare all possible pairs of grid cells across the landscape to summarize where the connectivity might be. So you can see the red area highlights areas with high connectivity, and the blue areas show areas with low connectivity. And when that high connectivity is constrained, that's what's called a pinch point. Now, finally, after we had this information, we wanted to predict how genetic connectivity might change based on shifts in the landscape. So we can edit those layers to reflect the changes in current or predicted future conditions, such as reducing canopy cover based on wildfire. So if we return to our example, if a wildfire takes out those trees, it might actually be a lot easier for him to move through that area to access that U. And now I'm going to show you the results of this effort. Our top resistance model was water and canopy cover. And the habitat RSF had a delta AIC of 323. So it did not perform very well in comparison to our genetic data. And the water and canopy cover was by far the best model. So in this plot on the left-hand side, you can see that the proportion of water is on the x-axis, ranging from less water to more in one grid cell. And then resistance is on the y. So you can see at really high proportions of water in a grid cell, that really causes a lot of resistance to bighorn sheep movement, which is what we would expect to see. Similarly, percent canopy cover had a negative effect on connectivity. And so you can see at really high percent canopy cover, around 70 to 80%, it really has a strong negative effect on connectivity. And now I'm going to show you maps that demonstrate this. So first, this map is evaluating that predicted barrier of Waterton Lake. And again, if you remember from the Pac-Man example, areas with more connectivity are predicted in red, and areas with less are in bluer colors. So you can see there's little genetic connectivity predicted directly across the lake based on this model, which makes sense. And then there's a predicted pinch point just south of the lake, which is the land area that the sheep have to navigate in order to cross from one area to another. Now looking at the St. Mary boundary, we see something very similar. There's very little connectivity directly across the lake. And there's a pinch point this time on the west side of the lake that they have to use to navigate from one side to another. Now, after finding these results, we were really interested to see if forest fires might affect this, because after the genetic sampling and after the spatial layers, the dates of the spatial layers that we used, there were some major wildfires that occurred in this area. And you can see the polygons representing these fire perimeters shown in red, and it affected 11% of the total study area. So what we did was we compared those connectivity maps before the fire with proposed or projected maps after the fire by modifying those canopy cover layers. And you can see the result on the right-hand side. So this is evaluating the boundary of Waterton Lake. And the overall bluer color suggests that there's a decrease in connectivity across the boundary. And why might that be? Well, we think it's because there was so much wildfire on one side of the boundary in Waterton, it actually made the model easier for sheep to move around in that area, so they were less inclined to go across the boundary. In contrast, evaluating the St. Mary boundary, we actually see a slight increase in connectivity represented by a browner color throughout the map. And the pinch point increased in area thanks to that fire and also shifts slightly downhill.
So it's really interesting to see that there is a predicted effect of forest fire on bighorn sheep connectivity, but those effects depended on both the proportion of area burned on either side of the boundary and the location of the burn. And it's important to note that, of course, these influences of fire may shift over time. It might be initially really open with lots of good forage, but then eventually later deadfall and new growth may make it difficult for bighorn sheep to navigate again. So in general, we found that rut locations are more accurate than capture locations when evaluating landscape genetics of bighorn sheep in this area. And large lakes and thick canopy cover were associated with inhibited gene flow or connectivity across the landscape. And this has several management implications. So it's important to note that, as we all know, climate change is expected to affect canopy cover, both through increased wildfires, which might improve connectivity, but also alpine encroachment of trees that might inhibit connectivity in areas where bighorn sheep typically move through. In addition, it's important to note that management of trees for other reasons may also inadvertently affect bighorn sheep. So controlled burns, fuel reduction, and tree restoration can all have an impact on the connectivity of bighorn sheep herds. However, managers could also directly use these tools to specifically manage bighorn sheep depending on the goal of the management action. And with that, I would like to thank all of our collaborators who were involved in this study. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you. That is something that's possible that could affect canopy cover, but yeah, that's an interesting one because it's not as straightforward. Okay, thank you.
Our last speaker for the session is Josh Janer. Josh is a postdoc at the University of Wyoming, and he's interested in the genetic history of bighorn sheep. He's also worked with several other study organisms, including butterflies, sage grouse, and wood rats. So welcome, Josh.
Definitely gonna break this. I apologize. Awesome. Well, I just want to start by saying I'm really excited to be here today to tell you a little bit about some of the work that we've been working on for, I think it's been 2 or 3 years now. And it's finally starting to come together. So I'm really excited. Thank you very much for letting me speak and for hearing me out. I want to start by first thanking some of the folks that I've been working most closely with on this, including my former postdoc advisors at the University of Nevada, Tom Parchman and Marjorie Matoke, my current postdoc advisor at the University of Wyoming, Alex Berkeley, and then Clint, who has never formally been my advisor, but he kind of feels like he's always there in the background. So I don't know if anyone else gets that feeling sometimes too, but so awesome. I just want to quickly figure out how to use the remote, but we'll see how this goes. No. Dun, dun, dun. I even checked beforehand to figure out if I could do it, but uh-oh. Amateur hour. Try this way. Nope. It wasn't me. Yes. I knew it. Awesome. Yeah, perfect. So I just want to remind everyone a little bit about the history of bighorn sheep because I find it really fascinating how all these changes have happened, over the last 150 years or something like that. So bighorn sheep used to be one of the most abundant large mammals across Western North America before, major European expansion into the Western United States. And then, of course, they suffered dramatic declines in both abundance and range sizes throughout their previous range, mostly due to the factors listed here. And this really fragmented populations across the West. But thanks to all the efforts from state and federal agencies, they've really rebounded both in their current distribution and also population sizes. It's really one of the greatest restoration success stories in the history of North America. Makes me really excited about the future. But at the same time, all of this was made possible by moving lots of individuals across the landscape, right? And so this has led to some pretty big genetic changes. And it's worth pointing out that a lot of these translocations and movements were conducted prior to any kind of genetic sequencing, right? So managers were doing the best with what knowledge they had. And now we can go back and use these genetic tools to see what happened. And so to give a little bit of background, I want to talk a little bit about some of the factors that influenced where sheep were moved across the landscape. And here's kind of my worldview of what the current distributions of different lineages look like. Each lineage is color coded. So we have California bighorn in the blue, whether or not you believe in California bighorn or not. Rocky Mountain bighorn in purple. Apologies to the Dakotas and Nebraska for forgetting to include you. Desert bighorn in red, and Sierra Nevada bighorn in orangish yellow. And so most of how we got here was based on a series of morphological studies that have been conducted throughout the 1900s. So the first one was done by Cohen, I believe in 1940, and he got together a bunch of different skulls from across the range and categorized those skulls based on morphology. And essentially he came up with something like 7 different lineages of bighorn sheep. There were Audubon's bighorn sheep, there were peninsular bighorn sheep were different, there's Weems bighorn sheep, these 3 lineage. Sierra Nevada bighorn, I believe, are actually lumped in with California bighorn. And so that's how a lot of the early translocations were informed based on this morphology study. But later on, this was revisited by Weyhausen and Ramey, and they got more skulls added to the sample sizes and started comparing things again. And this went through subsequent revision. They actually found that based on morphology, you can see an ordination analysis on the left-hand side here, that California bighorn and Rocky Mountain bighorn might not be that different in morphology, right? And so if that's true, and if this is reflective of the genetic history of these 2 putative lineages, then perhaps there's no difference between them, and maybe it's okay to start mixing them together. And it's really important in this context because of the history of the so-called California bighorn sheep. I'll remind you that most of the United States populations of California bighorn sheep were founded based on serial translocations of individuals from only a few source herds in British Columbia, right? So they moved them all from British Columbia, and then those populations were then used for more translocations and more translocations. And this led to a lot of bottlenecks and founder effects, and has led to decreased diversity in California bighorn populations. We know this from data from Oregon. Also, we know that when some jurisdictions have merged these two lineages together, sometimes you find better recruitment of these individuals when you mix them together. And so if we have problems with genetic diversity in California bighorn sheep, they seemingly do better when you mix them together, and they might not be actually different based on skull morphology. What should managers do? And so that's really the main kind of things that we're really interested in thinking about with California bighorn sheep. And so this all was possible thanks to Mike Cox. He was having these concerns for Nevada herds, but we really needed to have a range-wide perspective to sequence across the Western United States and Canada to get native herds from their core historic range and also these newer herds as well. And so Mike really allowed us to start working on this, provided the funding for most of the funding for this. And so all of this can either be thanked or blamed on Mike, depending on your perspective. So yeah, point all questions at him. So really, we wanted to come up with what should we do in the future, right? Some basic guidelines of what we should do. And we kind of lumped these into 3 different categories, ranging from not doing very much to, very different shifts in our policies. And so we could either pretty much do exactly what we're doing now, try and do a little bit to manage genetic diversity here and there, but no big changes to management. We could start doing translocations within lineages, trying to regularly manage diversity, but try to avoid mixing lineages, or we could just start mixing everything together. And so that's kind of what we wanted to try to figure out. And so for this talk, my 2 primary research questions are California and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep differentiated in a way that looks like historical, ecologically meaningful divergence, or is it more just recent differentiation that might be just a product of translocation and moving from, the range of British Columbia to across the Rockies, if just that difference is more indicative of what we see. And then second, I want to know just how much diversity is out there for California bighorn sheep. Are there some herds that have elevated diversity? How does this compare to the range of variation in Rocky populations? So that's what we were doing. And fortunately, a really great paper was published last year out of Lisette Waite's lab. It's Barbosa et al. 2021. And they used a really nice microsatellite data set to look at herds in Oregon or Idaho, Washington, and British Columbia. And so here we have the different herds. The orange ancestry is California ancestry. Blue is Rocky ancestry. And what they found was that the 2 lineages did appear to be genetically differentiated from one another. And also they found evidence for hybridization between the 2 in some herds. However, a lot of this, what the authors could say about these results was limited because they didn't have that range-wide perspective, right? We don't have the whole distribution of Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep to weigh the evidence against. And so that's what we wanted to build on. And so for the last few years, we've been trying to accumulate samples from across the West and sequence as many California and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep as possible. And this really came together because of a whole bunch of really awesome people that were willing to give us samples, participate in collaboration. And so we were able to get samples from most of the jurisdictions across the West, and we're able to sequence these native herds that are really important for answering our question. And so a big thanks to everyone in the room and on Zoom who contributed. we really appreciate it, and we'll definitely have more to talk about very soon. All right, so here's a summary of the 1,800 or so California and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep that we're able to sample. In addition, we had a few hybrid, what we classified as hybrid herds from North Dakota that were intentionally mixed together. And you can see that we did a pretty good job getting samples. And so this is what is going to be the basis of our analyses. Now, I'm not going to go into much about the genetic methods. Feel free to ask me afterwards. It's a next generation sequencing approach that samples different locations across the genome. It uses the single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, and we use those to learn about ancestry and genetic diversity and differentiation in our herds. And so a lot of times my family asks me what I do for a living, and they don't really, I give them an answer and they don't like to hear it, but I kind of have learned to describe it as I kind of do 23andMe for bighorn sheep, right? And so I'm trying to figure out, I'm really interested in ancestry, right? I want to figure out which individuals have ancestry from here or over here, and also what kind of distributions that is across different herds. And so the first thing I'm going to show you is a map showing ancestries across the West for California and Rocky herds, right? And I'm going to show that using pie charts. And so the blue pie charts here is the blue ancestry is California ancestry. The purple is Rocky Mountain ancestry. And I want to point out a few things. So the first thing is most of the herds have either entirely blue ancestry or entirely purple ancestry, which is exactly what we would expect if these lineages are different from one another. The second thing I'd like to point out is that there are a number of herds across the West that have mixed ancestry. They have both purple and blue, right? Some of those are places where we know they've been mixed together, like in North Dakota and other places. There are also a few places where it was somewhat surprising to find mixed ancestry, like in many of the source herds in British Columbia. And a lot of the places where we do see mixing or admixture are places where translocations have probably brought these lineages together. The next thing I'm going to show you is a principal component analysis, which we saw in the last talk. And this shows each individual as a circle, and they are color coded by what we going into this thought they were going to be. So purple are Rocky individuals, blue are California individuals. And you can see for the most part that individuals are separating along that first x-axis, right? And so that again shows us evidence that these are differentiated from one another. You also notice there's a lot of individuals in the middle, and those are hybrid individuals, those that have ancestry from both lineages. And again, in most of these cases, these hybrid individuals are from herds where we know they were mixed together due to translocation. But one main question you might have right now is, how much differentiation is this, right? How does this compare to other lineages? And so fortunately, my previous work on desert bighorns gave me access to a huge data set of desert bighorn individuals that we had sequenced the same exact way. And so when we add in desert individuals, again, we see nice tight clustering of individuals from the three lineages. Red here being the desert individuals. And so this gives us added evidence that all three lineages are genetically identifiable and differentiated from one another. So you might say that California bighorns are indeed a real thing, based on this preliminary evidence. And yeah, so just as clarification, this analysis here is based on over 2,000 individuals that were sequenced across the range and based on about 15,000 markers across the genome. Now, our last main question was about genetic diversity. And so we've looked at this with one metric so far, and it indeed confirms that California bighorns have dramatically reduced genetic diversity compared to both rocky and desert individuals. And so this is only one metric. We're going to verify this with other different metrics of genetic diversity, but this shows us a lot of what we kind of expected going in, that these serial translocations of California bighorns have resulted in very low genetic diversity. And so to answer our two main research questions, it does look like the two lineages, California and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, have been differentiated quite a long time, and that this may be reflective of ecologically meaningful differences between the lineages. We still have more work to do. Again, all this is preliminary, but that's the first take home. And the second take home, again, is that California bighorns have really low genetic diversity. And that's something that in the future, we probably are going to have to think about very carefully of what to do with California bighorns. So some implications for management. If California and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep are well differentiated and it's ecologically meaningful differentiation, then it's probably best practice not to mix these two lineages together, especially concerning remnant herds, native herds that have never been affected by translocation before, right? And that's really important, right? There's different scales of this. And so we really want to protect those remnant herds that have the native ancestry. Secondly, again, California bighorn sheep have low genetic diversity, but there was variation across the range of California bighorn sheep and how much diversity there was. Oregon has really low diversity, but some of the herds in other jurisdictions have higher diversity. And so we might be able to use those herds that have higher diversity or that came from diverse origins to use as founders for future translocations if we want to try and elevate genetic diversity. And then the last point here is that if those British Columbia founder herds are indeed admixed, that means that most of what is pure California ancestry that remains isn't in Canada. It's actually in the United States, right? And these really genetically depauperate populations. And so if we want to maintain what is pure California ancestry, then we have to maintain that in the United States. And that's something that's going to be really tricky moving forward. Uh-oh. Oh no. Can I get one more slide? Oh, here we go. So what are some benefits of this? I think ancestry is a really informative tool for trying to choose what herds and individuals we use for future translocations. By thinking about that and genetic diversity in concert, I think we can make really informed decisions and it will improve management going forward. I think we can use some of these herds that have been intentionally mixed together, these California Rocky admixed herds, to learn about what happens when we mix together individuals during translocations. I think a lot of times we put individuals from two sources together and we just assume that they're breeding well together, but it's really hard to verify that if they're not genetically differentiated. But now we can go in, look at the different types of hybrids that are produced and learn more about mixing in bighorn sheep populations. And then this data set will be made publicly available and can serve as the baseline for any kinds of future genetic analyses. And also link this with studies of demography or disease to try and understand how ancestry and diversity might relate to those different things. And I'm really excited about the future of bighorn sheep genetics moving forward. The last thing I'd like to say is that, most of the last year I've spent most of the last year working on analyzing this data set. We're finally at a point where we're going to start being really confident in these results. And so now Clint and I hope to start reaching out to collaborators. We're really excited about having everyone's ideas about what analyses we want to do in the future, incorporating phylogenetic approaches that can give us a different perspective, and expect an email from us really soon. And so finally, I just want to thank funding. All of the funding for this project has come from Nevada, Idaho, and the Wild Sheep Foundation. And then my current postdoctoral position is funded by the Modelscape Consortium, which is funded by the National Science Foundation. With that, thank you very much for your attention. And any negative thoughts, please direct to Mike. Thank you. Oh, cool.
All right, question from Daryl Lutz about the whiskey herd and the Absarokas having some California in there. I guess I'd be interested to hear that as well.
Yeah, so I've looked at those two a little bit in a lot of different ways, and I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with those two herds. I have a guess that there is a genetic break between northern and southern Rocky herds, to where there's a northern, and that break probably is happening, I think, somewhere right around the US Canadian border. And I think right now the mixed ancestry isn't mixed ancestry between those two things. I think it is the model not doing a good job at revealing that southern Rocky ancestry that I think is there. This is going to take a lot more work in running more models to verify all these things. Also, that phylogenetic approach will really help us kind of clarify those questions, but I wouldn't read too much into that at the moment. Rich, you can talk. Whoa.
Very strange, speaking from remote. You can hear me okay?
Yep, I can.
Okay, yeah, I just typed my question in. Great talk. I was part of the Barbosa paper, so sort of preceded you along some of these lines. You've got a lot more data, but I thought you seemed to indicate that the long-term genetic divergence you've documented are evidence of ecologically meaningful adaptations. And I'm not following your logical leap. It is true that in some cases, mixing has been deliberate, but in most cases, managers have attempted to not mix the two lineages for reasons having nothing to do with the genetic differences that your groups documented, our group documented as well. So I'm not following that logic quite yet.
Yep, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I didn't do a great job of explaining that jump. So in general, when you have a large degree of divergence between two lineages, it's often correlated with ecologically meaningful differences among them. It doesn't have to be the case. It's usually more pronounced when they live in different places. But I should make that very clear that additional analyses based on landscape genetic approaches are needed to verify any kind of role in that. And that's something that we have planned moving forward. We're going to try and link different climatic factors to divergence among lineages. And so, I definitely need to reinforce that it's my opinion that they are, ecologically meaningful differences. And yeah, we still have work to do to verify that. So thank you for helping me clarify that.
Going back to the basis of speciation, originally it was skull morphology, which is structure. And we seem to have converted from gross structure to fine structure, which is what you find with the variations in nuclide sequence. So I'm wondering, have we really gone anywhere? Which kind of, for me, brings the question down, is a species what it is structurally, say DNA or skull morphology, or what it does in the ecosystem? And, is the assumption that if we have not a great deal of variation in nuclide specificity or sequencing, is that really indicative of a difficulty in adapting to environment?
Yep.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's a lot of different ways to define species, like you said, and they've been used in a lot of different ways. To me, the lineage question perhaps isn't the most useful way to think about, management, right? And it doesn't really matter whether or not they're different lineages or not. It matters whether or not there's ecologically meaningful variation out there, whether or not different lineages are locally adapted to certain conditions or not, and whether or not mixing them together will disrupt any local adaptations, right? And that can be at a very fine scale with, relatively low differentiation among populations, or that can be a big scale, right? Where it's historical differentiation and very close associations with very different climatic factors. And so I think our big goal and long-term goal is to really understand, what those differences are among lineages and populations, and then to figure out exactly how we want to, I don't know, where ancestry should be, and perhaps use that to guide translocations moving forward. So that's kind of how I see it. We want to identify, in the desert work that I've done before, we identified a herd that has, a very different genetic ancestry profile than the rest of the herds in Nevada. And it led us to think that, maybe there was a Great Basin lineage of desert bighorn sheep that was ecologically adapted to some of those different conditions than are found in the Mojave Desert. And so by sequencing these things, we can start to try and put forth our best guesses of, where ancestry might have been in the past and maybe where it might need to go in the future. But it's all, going to take a lot of work. So. Yeah, that's a really great question. In case nobody could hear it, it was essentially how low can we go with genetic diversity, and whether or not there's a threshold at which management might be warranted to try and increase genetic diversity or do something like genetic rescue. And I think there might be a threshold, right? And the real challenge there is to have the genetic data linked to phenotypic data, right? And so if we have information for a herd that is both genetic and phenotype or in disease, right, then we can start linking those things. But we have to have that for lots of herds to start making those connections. And so my hope is that now that we've sequenced a lot of these herds, people can start collecting this demographic data for these herds at the same time, and then start making these links that can tell us perhaps for this is when we might need to go in or not, right? Yeah, so that's, I think, I don't know, a long-term goal as well is, to have this be a springboard for other studies to try and make those links. Thank you.
So that concludes our session, and lunch is up next. Lunch is going to be in the Teton room, and it looks like Kevin has something to say. And we're going to meet back at 1 o'clock here.
Okay, what I would ask everybody to do is you're welcome to eat out in the lobby or eat in the break room or eat in here. But in the interest of time, if you can finish and be back in here by 12:15, we'll start the business meeting. And I think we can get it done in 20 to 30 minutes and then still give you more time before the 1 o'clock start. So if you want to eat in here or out in the lobby, wherever, but let's be back in here at 12:15 sharp to start the business meeting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Check. Come on in, you guys. Only the good kids get the brownies. Okay, in the interest of staying on schedule, ask everybody to grab a chair, grab a brownie. Let's get through this. Every 2 years, we do have to take care of some business, as they say in Texas. One thing I want to do while folks are sitting here waiting for others to trickle in, make sure you take a look at the sponsors on the inside front cover of the program. It was kind of a unique situation because Alberta had to do a virtual. There were a number of the donors and sponsors and organizations that helped underwrite the 2020 symposium in Alberta. And after those bills all got paid, those sponsors said, just keep the money, put it towards the next one. So there's quite a mix of sponsors recognized here, but I'm not going to read them all. Just want to acknowledge there were a bunch of Alberta sponsors that contributed. One I do want to mention, Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance. We're going to talk goat stuff here in a few minutes, but Greg Vandenberg on the RMGA Board of Directors is here. And I know he's got some information set up back there just about the Goat Alliance. There is funding available, small amount funding from RMGA for goat work. And so we have a Science and Conservation Committee for the Goat Alliance. And it's guys like Steve Gordon, Kevin White, Bill Jecks, Aaron Schaefer, me, Darren Epp. But we try to critically review the project proposals and then recommend actions to the RMGA board. So if you haven't met Greg or want to find out more about the Goat Alliance, please do. They're really coming on strong, doing a great job. But I did want to acknowledge the sponsors, especially the carryovers from Alberta. Every 2 years, we have to take care of some business. So I appreciate a few minutes of your time. This won't take long. We'll get through this. On the tables is the agenda for the business meeting. And so I'm just going to walk through this per the agenda. Kind of a financial picture. Every year I've volunteered as the exec director for 30 years now, since the 92 meeting in Cody. Wayne Heimer volunteered for 10 years before I did. And so I think it's about time I hand that hot rock back to Wayne. So yeah, he just asked me to hold this and watch my beer and hold this. And so, or hold this, whatever, hold my beer and watch this. So you can see these are snapshots in time at the end of every calendar year. For the last 15 to 20 years, we try to keep an end of the year balance somewhere in the mid to high teens. And so this year, the balance as of 2 days ago is quite high, but you can imagine Doug's been on kind of a shopping spree here with that great lunch we had. Hell, that's enough to feed this group for 3 meals. So if you'll get a sandwich on the field trip tomorrow, but if you're hungry, stuff a brownie in your pocket and take it. But that's a snapshot. Whoops, not sure where that black line's coming from, but you can see our financial picture. And so after we get this one behind us and the bills paid, we'll still be in that probably 18 to 20,000 range net. And we always sit on that in case there's a project need or for the next host to help them get started. So that's our snapshot. And I've got receipts for every penny that's ever been spent, at least that I know of in the last 30 years, if somebody's really wanting to dive into the books and audit me. The guidelines, these are published in every set of proceedings. It's a 1-pager. As far as I know, it hasn't changed in a number of years, but I don't have any suggested revisions to this, but take a look at it sometime. And if you see something, bring it up and we can take that in front of the executive committee and act on that. As we've been talking about, Beth McCallum, John Jorgensen, Kirby Smith, Katrina Rookstole, and Mike Jokinen and a bunch of other NWSGC folks really did a good job on the Alberta proceedings. So we've got about 60 going to the agency and university libraries. And then Beth and John, you guys took orders for a few, so we'll satisfy those orders. If you want to take one with you, it saves shipping. And so those are only $15 US. None of that funny money. But it's just, you know, we do have these published on our webpage. And so they're downloadable as an entire volume or the individual PDFs if you have select papers that you're interested in. But if you or your agency or your outfit wants a hard copy for the shelves, we have those here. I brought some 2016, 2018, and John brought the 2020s. And so those order forms are in the break room where we just had lunch. And so take one home if you can check against your library copy, see what you're short, see what you're missing, and then let me know. Most of these are stashed at our Wild Sheep Foundation headquarters in Bozeman. And so I get there periodically enough, I can fill orders if people need those. I want to talk for a minute about our website. Yeah, there's the order form. Okay. Before we get into some specifics, I'm just going to say that we have what's called the NWSGC e-news network. It's sort of a moderated listserv. It's been in existence for over 20 years. We have about 800 names on there right now. But when I send out a job announcement, a new publication, a management or research question or something, some e-blast, I'm getting about 150 kickback messages out of 800. And I think, obviously there's people that have moved on, their email addresses have changed, but I think there's some agencies that have filters that those are just not going through. So Holly, I'm looking at you. Do you get those through IDFG? Those come okay? Jake? Okay. And I just haven't had time to do the forensics and figure out, you know, who has the biggest filter problem. So I'm still trying to work with Quadrant New Media in Saskatoon. That's our host for the webpage and our e-news network. I'd like to get to the point where if folks have a new email address or they change a cell phone, that they can self-update, but we're not there yet. So if somebody's, because I've sent out probably 6 or 8 messages since the first of the calendar year. If you're not getting them and you think you're subscribed, you might not be. So we do have a subscribe page. If you look at the third one from the bottom, just click on it. We don't sell this. We don't give this list away. But if you're interested in getting on this e-news network, there's a field or a screen. You fill out all the required fields, some optional ones if you choose to. And then about a minute later, you get a confirmation email that says, okay, really, do you want to subscribe? Hit yes, and then you're added. But it is a good way to stay in touch with far-flung people from all over the Northern Hemisphere. One of the things that I wanted to ask about, you know, different agencies, different organizations use MailChimp, SurveyMonkey, some of those. I think what we have is a pretty antiquated e-news network. I wouldn't mind looking into some modification or maybe jump to another platform or provider. But has anybody had any luck keeping, you know, in touch this kind of communication tool with, say, MailChimp or some other analogous program, good or bad? You know. Okay, well, I'll keep looking into that. I know Wild Sheep Foundation, we just switched over to a MailChimp SurveyMonkey type e-blast for our every other week Mountain Minutes. And yeah. Member Planet. Okay, thanks, Nathan. I'll look into that one. So still working with our webmaster, planning some refresh and update work in this coming year. The past proceedings we've already talked about, the order form, and what we did with the 2020. And so Doug, at some point, whoops, where'd Doug go? He was just here. At some point, Doug will lay out what their schedule is for getting the 2022 proceedings published. I know Catherine and the Alberta folks, it took them about 16, 17 months, which is better than average. It's not a record, but it's better than average. So I'm sure Doug will lay that out for all the speakers. I know that Doug and Allie and Peach, I think the three of you have volunteered to be the editors for the proceedings. Justin, you did it 4 years ago from Whitefish, and Catherine did it for this year. So it's a big task, but maybe if you guys haven't powwowed, you might prepare something to share with everybody. Okay, resolutions. I want to go through this. Y'all know that in 2004, when we took the Love Boat cruise through the Gulf of Alaska, we put together a position statement on mountain goats and helicopter supported recreation. Well, that was posted. It is posted on our website on this hot link. And there's a lot of use. And Steve Gordon, I think we'll talk about that a little bit. But it needed updated. So in 2020, we had, Kevin White from Alaska and Steve Gordon from British Columbia stepped up and took on this position statement, had about 15 of our NWSC folks chime in. We wound up with a really good, strong, updated document with a lot of citations, figures, management recommendations. So by September of 2020, the exec committee had reviewed a draft. And if you remember, mid-October, I sent out an e-blast asking folks to respond by Halloween. And I heard back from 25 and everyone was in support of that. So as an electronic item for the Zoom meeting in Alberta in early November of 2020, we adopted the revised updated position statement. And it's more than helicopter supported recreation. It has to do with a lot of things. You can read the title, Commercial and Recreational Disturbance of Mountain Goats. It is the first paper in the 2020 proceedings. That was one thing we wanted to do. And John and Catherine and Beth made that happen. And so we are now contemplating a second position statement, not about the same topic. And I want to explain what I'm talking about there. I think everybody knows the old canary in the mine shaft concern about everything from pikas to mountain goats. As temperatures warm, climates change, snowpack, freeze thaw cycles, things get weirder and weirder in not only mountain sheep, but mountain goat range. And so we all know that goats are going to be impacted, maybe more so than sheep. You know, sheep live all the way from desert in Mexico clear to the north in Alaska and the Yukon. But we've been talking amongst ourselves about trying to come out with another position statement, not on how to fix or how to stop climate change, but more importantly, what do you do about it? How do you manage and mitigate the impacts of these changing climates and conditions on mountain goats and their habitats? And so several of us on the Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance Science and Conservation Committee, it's Steve Gordon, Kevin White, me, Bill Jacks, Darren Epp, Aaron Schaefer, I think that's it. I think, Steve, we've been talking about this idea. So we bounced the idea past the Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance board in early February. They were keen on that. And so as co-chairs of that Science and Conservation Committee, Kevin and Steve put a 2-pager together. The RMGA board unanimously approved it. And then I polled our exec committee to see if that's something that we would want to take on. Got real unanimous support for that. And so Kevin White, he's now retired from Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And so we want to keep that boy busy. And so we've talked to him about chairing another committee to put together a position statement. The Goat Alliance is very interested in this. What we envision is if we put together a 10 or 12 or 20-page document with citations and figures and a lot of data, we think the Goat Alliance should be able to excerpt or abstract out of that for some of their advocacy roles and missions. So Greg, that's what we've been talking about. And I think that's what the RMGA board is talking about as well. So we've also been approached by Jen Salikas. If you know Jen, she's the former director of wildlife for BC Ministry. She's moved over to a different portfolio now, Kylie. I'm not sure exactly what, but she's the current president of WAFWA. And so she approached Steve or called him recently and said, man, this would help. This would help the WAFWA agencies to have something like this. And they're looking to the council as kind of an independent third party to pool our knowledge, pool our information. So wanted to roll that out to people here at the business meeting. I can't see the screen, so I'm going to move just a little bit. I'm blocking you guys, Brent. And so Kevin White has volunteered to take the lead role on an NWSDC committee. And what we've talked about is a timeline. We don't want this to take a year and a half. So we envision something in the 6-month range. And so Kevin, I asked him last Thursday, and he laid out what his view would be on some interim deadlines and gates to get through, with a goal to have a near final draft by Halloween, route that to the exec committee, and then send it out to the membership. And then by the end of November, via SurveyMonkey or MailChimp or some online way, see if we should adopt that as a council and try to get it published and finalized by the end of the calendar year, and also get it in the proceedings for 2022 when those become ready. Make it the lead document. This is some detail, but I just draw your attention to that figure. Kevin's laid out sort of his view, and he's published on this extensively, but the figure on the right is basically some modeling that shows how mountain goat and mountain goat habitat is going to contract and shrink, as well as some of the snow fields like in Glacier. I know that's a big deal. Been published by Sarmento et al. In Glacier. So our ask at this point is, are there folks interested in helping? And Kevin White is willing to take the lead on this, but we need, I think, 6 or 8 or 10 people that can contribute to this. Maybe something on genetics and connectivity, something on disease and pathogen surveillance. I mean, there's a bunch of facets to this, but the ask would be, if you're interested, you can either talk to Kevin White, Steve Gordon, or me here, or get a hold of Kevin White directly, but at your earliest convenience, just because we do want to get rolling with this. So Steve, is that pretty well cover as much as we've discussed? Do we need any more detail than that? Yeah. Yeah. So it's another opportunity to make ourselves relevant. And I think that's what we do. That's what we have, is our knowledge and our experience and our information and our recommendations. So wanted to spend a little time on that. Let's talk about the past symposia. You can see this is the history going back to 1971, the first one of these. And like I said, Wayne did this for about 10 years. I've done this for 30. And so I just love this organization and what it's meant to me and to the critters that I care about. So this is the laundry list. It's published in the program details that Doug et al. Put together, so you can see the history. And let's talk about the rotation. Who's up next? I'm not sure why that black bar keeps showing up. But we've gone to a 3 US, 1 Canada rotation, just in fairness. You know, it used to be every other alternating years or alternating meetings, and that's just not fair to the 4 Canadian jurisdictions. We tried 2 for 1. Now we've been a 3 for 1 for quite a while. So using that and knowing that Alberta just did it, BC did it in 2012 in Kamloops, Yukon did it in 2000 in Whitehorse. 2024, it should be a US state. And so Todd Rinaldi from Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Todd and I have talked. I've talked to Darren Bruning and Tom Loheis and some other folks in Alaska. And Todd, you were going to maybe run it up a flagpole. Did you find out anything? Okay, so let's jump ahead to 2026. It would be another US jurisdiction, and not singling out anybody, but as I look at the rotation and the history, Utah did it in 2008 in Midway. Wyoming, this is a 30-year gap between 92 and 2022, but I've had a little bit of conversation with some Utah folks, a little bit with Oregon, who hosted it in Hood River in 2010. And so no, arm twisting, anything, just planting a seed. But I think, I'm looking at Don Whitaker, just for what you and I talked about out in the hall, you've got to run it up your flagpole at home. But we just heard Todd say that Alaska's willing to go 2024 if somebody else doesn't want to step up. So I guess for those people either in the room or on Zoom from a US jurisdiction, anybody got a fever that they want to take this on? Don, comment? Yeah, and Whitefish, Todd offered in Whitefish in 2018 that maybe Alaska would do it in 2024. So let's go on that basis, that let's plan on Alaska, unless Don or Oregon, if they're interested, Utah interested, but it might be 26 for one of those. And then thinking down the line, 2028, maybe back in the Yukon. So that's a pretty good gap between 2000 and 2028. So anyhow, I think that's enough. Todd, that's enough to go forth on at the moment. I think there's a lot of interest. And what Todd and I talked about the other day was, instead of a classic 3-day, if we're going to go to Alaska, let's stay another, make another day, maybe papers, field trip, papers, or something like that. Have an extra day of field trip. There in Texas, everything's bigger. So, but yeah, a lot of planning. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, Yukon actually filled their sheep and goat biologist position, Megan Larrabee. And I don't know if she's on Zoom, probably cringing, but they did fill that. And so we'll be working with her in Whitehorse in 3 weeks at our Thin Horn Sheep Summit #3. So there are folks in the Yukon in place that down the road, I think, could take this on. So any other comments? I've got to tell this anecdote because I know the statute of limitations has expired, but in 2004, we had it on this Holland America cruise line, and Karen Gordon helped negotiate the prices. It was the first cruise of the spring, and so we got shoulder season rates. And based on the due diligence that Karen did, It was 30% cheaper than a ground-based one in Anchorage, Juneau, or Fairbanks. It just didn't pass the smell test. And so for those of you who remember Dr. Terry Krieger, he was our game and fish, Wyoming game and fish vet for a long time after Tom Thorne. Terry turned in an abstract and he got his travel approved. And his abstract, if he was here, I'd tell him the same thing. It was a bullshit abstract, frankly. And then he takes Will Schultz, a technician that was working with him that came from Oregon, and Will got his travel approved. McWhorter had a serious paper. He got turned down, and I didn't even request travel because I was married at the time. I took my family and we went on this cruise. But I asked Krieger, I said, how did you get your travel approved? Knowing the smell test. And he said, well, I just said that I was going to go to a meeting in Seattle and I would be returning from Seattle. He neglected to mention a 7-day cruise in the middle and nobody looked. So I outed him and I made him buy a round of drinks for everybody in our 35-person party. He had to buy a round of drinks for those people. So just creative travel planning. So, okay, enough on that. Lastly, our exec committee, and it's a pretty, can't read the chat function, but here's the current members. We have 4-year terms. The expiration dates are in parentheses. So you can see that Steve, Todd, and Helen, their terms expire at this meeting. Kevin White, Steve Wilson, and Daryl Lutz from Wyoming, those are on for 2 more years. We always have an ad hoc 2-year member from the host jurisdiction. In this case, it's been Doug, but his term goes, and then me with a lifetime sentence of doing this. And so in the rotation, we need 2 Canadians for 4-year terms and 1 US rep for a 4-year term, and then 1 ad hoc person that should be 2024 from the next host. So if we could, for the moment, Todd, if you're willing to offer to be the chair, should Alaska host it in 24, if you would fill that ad hoc, let me go back 1 slide. If you would fill that bottom left 2-year slot as the ad hoc member from the host. And so Steve, Todd, and Helen, their terms are up. And so I've talked to a few people that are willing and interested in putting their name in the hat. Steve, you're up, willing to go for another turn in the barrel? Okay, there's a joke. I'll tell you that later. Okay, and Todd, you would obviously step in. So is there another Canadian? Well, we need 2 Canada, 1 US. Well, I know you're American. Damn right. You're American. Catherine? Okay. Any other Canadian folks, either online? Is anybody burning up the chat, Tony? Like, yeah, they're gone dead silent. Bill Jex. Bill's willing and interested, the sheep and goat biologist for the province. So, and then how about a US rep? Kevin White, he just retired, but he's still on the exec committee, and Daryl. So we need 1 US along with 2. Sonia? Cool. Okay. Anybody else? Great. Well, thank you, Sonia. Sonia Anderson from Montana. So, Mike? Oh, God, I was going to say, what are you volunteering for? Yeah. I thought, what is Mike Cox raising his hand for? Yeah. So, but Tony, can you tell us Bill Jex on the Zoom? So, you know, arm wrestle, thumb wrestle between Steve and Catherine and Bill. Catherine, what? Oh, now there's a campaign speech. He can have it if he wants it. Vote for Bill. So he would support them. Catherine, I think you're in. So, all right, that'll be good. We got 2 Canadians, 1 goat guy, 1 sheep gal. Diversity, inclusion, all that stuff. We're right on. Okay, so we'll go with that. Todd as the 2024 ad hoc member. Oh, and this just came in overnight from Marco in Quebec. And I'll let you guys read it. It was just a quick email that he sent me overnight. And the Zoom folks can see that too, so I'm not going to read it out loud, but there's apparently some kind of a new guide for aging and measuring sheep. Haven't looked at it. It just literally came in overnight. So I just plugged it in this morning. And so if you guys want to capture a screenshot of that hot link, I tried to make it darker, but it's not real dark. But yeah, and then take a look at it and see what you think. And if you have comments, maybe route that to me, what you've seen or what you think of it, and I'll circulate it on the e-news network. So everybody get a screenshot of that needed it. Yeah, I can just put Marco's message out to the 650 out of 800 people that I can communicate with, and the 150 bounce backs. It's like, sorry. Okay, so I mentioned, and I think that's it. Does anybody have anything else in terms of the affairs of the council from a business standpoint? Oh, Helen Schwancha, I can help with some of the climate change paper if wanted. Kevin, Helen, thank you. Yeah, so I do think there's components of this that would be helpful. You know, the habitat stuff, the pathogen stuff, the connectivity questions. So anyhow, Doug, if you're ready, where'd Doug go? Doug. Yeah, he's out in the hall. Doug. He's coming. No. Okay, so we're going to start at 1 o'clock. So I'm not sure who is the next session chair. You are, Tony? Yeah, don't let them out of the room. Keep the brownies in here. All right, thanks.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Hello, check, check, check. Okay, we'll get started here in just a second if you can make your way to your seats. Start with our first session of the afternoon. All right. Your moderator for this afternoon session is going to be Tony Mong. Tony Mong's a wildlife biologist for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, has been for numerous years. He was the lucky guy that gets to spend the time in the Absarokas managing the Absaroka sheep herd. One of the soft places in my heart, as well as Kevin's, I know, working with mountain goats and sheep and some amazing elk and large carnivores as well. It's an amazing district to have as a wildlife biologist. And I'd just like to turn it over to Tony.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. All right. Hey, thanks for being here. Glad to be moderating this session. Something near and dear to my heart, research and management, combining those and making a difference in both sheep and goats. We'll kick it off here. We're going to start with Carson Butler. He is currently a wildlife biologist that was born and raised in the last best place. If you don't know where that is, that's Montana. Luckily, now he's living in the first best place, which is Wyoming. He is a biologist at Grand Teton National Park. He's been there since 2016. He did get his bachelor's and master's degree from Montana State University, and he loves bighorn sheep, mountain goats, and where they live. And so if you're ever out doing any kind of behavioral study, looking at mountain goats and sheep in his off time, you may see him up there frolicking with the mountain goats and sheep. So please help me in welcoming Carson Butler.
Thanks for that, Tony. That's not verbatim what I wrote. Tony did much better than what I wrote. So other presenters in this session are in for a real treat, I think. So my talk's coming in a little long, so Tony also might have to drag me off of this podium. So beware. Okay, I can probably start talking. Okay, so as Tony said, I'm Carson Butler. I'm with Grand Teton. And what I want to do with this talk is just kind of share what we've learned and have been doing with trying out some new ways to monitor sheep in the Teton Range during the summertime. Before I dive any further, I'll just talk about our other authors. So Sarah and I work for Grand Teton. We more or less initiated this work. Clint Epps and Rachel Crowhurst at Oregon State are doing the genetic work. Ali Kordemanch, I'm sure most of you know, the Jackson biologist for game and fish. Ali does the helicopter surveys. Every year they happen. We have Mary Connor down at Utah State helping us with the statistics. And then Michael Whitfield is a retired Forest Service biologist who actually did the original research on this population. He's been helping us out a whole bunch with the field work, and he's just kind of a wealth of knowledge about this population. Okay, so in Tetons, we have a small isolated sheep population for decades. There's been thought to be 100 to 125 animals in the range. It's a remnant population, so animals from the Tetons used to winter at low elevation on either side of the range. The animals that are left now all winter up high, and this poses some monitoring challenges. Uh-oh. What direction should I point this? Okay. Well, now I'm really going to be late. Okay. And there's actually two different populations in the Tetons. So this Google Earth image is rotated 90 degrees. So north is right. And the blue polygon is kind of the core range of our northern herd. And the yellow polygon is the core range of our southern herd. And the middle of the range has a lot less sheep use in it. There are sheep in the middle of the range, and we think they align with the northern population, but just much lower densities in there. Oh boy, really struggling here. Okay, so because this herd spends the whole year at high elevation, they don't come down to low elevation winter ranges and really concentrate a way that makes them easy to count. They're pretty challenging to monitor. So the helicopter surveys take place above 10,000 feet, which is challenging for the ship. The weather's often bad. And the animals aren't really the animals aren't really concentrated. They're pretty dispersed. And this is an example of what the winter range looks like. Okay, so, oh man, I'm really thrown off by this clicker thing. So back to the helicopter surveys, 2015 to 2017, there was 3 consecutive years of really low counts, less than 60 animals. So our working group here got pretty concerned about the sheep in the Teton Range and started taking action on a few different fronts to try to help the population. And one of the things that we started doing was thinking about how to come up with a better estimate of how many sheep are actually in the range, because if we have a small population, we want to know if they're declining pretty quickly. So that's when we started thinking about mineral licks a bit harder. So we all know they're really important to bighorn sheep, and we thought that they could be kind of like a concentrating factor where we could go to a few sites and have access to the whole population of sheep for detection. So I started looking for about 10 licks across the range that I thought our small crew could reasonably get to, but also, we wanted the whole population to be available for capture. And so fortunately, we have GPS collar data from Ali's thesis that was done about 10 years ago. And I was able to overlay the GPS data from the animals in her study, which were about 30 ewes, with our known mineral licks, and more or less verify that every one of these animals visited one of the licks that we're going to monitor. So we think we have access to the whole population for detection. Originally, we're going to use trail cameras to try to get a population estimate. In 2017, we started collaring animals again. And the idea was to use the marker site analysis to do that. Unfortunately, we just had a lot of bad luck with weather during our capture windows. And in 2018, we had up to 11 collared animals, but then after that, we just kind of lost them due to attrition and not able to put them back out. I had planned on talking a lot more about trail cameras in this talk. I'm using them to see if we can estimate lamb recruitment at mineral licks. I'm not far enough to talk too much about that. I am really liking the trail cameras. I think they're a great idea, but not going to talk too much more about them. Mostly I'm going to talk about our work trying to use fecal DNA to estimate how many sheep are in the range. And so more or less what we're doing is we're going to these mineral licks, we're picking up scat off the ground, we're sending it to Rachel and Clint, and they're doing all the really interesting work and getting DNA off of pellets, using the DNA to identify individuals, and then we're counting animals that way. And when you collect these samples in a systematic way, you can then do like closed capture models to get an actual population abundance estimate. So this isn't like incredibly new technology. This study came out in 2015. The field work was done a little before 2010. And so these authors used fecal DNA to estimate abundance in Rocky Mountain National Park. At the time, though, to have a decent chance of getting DNA off of a pellet sample, you almost had to watch the animal go number 2 and go pick it up. And that makes the field work a lot more challenging because you're kind of on the sheep schedule. And Clint was here a few years ago and told us that they've been using fecal DNA to get some really precise abundance estimates down in the desert, and kind of pointed out now you can just pick up the pellets off the ground and actually have a good shot at getting DNA off of them. So this is a study with pronghorn in the Sonoran Desert. And then this study was desert mule deer and bighorn sheep, I believe in the Mojave in Southern California. And so both of these studies had great success getting DNA off of scat samples they were just picking up off the ground. It sat there for maybe a week. And so we thought we'd give it a try. One difference about us compared to the environments where these studies took place is we're not a desert in the Teton Range. We get a lot of afternoon thunderstorms in the summertime, and our sites are far enough back there and our crew is small enough. We're not really able to visit our sites, every couple days or even once a week. Like our samples are going to have to sit out there for up to 2 weeks. And so going into this, I had some pretty big concerns about how well we'd actually do getting DNA off of the samples. But we decided it was worth giving it a shot. We're already planning to monitor mineral licks. So Sarah and I started looking for grant funding to pay for the genetic analysis of the samples. So the study design or field work is not too complicated. So we're visiting each of our sites 5 times throughout a summer, and giving our staffing capacity, we're able to go at 2-week intervals. And so at the park, we have a 2-person ungulate crew, and they basically get the backpack for 10 weeks of the summer. So they'll, in the southern part of the range, they'll do a multi-day trip, visit most of our sites down there. Next week, they go to the northern part of the range, visit our sites there, do it again 5 times. And then, a few of us are helping out with day trips for some of the easy to get to sites. So not a huge group of people involved in the field work. So these are the sites that we're monitoring, or at least were in 2019, to give you some idea. And I'm going to show you, based on our preliminary findings from 2019, I did update the sites that we're visiting. Okay, the actual methods for getting the samples and processing them are straightforward. So we have designated routes at each of our sites that we walk along and look for sheep scat. And from any pile that we find, we're picking up 5 to 10 pellets, putting it in a coin envelope. And any pellets that we don't pick up, we're tossing off the route because we don't want to pick it up the next time we visit. You have to dry out the samples, any samples that still have moisture in them, as soon as possible at the end of the day. And then the last thing is we're not, at least intentionally, analyzing lamb samples. I chose that for like assumptions, or based on assumptions of a closed capture model. So the inference that we're getting is meant to be for the adult population of sheep. I can't really do justice to everything Rachel and Clint are doing in the lab, but from biologist perspective, I can say we're looking at 9 microsatellite markers and a sex indicator to identify individual animals. And Rachel did some work based on our first year's results, and she found that if we can get successful amplification at 7 of these markers, that's good enough to reliably identify an animal. I'm using just closed capture models to come up with the population abundance estimate. Just kind of doing all the standard stuff. I have a small set of competing models I'm testing against each other. I'm looking for heterogeneity in capture rates. And if there is heterogeneity, you use a pledge or mixture model, and doing some tests for population closure, kind of just checking the assumptions. And kind of the spoiler alert is when we got our data set back, there's weird stuff happening with the male side of it. The closure test for 2020 said the population wasn't closed. And more or less, the models were trying to say there was a lot more rams than females in the population. We know that that really can't be true. So we all know sheep are segregated during the summertime when we're out there. And I chose these sites based on primarily a female GPS collar data set. And kind of based on that, I just felt a lot more comfortable for the closed capture models, just sticking to the female side of it to come up with an abundance estimate. And then we still want a total estimate. So we basically integrated the female estimate with sex ratios from the helicopter surveys that Game and Fish does. And, voila. So the data set I use for those ratios goes back to 1999. There's 10 surveys done. They're done in the wintertime, and they usually take multiple days to complete. So this Google Earth image is a track line from one of Allie's recent surveys, and those dots are sheep locations from a number of surveys, just to kind of show the area. I'm just going to kind of get the helicopter stuff out of the way. So I had mentioned we had 3 years of really low count. So that was here. Fortunately, the count started going up the next year. And now the counts have been around 100 animals the last 3 years. So that's good. More directly pertinent for this is the RAM ratios from these surveys. So there's obviously a lot of variability from year to year. This herd has really low harvest, so I really don't think that the actual sex ratio is changing over the years. We just have a lot of variability in our year-to-year estimates. But the long-term average is 69 rams per 100 ewes. So more or less, that's what's being used to adjust our female estimate to a total estimate. So some basic results for the fecal DNA side of things. Each year, 2019 through 2021, we collected over 500 scat samples at our sites. The first year we submitted or analyzed 300 of those samples. The last 2 years, 400. And Rachel in the lab is still working on the 2021 samples. So it was really encouraging the first year. Our DNA extraction success was quite good, almost 90%. So that original concern I had was pretty quickly went away. So the second year, our extraction success wasn't quite as good, but I would say this is still feasible. It's still worth it. Challenge I didn't really anticipate having was we're collecting a lot of duplicate samples. 30 to 40%. And what I mean by that is we go to a site and we're getting multiple samples from the same animal that's been there. It was probably camping out on the mineral lake. And the reason it's an issue is because these closed capture models, they don't really deal with, whether or not you get an animal multiple times. They deal in zeros and ones. So any extra sample we collect from an animal for the closed capture modeling is essentially wasted. But it's done a good job of just counting animals. So in 2019, we identified 97 and 127 in 2020. And that's more than we're seeing in the helicopter survey. I'll break down those totals a little bit. So in 2019, we had 57 animals from the northern herd and 40 from the southern herd. In 2020, it was a little more even, 67 in the north and 60 in the south. And then across both of those years, we've identified 92 animals in the north and 83 in the south. And that's not really a minimum count because it's across years, and animals born and die. But I think it was early indication. We're probably looking at quite a few more than 100 to 125 animals. I have the southern numbers highlighted red because I just wanted to point out that we picked up more males than females down there, which once again, it can't really be representative of the population. So my goal for this summer is to try to tweak our study design to try to deal with this, because it's also a real inefficiency to not be able to use the whole genetic data set for the closed capture models. Oh yeah, other thing. So we had a fair number of samples where the sex marker didn't amplify, so like unsexed animals, and there's enough of them, kind of had to deal with them somehow. So I basically just assigned them arbitrarily to a sex in proportion with the animals that were sexed. Okay, so the estimates from the closed capture models were 92 females in 2019 and 107 in 2020. The confidence intervals don't look too bad. The coefficient of variation is 12 to 13% for these estimates. And then when we combine that with the sex ratio data from the helicopter surveys, we get estimates of 61 rams in 2019 and 71 in 2020. Total estimate of 154 in 2019 and 178 in 2020. So that's almost twice as many animals as were counted in the helicopter surveys that year. So I would say, there's definitely been some challenges, but we've learned that there's more sheep than we thought there were, I think. So this is our final field season. I'm going to try to adapt our sites more or less to deal with some of the challenges I've described. So we should have an abundance estimate for each of the 4 years we've done this project. We can combine information across years in robust design to try to get at survival and recruitment. I'm currently trying to calibrate more or less the trail camera data to see if we can estimate lamb recruitment. I'm seeing some things that I'm not totally sure it's going to work for us. And then after all that, we have the cool just genetic side of things that Clint and Rachel are going to work on. So certainly had some challenges. We had differential detectability of males and females. And despite analyzing over 1,000 samples, Mary Connors told me we have a small data set and we can't model out these differences in a trustworthy way. So that's something I think study design can mitigate. The unsexed individuals are a bit of a nuisance. I think it's okay to deal with. I talked about the inefficiency of these duplicate samples that in my mind were more or less wasting money on those. And inefficiency I haven't talked about is getting samples from non-target species. So if you have mountain goats using the same sites, maybe you can tell goat scat from sheep scat, but we haven't been able to. And so one of our sites, we submitted a lot of samples that turned out to be goats. And there's also a lot of sites in the range that I would have loved to have sampled for sheep, but we knew there was a lot of goats there, and we don't have the money to analyze a whole bunch of mountain goat samples to find a few sheep. But overall, I had pretty good things to say about this approach. We learned there's more sheep than we thought there were. We've had, feasible DNA extraction success. So I think if this works in the Teton range, I think it will work in a lot of places where there's sheep, maybe not the Pacific Northwest quite as well. But that's been encouraging. It's exciting that we have the possibility to get at things like survival and the whole genetic assessment without ever laying hands on animals. It's all non-invasive. The samples are really easy to handle. All you have to do is dry them out, keep them dry, store them at room temperature in a porous container, and they're pretty good to go. And because of that, I think it's pretty compatible with a citizen science program or having volunteers help you do this. And that's all I have. A lot of people have helped with the field work, and we've had support from quite a few different funding agencies, local and regional, and we really appreciate that. It wouldn't be possible without that support. And if there's any time, I tried to time it so there is no time for questions, but if there is.
We got a question online.
All right, I'm just going to read it out because it's a short one. What is there a sex difference in site-specific use, RAM selected sites versus use-specific sites?
Sorry, could you read that again?
Yep. What/is there a sex difference in site-specific use, RAM selected sites versus use selected sites?
So all of our sites were used primarily by use, because once again, we had a U caller data set to pick these sites. All the sites also had RAMs. So I might use this opportunity to talk about the trail cameras a little bit. Even if you don't use them for a quantitative reason, they actually help you see what's going on at these places and provide some context that the DNA alone doesn't. So something I see is we're getting a lot of young rams at a lot of these sites. And I'm not quite sure why that is, but I would say our sites are primarily used by females, and of the rams, seems like we're getting more younger rams than older rams. Probably not the best answer, but I can't do any better.
One more.
Okay, and I'm looking at Carson, but also at Allie, and trying to establish a cause and effect if you care to speculate. But about 12 to 15 years ago, we did 4 or 5 allotment buyouts on the west slope of the Tetons. We cleared out 71,000 acres at the cost of $280,000 to get rid of 5 allotments held by 3 permittees. Cause and effect, numbers are much better than they were 8 to 10 to 12 years ago. I'm just curious if you think there's any connection there, that more sheep are surviving. You don't? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we have at least data to comment on that.
Okay, and then if there's any rams killed in area 6, are those being back matched to see maybe where they were when they were younger rams, with the genetic work?
I mean, I think at this point, how many have been harvested since we've been doing this? Is it 1 or?
All right, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, just a heads up, the projectors are like me. When I get hot and bothered, I kind of blink out. And so they are hot. So they're going to blink a little bit. I just encourage you to blink your eyes while they're blinking. If you can do that, that'd be great. All right, our next speaker is Allie. You've heard from her earlier. She is our wildlife biologist with Wyoming Game and Fish, based here in Jackson. And based on the median income of 300,000, I'm a little jealous. Might be moving here, I guess. Is that, yeah. But she's been the biologist here now for 8 years with the department, for a total of 11 years. She manages the Teton and Jackson Bighorn sheep herds, mountain goats in the Teton Range, and elk, moose, bison, pronghorn, and mule deer herds. She received her master's degree from the University of Wyoming, conducting research on the Teton Bighorn sheep herd. Please help me in welcoming Allie.
Oh, clicker. Thank you. Probably need that. All right, well, while we're getting started, yeah, thanks for the opportunity to share some stuff with you guys today. This is less of a research talk and more of a kind of management public communication talk. So today I'll be talking about the Teton Range Bighorn sheep and winter recreation collaborative process that we've been working on here locally, and some of the successes and struggles that we've faced as part of this process. And I'd like to acknowledge all of the co-authors on this talk. All of these people are part of the Teton Range Bighorn Sheep Working Group, along with me. And this group as a whole worked really hard on this project. So I'm presenting it, but all these people did a tremendous amount of work. So Carson just gave you a bit of information background on the Teton Bighorn sheep herd. So this is a small herd located just to the northwest of where we're sitting today in the Teton Mountain Range. And this map shows kind of the general summer distribution and winter distribution of these sheep. The summer points are in yellow and the winter points are in blue. And this is a small isolated herd. It's a native herd that has never been extirpated, never been augmented with transplants. They're unique in that they lost their migration routes down to their traditional low elevation winter ranges about 70 years ago. So since then, they've been a resident herd living at high elevations year round in the Tetons. They are relatively free of pneumonia pathogens. We've never detected MOV in this herd. And they're interesting also in that they have multi-jurisdictional management. So if we look at this map, kind of the same area, they live partly within Grand Teton National Park, which is shown in green, and then on 2 different national forests, Caribou-Targhee National Forest in brown to the west, Bridger Teton National Forest, which is shown to the purple on the south. And they also live primarily within wilderness areas, which are shown in those hashed areas, which is important for this talk today as we're talking about recreation. These sheep almost live completely in areas where there's no motorized recreation allowed. It's all human-powered, non-motorized recreation. Oops. Wayne, would you click that so it'll play? Ooh, thank you. So as I said, yeah, this herd lives up at high elevations year round in the summer and in the winter. This is from one of our helicopter flights. It's a little choppy, but this gives you a sense of what some of their winter range looks like up in the Tetons in the winter. And they faced a number of different threats over the years. However, right now, 2 of the primary threats to this herd are increasing winter backcountry recreation, primarily backcountry skiing in these winter ranges, and disturbance of sheep while they're on these really limited wind-blown areas in the winter time. And then also expansion of a mountain goat population in the Tetons as well. So I think probably most people in this room are familiar with, there's been a wealth of literature and studies done on ungulates and responses to human activity and disturbance. And we know that in some cases, ungulates can habituate to certain types of human activity. Generally, if that activity is done in a very repeated, predictable manner. So things like cars on a road or people on a hiking trail, animals can get used to over time and tolerate. Other types of human activity, like backcountry skiing, that occurs in a very off-trail manner. It's very diffuse and unpredictable from a sheep's perspective. They cannot habituate to this type of activity over time. And in fact, they can become kind of more and more sensitized to this activity as they're exposed to it more and more, and can actually abandon areas. So we did a study about over 10 years ago, 15 years ago now, that I was fortunate enough to be the master's student on, looking at this question of how winter recreation in the Tetons may be impacting bighorn sheep. So we collared a number of bighorn sheep in the wintertime, and then also asked GPS, or asked skiers to carry GPS units while they were out there, so that we could monitor where sheep are going and where skiers are going. And what we found is that sheep responded quite strongly and avoided areas where winter recreation was occurring. So this is a winter resource selection model, where you can see this red indicates strong avoidance of areas where winter recreation is happening. And this avoidance was even in areas where otherwise it was suitable habitat for bighorn sheep. The other main result from this study was that we found that bighorn sheep that live in areas with higher levels of recreation exhibit higher daily movement rates than sheep that live in areas with low or very low amounts of recreation. So there's an energetic cost for sheep that are living in these areas with a lot of human activity in the wintertime. We've also seen more and more anecdotal evidence of this going on in the Tetons, and there's a concern now mounting among the managers and biologists that this type of disturbance could be scaling up and actually impacting the survival of sheep during the wintertime and impacting reproduction. So I don't know if you can see on this photo on the left, it's a little hard, but this is taken from our helicopter. And there's some bighorn sheep tracks right here, and some foraging craters, and then some fresh ski tracks going right over on top of them. So we know that there's interactions and conflict occurring. On the flip side, we as biologists see this as an issue. We see the problem. We'd like to try to do something about it. But on the flip side, skiing is a very big deal in Jackson Hole. This place has a very rich history of backcountry skiing, particularly in the Tetons. The Tetons are known internationally and are iconic as a place for backcountry skiing. And the people who backcountry ski here, it's really strongly linked to their identity, their lifestyle, and it's a sense of freedom for people who backcountry ski. So anytime we're going to talk about potentially limiting or changing that access, it's going to be a really emotional issue for people. So we knew going into it that this had the potential to be highly controversial in this community once we started talking about skiing and bighorn sheep. Also, we know that the sport is growing very rapidly here. The numbers of people are increasing very quickly, as well as the extent of where people are going in the Tetons. So the local bighorn sheep working group, all the biologists and the managers, thought pretty hard about what we want to do. We know this is an issue. We know we have to work on solving it. What are we going to do? We really thought about if we went the route of kind of the traditional top-down government decision-making approach with a NEPA process and whatnot, it would probably backfire in this community. This is just too emotional of an issue. So what we wanted to do was more of a bottom-up kind of community engagement, community-based process, pre any formal NEPA, just to raise awareness and try to get community buy-in on this issue. So trying to find solutions that are going to work for sheep in the long run, but also be working for people in the long run. So we started this work in 2017, quite a while ago, and what we did for the first 3 years was we really just focused on kind of general community outreach and building awareness, sharing information about this issue. We started by doing, we had kind of what we called coffee cup conversations, just casual kind of one-on-one or small group conversations at the coffee shops with some of the key stakeholders and key influencers in the community. And from that, we learned that a lot of people either didn't even know there were bighorn sheep in the Tetons, and if they did, they had no idea that they were in trouble. So we knew that we had a lot of just kind of general education and awareness to build. Other things we did was we built a website, tetonsheep.org, which seems pretty simple, but when you have 4 different government agencies all working together, things can get pretty complicated and bogged down pretty quickly. So the working group decided to make our own website that we could put information on and not have to clear it through like 20 levels of whatever. The other thing we did, which proved very, very good in the long run, very helpful, is we worked with a couple local filmmakers to make this short film called Denizens of the Steep. It's on our website. Maybe we'll be able to even show you guys at the conference this film. It's fantastic because it talks about the importance of balancing winter recreation and kind of responsible recreation for bighorn sheep. And it's told from the skier's perspective. So that was kind of stage 1. That took almost 3 years just to kind of lay that foundation. Stage 2 was a bit more of a formal process where we hired a professional facilitator and we did a series of collaborative community workshops. Actually, right in this room is where we held them. And what we did was we really wanted to create kind of this idea of this shared learning collaborative approach. So it wasn't, you know, the agency scientists coming and telling everyone what to do. It was more of we're sharing the data, we're sharing perspectives, we're hearing other people's perspectives, we're kind of all learning from each other. And the way that we framed these meetings was with the question at the top of this slide, which was how can we have excellent winter recreation in the Tetons while also allowing bighorn sheep enough undisturbed winter habitat to survive. So basically we have these dual goals. How do we get there together? What can we compromise on? What are the solutions? So we had 3 progressive community workshops with this professional facilitator, followed up with a number of virtual workshops as well. And one of the most useful things that came out of these workshops is we did share, you know, we got people together in small groups, we got people talking over these maps of the Tetons. So we rolled out these maps with, you know, sheep locations, sheep habitat, skier routes, and we really asked people, you know, okay, this is the situation. What do we do? And we asked people to come up with ideas. And so we got maps, you know, back that looked like this, that people had drawn all over. But it was really helpful because people told us, you know, which areas were most important to them that they didn't want to lose, and maybe which areas where we could find compromise. So out of that process, we got a total of 202 specific ideas or recommendations from the community. The working group kind of went back with all of that information and we kind of sat down and thought, okay, what do we do with all of this? So Carson thankfully spent hours and hours and hours digitizing all of this information in GIS. And then what we did was basically we wanted to take all these ideas and kind of rank them in a transparent manner, in a manner that, you know, decision makers could look at and use to look at kind of, okay, if we did, you know, action A, kind of what are the pros and cons? If we did action B, what are the pros and cons? So we came up with kind of this simple matrix idea of each idea or each action, potential action got a score, 1 score of kind of how it would benefit bighorn sheep. So do we think it would have low benefit for bighorn sheep or high benefit? And then it also got a score related to feasibility. So, you know, is this something that's financially feasible? Is this something that capacity-wise the agencies could do? Is it legal? You know, things like that. It got a feasibility score. And so the way it shook out is that, you know, ideas that had a high benefit for bighorn sheep and high feasibility fell into this upper right quadrant. So basically these were green, go, green light, like, let's do it. On the flip side, we had ideas that, you know, really didn't provide much benefit to bighorn sheep, weren't very feasible. They fell in the red category. We're probably not going to move forward with them. And then there's ones that kind of fell in these yellow categories in between. So just some examples of what some of those were. So some examples of the green Things like educational signage, citizen science programs, those are all great ideas, very supportive. Some potential winter closures did fall into the green categories as well, areas where the ski community told us, they could compromise and accept a closure. We had some things in the yellow that were maybe a bit harder, like, maybe doing flexible winter closures, flexible dates that are a bit more difficult to implement. And then things in the red, ideas like just go out and feed the sheep or get rid of the Jackson Hole Airport and then they can migrate. Things like that, just, you guys all know those just aren't going to work. So the working group spent about a year doing all of this. We met on a weekly basis, went through, kind of developed all of this. And from this, we developed a report, which is about 100 pages long. It's on our website if you want to read it. It was a tremendous amount of work. But the main thing about this is, so this is a report that the working group put together as a result of this collaborative process. It's not a decision document. Again, this is all kind of pre-NEPA process. Interestingly, too, I just want to note, it took us a year to put it together. It took the agencies another 6 months, basically, just to figure out what the heck to do with this thing. Because again, this is totally new. This is totally foreign to most of the agencies. And so we knew that once we release this to the public, of course, people are going to ask like, okay, well, are you guys going to implement any of this? Are there going to be closures, whatnot? And so the agencies really spent a lot of time just at the higher leadership levels, kind of talking and discussing like, what are we going to do? So anyways, that takes a lot of time. So some of the main stats that came out of this report are shown here, which are related to the winter closures. There was a lot of other things in this report, but potential winter closures are kind of the most controversial topic. So currently, I didn't mention, but there are 2 existing winter closures in the Tetons to protect bighorn sheep winter range that have been in place for quite a while. And currently those closures are protecting about 3% of the suitable bighorn sheep habitat. If we were to implement all of the proposed recommended closures that are in this report, it would protect about 47% of the bighorn sheep winter habitat. And then again, if we were to implement all of the winter closures in this report, it would close about 5% of those areas that the ski community told us were the most important to them and the most highly valued. So we as a working group and biologists felt like, we did a pretty good job. Like we're protecting, almost half of the bighorn sheep habitat. We're only asking people to give up 5% of what's really important to them. So we released this to the public in October 2021. There was immediately pretty intense backlash, which, wasn't totally unexpected, but a lot of negativity and interest particularly on social media. So a lot of information being shared, some correct, some not so correct, things like the entire Teton Range is going to be closed. You guys need to fight this. Things like that, a lot of misinformation flying around. Interestingly, I would say, this quote at the bottom, I think is most interesting. This came from a woman named Hadley Hammer, who's a professional skier. And I think this kind of sums up the way a lot of skiers were feeling, which is the question I'm asking myself and others is this: do we love the wilderness or do we love recreating in the wilderness? And what does it mean when you respond yes to both? So, most people in the ski community here, I think, love the outdoors, love wilderness, consider themselves to be environmentalists. But then, they're confronted with this, where they're being asked to give up a lot of things that they love for conservation. A lot of people were faced with a big personal dilemma. So yeah, a lot of that was being worked out online in social media with some pretty interesting dialogue. So, whoops, before I go to that. So yeah, we released this report. We had a virtual public meeting about 2 weeks later just to report the report's findings back to the public. We had over 300 people attend that public meeting. A lot of them, hadn't engaged so far in this whole process. They were new. So it was pretty frustrating that we'd been, working on this for 5 years. Suddenly, like all these extra people show up who don't know what's happening and, think that things are being closed. So anyways, very interesting thing for biologists to try to deal with. Okay, so just a couple take-home messages if we wanted to share, like if anyone else is thinking of doing something like this in the future. Some things that we kind of struggled with that we wanted to share. And I've already touched on some of these, but this process was obviously very time intensive. We thought going into it, maybe it would take a year, maybe 2 years at the most to do this. And, we're 5 years in and we're not done yet. It's also a very slow process, partly due to kind of the government, agencies really having to embrace this new type of process, but also due to the community. I mean, this was a new process for the community as well. It was new for all of us. We were basically, trying to build the plane as we're flying, so to speak. We didn't really know what we were doing. And so there were many times where we felt like, we want to go fast, we want to get things done, but we knew that we were like losing people or people were getting frustrated. And so there were a number of times where we basically said as a working group, like, all right, we got to slow this down. It's going to take more time, but we have to get this right. We have basically one chance to do this right. Let's slow down and do it versus, burning bridges and ruining this whole thing. That's not going to be good for sheep in the long run. The other kind of interesting part was, we as agencies and biologists as part of this process really had to be open and vulnerable and listen to the community, listen to other perspectives, which can be hard. We're the ones that are often looked to as like, we're the experts, we know what's best, we know what the decision should be. So that was a pretty hard thing for a lot of us to do. And then as part of this whole process, of course, a lot of mistrust in science. That came to the forefront quite a few times. And then we also learned that basically the way all people get information here in the ski community is through social media, which again was really hard for us to reach people, through social media. Yep, doing something different than kind of the traditional top-down NEPA process was very difficult for the agencies to do. And then, of course, dealing with different agency missions and priorities and kind of keeping everyone cohesive and moving forward at the same time was also very difficult. And because of all of that, pretty mentally and emotionally exhausting for the working group. Some successes, I think we have built a lot of trust with the community and a lot of good relationships. We've increased awareness and care for bighorn sheep. We now have a lot of allies and partners in the ski community who are standing up and speaking out on the behalf of bighorn sheep for us. The ski community has had to come to terms with the impacts of recreation on wildlife, and we are moving towards implementable solutions. I think of note, so this winter we did release a map showing basically voluntary closures. So kind of these proposed closures that aren't in place yet, but if people wanted to do the right thing and avoid them for sheep, here they are. And that map was endorsed by all of these recreation NGOs in the upper right. So pretty cool that we have a lot of people supporting this. What's next? Education and stewardship campaign this winter, future NEPA process to maybe put in mandatory winter closures and then continued dialogue. And that's it, all of the acknowledgements. Thank you to everyone who helped with this.
Allie will be available for questions in between her singing tomorrow night. So for her, so just catch up with her. Sorry, we got to move on. Our next talk is given by Dr. Rich Harris, who will be doing this virtually. So hopefully Dr. Harris is currently putting his PowerPoint. This is a prompt for him that he is currently sharing his screen, and hopefully he's there. Prior to being hired to coordinate the statewide grizzly bear plan in 2019, Rich spent 7.5 years at the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife as the statewide coordinator for management of bighorn sheep, mountain goats, moose, and pronghorn. Prior to that, Rich was an independent consultant working largely on mountain ungulates in Asia, working on species ranging from argali and blue sheep in Western China to also Marco Polo sheep and ibex in Afghanistan. And he also coordinated the statewide survey of argali and ibex in Mongolia. He served as for 10 years as deputy chief and red list coordinator for the specialist group of the IUCN Species Survival Commission. And he was also the statewide biologist for DNRC out of Missoula for 3.5 years in the 90s. I was a high school student, just in case. He has an MS and a PhD from the University of Montana, and I really hope he's somewhere. Okay, he's good? Okay. All right, and here's Rich's presentation.
Okay, so can you see, you're seeing the presentation? Can you hear me? Try to unmute. Okay, can you? Uh-oh. So Tony, can you let me know if you can hear me? I'm looking at the slide. I think it's there, but can you hear me? Uh-oh. You see next slides. Display settings. See, okay.
That's good.
Okay, it's working?
Yes.
Great, okay, thanks. Well, thanks for letting me participate remotely. I wish I could be there, but I can't be in two places at once sometimes. And let's hope that the internet connection stays stable. It's kind of windy here. Not quite sure what we'll do if it goes away. I spent 7.5 years coordinating goat management in Washington. I'm now with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. This is just kind of a side project that came up for a couple of reasons, which I'll discuss as we go. I need to get my clicker here so that I can, okay. Before I go any further, I want to acknowledge the folks who have helped me gather together data for what I'm about to talk about. Cliff Rice, Dave Vales, Jen 70, Mike 70 from the Still-Squamish and Tulalip tribes in Washington, Julie Cunningham, Kelly Prophet from Montana, and also some folks, GIS help from Smith Wells, and a fellow named Josh Greenberg, who doesn't work on wildlife at all, but actually helped me work through some of the problems. This little contribution arose from a couple of different considerations. We all know that mountain goat populations are sensitive to anthropogenic mortality, and so managers play around with different kinds of rules of thumb about how to provide some recreational opportunity, which is often our mandate, while making sure that those offtake rates are sustainable. And so there are rules of thumb about offtake rate. There are rules of thumb about population size of a population you might need to maintain sustainability, because we know that the same offtake rate applied to a smaller population is less sustainable than a larger population. But the other thing that's happened of late is challenges have arisen as to whether we know we're dealing with a population or not. What is a goat population? I received some criticism in Washington that some of the goat population units we were hunting were too large on the basis of some collared nannies followed for a small length of time, which appeared to just stay on one mountain. And the criticism was made, well, your hunting district should just be this one mountain, which wasn't going to be near to 100 animals. On the flip side, here in Montana, there's been an effort to aggregate hunting districts into larger ones than has formerly been the case, with the objective of simplifying hunting regulations. It hasn't applied to goat hunting yet in Montana. It may not, but it occurred to me that were it to, the biologists would be on shaky ground in defending the current boundaries, because we don't really know for sure where one goat population ends and another begins. And so this kind of begged this question of, sorry, went back. Sorry. Let's try that again. What is a mountain goat population? And I will skip to the end first by telling you that I didn't figure it out. This presentation doesn't tell you the answer. It's just a small contribution. But if you think about it, what would you need in terms of data to know what was a discrete population of goats and where one stopped and another ended? In some cases, it's quite obvious, but in some it's not. You probably need to follow a whole lot of individual animals and understand who's breeding with who.
Hey,
And even from the
Rich,
mortality.
Rich, I'm sorry. You're not present. You don't have it full screen.
Okay.
You're in like a present mode or something.
Okay, sorry. How about if we do this?
There you go. Sorry.
That worked? Thanks. Okay. Once I lost it, I couldn't get it back. Pretty unfeasible for most managers to know enough about their goat populations to be able to say with any kind of certainty whether any particular hunting district represents something that you feel comfortable calling a population or not. So I began to think about what might be possible in the absence of site-specific and that kind of detailed data. And I began searching for what I considered a common currency that might yield insights into what separates mountain goat demographics from units from one another in a broad sense that might be useful when you don't have information about your individual goat population. And after some fits and starts and some blind alleys, I came across a work by the US Forest Service on what they call unconfined valleys, which I had no idea what that was, but I began looking into it. And there's a document that's been produced by some of the researchers for the Forest Service. And an unconfined valley is something that's got a GIS definition, valley bottoms, and it was intended to be used for geomorphic, aquatic, and riparian applications. And the authors, who I haven't communicated with yet, may be very surprised to find out that I'm using it for mountain goats, something on the complete upper end. But when I got to thinking about what we really want to look at, it's not so much the places goats use and the typical view of goat habitat, which is the steep terrain, but the opposite of that, the places that they won't go. And so I began playing around with this unconfined valleys. And the nice thing about it is that it's already mapped for almost all of the native goat habitat in the lower 48. And there's an algorithm to map it for places that it's not been actually mapped yet by the Forest Service. So it's applicable, and it's the same, it is a common currency in the sense it's done using the exact same data no matter where you are in goat habitat. And then of course, I also looked at the obvious things you can look at to see what goats won't go through, such as major roads and highways. And it occurred to me that while no one study of mountain goats is nearly detailed enough to answer the detailed question of whether this is a population or not. By looking at lots and lots of data, lots and lots of animals wearing GPSs, I might be able to get some insight into whether this current currency would give us insight into places goats won't cross. And therefore, by scaling up or scaling down, you might have some insight into what populations are probably limited by. I think my feeling was I needed a lot of data because we're looking at rare events. We know, without looking at any data, that for the most part, goats stay up in the high mountains. But we also know that sometimes they don't, that there are sightings of goats in funny places and that goats occasionally move from one place to another through very atypical habitat. So I thought, well, I actually do have access to a fair amount of information, most of it from Washington, some of it from Montana, and I'm still in the process of gathering a bit more. So this is the data that I had access to, quite a number of, these are all GPS animals. And so a lot of this came from studies earlier done by Cliff Rice and also from Dave Vales with the Muckleshoot Indian Reservation Tribe. And then I had access to the translocation data from the animals that we moved from the Olympic Peninsula, mostly Olympic National Park, to the Cascades over the last few years. But here I wanted to make sure that I was only looking at data likely to reflect the kinds of movements that resident goats would display. So I truncated all those data and only looked at animals that survived at least 1 year. So I just redacted the first year of data from all those. quite a number of data points. And then I also wanted to make sure that I wasn't looking at error, telemetry error. So I redacted all the locations that had a dilution of precision of less than 4. But then the question was, if I've got all these these movement paths of these 100 and some odd goats over more than 100 goat years, how often did they cross these unconfined valleys as well as roads? And then I'll talk just a little bit about as kind of a statistical test to ask whether this was simply a function of the habitat or whether something more to do with how individual goats responded to the habitat. I generated random goat paths within goat habitat for comparison as kind of a null approach. Just to give you a sense of what these unconfined valleys look like. The red in this case is the GIS mapped unconfined valleys according to this US forest algorithm. Here's Southwest Montana. I'm not sure if I can get my cursor up here. Flathead Lake way up here, the Bitterroot Valley here, and Helena around here. In the North Cascades, exactly the same algorithm. Again, the red is these unconfined valleys. I colored them red artificially as a kind of a goats don't go kind of color. And then overlaid a bunch of goat locations on top of them. And here's just a whole bunch of point locations of resident mountain goats. And on the surface, you can see that generally speaking, they're in the white, not in the red. They're not spending a lot of time in the unconfined valleys. No surprise, we don't expect goats to spend much time in valleys. But the question I asked was not merely whether the dot itself, the point overlays the unconfined valleys, but whether travel paths did as well. So the analysis was fairly simple. It was simply a matter of matching. And just to summarize the results, of the 140 travel paths I had access to, 97 never crossed an unconfined valley, and only 1 crossed a large valley, which in this case I defined as a kilometer square in area, which isn't even all that large. And only 9 crossed unconfined valleys greater than a quarter square kilometer in size. So overall, if you look at one goat in 1 year, large valleys will only cross to 0.005 per goat per year, with that males doing it so slightly more often than females. Similarly, small number of goats crossing the medium-sized unconfined valleys. And no travel paths crossed interstate or US highways, and only 2 crossed state highways. So we seem to have something that describes places where goats simply won't go. And this seemed to be somewhat promising as a way to get a sense of what might actually confine demographic units of goats, because after all, demographic units are made up of individual animals. So the other question I asked was whether this was simply a function of the landscape, or within that goat landscape, whether they were still taking more efforts to avoid these unconfined valleys and also highways. So what I did was I took each travel path of each of the 100 and some odd goats and generated 3 random realizations of that by offsetting it in a random direction with a standard deviation of 10 kilometers. So some were closer than 10 kilometers, a few were further. And then asked how many of those random paths crossed valleys. And again, it wasn't a large number, but it was always significantly more often than the actual path, suggesting that even though these unconfined valleys are not a common landscape characteristic in goat country, that even there the goats don't use them as much as they might. Within Washington, there's still a difference. I did find some differences. Not all goat habitat exactly the same. This is from Google Earth, an indication of what goat habitat looks like near Glacier Peak in northwestern Washington, and also in the north of the North Cascades National Park over towards the Pasayten Wilderness. Lots of high mountain with steep terrain with narrow valleys. South of Interstate 90, also in Washington, there's also goats in this country. And of course, they're in the high mountains, but in between, you can see there's a lot of very broad low valleys. And here we did find most of those crossings that I mentioned in the results slide actually came from this kind of country. Now, in some cases, this is a no-brainer. This is fairly obvious. Here's an example of the mountain goat paths in the Bridger Mountains of Montana. And again, the red is those unconfined valleys. And there's no unconfined valleys anywhere near the Bridgers. And so there were 0 crossings, but it's just not, here, this algorithm isn't particularly instructive because we already knew they weren't going to go down into that red stuff. But in some other areas, like in the state of Washington, it's not quite so obvious. And the left panel here shows a bunch of goat locations from collared resident goats in the Mount Baker area. And surrounding them are some of those unconfined valleys, but the goats for the most part are staying away from them. The right-hand panel shows some of those goats in the more open terrain, and they do cross some of that, but for the most part, not very often. So here's just an anecdote, a sample size of 1, to give you a sense that this might be telling us something. This is a young billy that decided to change its home range from an area we call Goat Rocks in the northern part there of the slide to Mount Adams, a volcano that's further to the south. And in between is almost no good goat habitat at all. And I feel a little bit squeamish about saying it decided to move, and we're talking about intention on the part of an animal that we don't know its intention. But if you are ever been to Goat Rocks and look around and you think to yourself, oh, where else might I go that looks like goat habitat? You'd say, oh, Mount Adams is a good place. And in fact, this goat pretty much made a beeline between those 2 areas. But if we look at what's in between, again, Goat Rocks up toward the northern part, this is the Goat Rocks area up here and Mount Adams below. You can see that there's quite a lot of this inhospitable terrain, at least as I'm defining it, in between. How did the goat negotiate this? Well, there's its travel path. And yeah, it crossed through a couple of unconfined valleys, but it almost looked like it almost minimized the amount of these unconfined valleys it could have gone through. So again, somewhat giving me some confidence that these were areas that the goats themselves were seeing as places that they didn't feel comfortable because, of course, it's far from escape terrain. So in applying this to management particularly if you're hunting goats and thinking about, I've got these rules of thumb for knowing how many how many permits we can allocate, but I'm not really sure. I'm looking at populations. Let's look at that. So this is from Washington, and the black lines represent hunting districts. And the green polygons are actually the survey units where we actually did helicopter surveys, do helicopter surveys now, and count goats. And so the green areas pretty much tell you where the goats actually reside. The hunting units are larger, of course, because they go all the way down into areas that are not goat habitat for logistic purposes to let the hunters know when they're in the habitats and when they're not, when they're in the district and when they're not. And in the Mount Baker area, you can see that these red unconfined valley areas, no-goat zones, if you will, are pretty far from them. And there's no indication that they separate goats from one another in this area. And similarly, in the 2 hunting districts in the Lake Chelan area, there's no red that seems to separate any of these places where the goats probably are. And so these are there's probably no problem in considering these goats to be communicating with one another on a demographic scale. And another example here in the Boulder area, Boulder Mountain of Washington, you can see that black line doesn't really have too much red making separation. But if you look over here, this to the right, that counting unit has not so many goats in it, but there are a few. And we're the department in Washington to have agglomerated these goats over here with the ones that it did in this area, the actual hunting unit. I would be somewhat concerned that this amount of unconfined valley here is fairly large and we don't know for sure because we don't have collars on all of these goats, but this might be an indication that these goats down here might not actually communicate on a demographic scale with these goats here. They might on a genetic scale, but maybe not on a demographic scale. And another example in Washington, here I had to make hunting districts into dotted lines so that you could see some of the red unconfined valleys below them. And in the case of the northern one here, Blazed Ridge, see a lot of this unconfined valleys here, but the goats are for the most part constrained to this area here, so not much of a problem. But there's another hunting district here, okay, Bumping River, and you can see here that there are counting units of the goats reside here, and there are also goats that reside here. But there is a fair amount of this area in between here. This would give me some concern. This would be, I think, reason for examining in some more detail whether it is defensible to say that the goats here and the goats here really constitute one demographic unit because of the results that we've seen so far. One more example. This appears to be a place, Goat Rocks and Teton River Goat Rocks, Titan River, sorry. And you see that the goat areas where the goats spend time is in here. And you might wonder, well, gee, maybe there doesn't need to be a separation between this doesn't need to be two units. It could be agglomerated into one, because while there are some unconfined valleys here and there aren't any that seem to separate the goat hunting, counting districts from one another. But in this case, this actually had been one district. And at the time, the Washington Department decided to make it into two, even though they count the goats there as one population. The reason it was made into two was because access was so heavily weighted toward the west end in this case, and not the east end, that almost all the goats that were being harvested were just from one portion. And to distribute the harvest more equitably, that was made into two districts. So I'm hopeful to get some more data from other places to help populate this model as kind of a validation to see if this makes any sense. But if it does, then I think it can just be there as a possible tool. I certainly wouldn't suggest that people go out and reconfigure all of the hunting districts to relate to this. It wouldn't work anyway. But I would say that it can be a confirmation that hunting districts make sense, or it might be a red flag, as it were, to make working biologists stop and wonder whether something that they have or that they've inherited as a hunting district may actually involve more goats that are more than one population. So I think I'm out of time, and I will try to end this and then stop sharing the screen so I can see. I can do that. Stop share.
All right. Thank you. We got time for one question. If anybody has a burning question, or we can move on. All right. You have wowed people. You should see their faces. Yeah. Let's give them a hand. All right. We were good. Okay. Our last talk for this first afternoon session is with Dr. Tabitha Graves. She works for USGS and Glacier National Park. She's a research ecologist there. She got her PhD in Northern Arizona and a master's degree at University of Montana. And because she didn't turn anything in, that gives me free will to make up things about her life. No, I'm just kidding. That's just a warning to the rest of you. Make sure you turn in your bios. But she does like to ski and backpack and wrestle alligators. So please give her a warm welcome.
Thanks, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't know that I've ever wrestled an alligator, but I have had strange dreams about that. Anyway, yeah, so I'm excited to share a little bit today about some mountain goat work that we've done up in Glacier National Park based on some citizen science data. And one of the things that is really great about this has just been the collaboration. And so Jamie Belt is the coordinator of the citizen science program at Glacier National Park. And then my other two co-authors helped with the analysis, Will Janusek and Michael Yarnell. So let's see. Yay, it works. Okay, Cool. So I'm going to start by giving you an introduction to the citizen science program part of it, and then I'm going to talk about how we use that to try to understand what was going on with this population. So the first thing I want to start with is Jamie did this developed the citizen science program initially as part of her master's, and she had a really robust approach to this. So she first divided the park into these grid cells, and then within each grid cell randomly selected some trails, which she then looked at view sheds to try to pick places where there would be good viewing opportunities. And so as part of that also, there's 3 repeated observations. They try to get citizen scientists to go out to count goats from this place on the trail 3 different times every year between the birth and the rut approximately. And then they give them this detailed map, which now she's been moving to a more digital approach, which is really cool. So you should ask her about it if you're interested in that. But basically, of course, that outline there is kind of showing the view shed that's within the distance that people are usually pretty good at identifying animals. They use a scope as well as binoculars for that. And so they spend, sorry, I missed one part. They spend basically a half hour looking in each direction. So that gives you enough time to look at it really thoroughly across that space at least once. And usually if you're experienced, you can usually do it a couple times. And then what she did for her master's was use this N mixture model, which is based on the counts of animals. And so, of course, when you're just out there with your binoculars and your scope, you're not able to distinguish individual animals, but we do have counts of animals. And they basically use that, there's a detection part of it. So you flip a coin, you can see them or not, like a lot of other population kinds of models. And then they use those counts of data to distinguish between the relative number of animals at different sites. And so this is a picture of the 37 different grids that I just mentioned. And again, they've been able to monitor those, through these repeated 3 times a year observations across between 2008 and I think in this analysis, I'll come back to that in a second, 2019. So, yeah, so we were basically trying to look at this from the perspective of how are they doing? Are there things that they can do in terms of the detection side of it that might improve their detection, improve the program to be able to do a better job? And then can we detect declines or increases if that was the way it was going? Oh, and I was supposed to, the piece of that that I meant to mention there is that, of course, that I'm going to go back, the IUCN criteria for thinking about things as being of concern is a 30% decline over 10 years. So Jamie published this paper as part of her master's with Paul Crossman, and they did a power analysis that suggested this single year approach wasn't going to give them very much strength to be able to confidently identify even that large of a decline in 10 years. And so after I started work up there with USGS, and she wanted to revisit this and see were there better methods. And I said, yeah, I think there's some things we can do. We should at least try it. Let's see what we can get out of this data set. And so we tried this updated approach where we're integrating the data across the different years in order to basically increase the sample size and have more power to detect trends. And again, evaluate those design components in terms of the detection. So this is how they did on the sampling side of it, which I was really pretty astounded through their program. There's a total of almost 2,000 surveys. And we excluded anything that was kind of outside of the birth to rut time period. Because of her master's project, those first 2 years, they have a larger sample size those first 2 years, but pretty good across the rest of the time period, 147 per year on average. Many of them actually have more than 3 surveys per site. Of course, with citizen scientists, there's some places where they like to go or they're easier to go. And there are a few sites where they didn't have any surveys. A couple of those are at during the startup, the first startup year, so they hadn't really established the site yet. And then the other ones are all due to fires or fire-related closures. So the last couple that were in 2015 and 2016, there was a very large fire. It's an area of the park that's really, Glacier National Park, that's really hard to access anyway. And then we use this more complicated end mixture model where we included change across time. And so Michael Yarnall ran the first part of our analysis, which was all in a likelihood framework, which is pretty fast and really more easily used for model selection. And then because we wanted to have a different kind of better confidence interval that were site specific. So basically try to understand how things were changing at each of those 37 sites. We converted that over into a Bayesian analysis to be able to get those kinds of confidence intervals. And my postdoc, Will Janusak, ran those. And then we were, of course, testing assumptions and goodness of fit. So we looked at a whole bunch of covariates, and I don't expect you to read this, and I'm not going to go through them all, but the point is just that there are a lot of things affecting detection, as you might expect with a citizen science project. But the couple of things that I am going to point out is just, this isn't too surprising, but it is really valuable for them to retain and recruit experienced observers that are going to be doing that year after year after year. So, and they do have quite a few of them, and so that's really great for their data set. So it's a component of their model, component of their program they're thinking about a little bit more now. And then the other thing is there's really this time period part of it, which we think is just related to when it gets too hot in the summertime, which is happening even in Glacier. We hit 100 degrees last summer. And so basically early in the season, later in the season, and basically when the temperature is lower. So those were a couple of things that were really important, I think, for us to incorporate in this model, because especially of the effects of climate change and thinking about how goats might be shifting behavior. So we're accounting for all the things that we can across this time period. And this model has two other components. And so the first one is initial abundance. And so that's really based a lot on those first years of sampling, which fortunately Jamie had a lot of data from that. And so these are the variables that came out, and I'll just talk about them. So the mineral licks are also extremely important in Glacier National Park. They are just used an incredible amount, and some of the other research that's come out of the park by Wes Sarmento and Mark Beal and others has really been important for understanding that with mountain goats. The proportion of snow and glacier, we just have a static map of that at this point in time, but that came out as important. And then one of the things we wanted to look at was sort of areas of the park. So of course the Glacier National Park is really huge, and so we split it into 4 quadrants. And the northwest quadrant, which is the Livingston Range, we expected that to have a smaller population size, and it did even in our initial years of study. And then the second part of the model is to look at the trend, and we can also put covariates on that to understand that. But first, before I go into the covariates, I'm just going to give you the big bad news first, which is that there's overall pretty large declines during that time period. So we had a 45% decline, and this is the annual estimates with the confidence intervals. So you can see that it is over that time period a statistically significant decline. And you can also see that the pattern of decline was such that it was largest over the first couple of years of the study, and then it evened out a little bit towards 2013, 2014. So we looked at it across a couple different time spans, 45% decline across the whole time span. And if you just go from 2010 to 2019, it's still a 28% decline. So both pretty large. This is a large native population for context. And then we have those for each of those 37 sites, specific maps, specific graphs for each of those sites. And
these are just some of the largest ones, but roughly 50% of the sites had a statistically significant decline. So not just a trend in decline, but a statistically significant one. And only 5% or two of the 37 sites showed increases. And importantly, I think in the core of the park, there's a lot of research that's been done there and some goat collaring. And that's one of the areas where there's not as much of a change. And so the collaring that's happening in the middle of the park and all of the observations that are there, because there's a lot of people there, made this large change that we detected with these citizen science data not very obvious. So if you're just going up to Logan Pass every year, you still see goats, and you still see quite a few goats. So it's not a really obvious change. And just to look at that across the scale of the park, lighter colors are in this first set of maps, lower general abundance, and the one on the map that is on the far left is 2008. And then we showed 2010 in the middle, and then 2019 on the end. And so you can just see in general, there's sort of a shift from darker to lighter as we go through time. With the northwest section being low kind of that whole time. And then this next set of maps is showing the standard deviation in our estimates by site. And so we can see that some of those ones that have the same sites that have larger population numbers are also the sites that have larger standard deviation. In part, that's because of the math that we're using is a Poisson distribution where the variance is equal to the mean. But that gets interrupted by the detection model. So anyway, why is this? And I'll show you the list of things that we looked at, which is quite long. But climate change is clearly a large possibility. And so we looked at some of those things. And these are the things that came out. And so temperature, we looked at in two different ways. We looked at winter temperature and neonatal temperature. And that's a lot of our ideas in terms of what we tried were built off of Kevin White's work, and then also some of Carson's work that he wrote up in a report. So thank you, Carson. So that neonatal temperature is May and June. And both of those, when it's warmer, there's a growing overall population rate. Now we can't put that down we can't go down to the level of, is that survival, is it reproduction, because of the type of model and the type of data that we have. But there is, with winter temperature, there is an interaction with the amount of snow where, and this is a little confusing because of the color coding on our graph here, but at warmer temperatures and there's low snow, there's basically more growth than when there's no snow and it's cooler temperatures. And that evens out by the time you get more snow, or SWE, as measured by snow water equivalent. And then both neonatal temperature and neonatal precipitation had positive relationships. So when it was warmer and wetter in the springtime, there was more goats, basically. And just to focus in on that, when we were making graphs, the one that really stood out as being sort of matching the pattern of what we could tell in terms of the growth rate was really this neonatal precipitation. And so again, that's that spring time period. And it matched pretty well, especially the first couple years, and a little bit more complicated in the last several years, but sort of still following that same pattern. This is the rest of the variables that we looked at. And just to point out, we looked again at a lot of different things. Most of those are climate related, but there were also some habitat related things that changed over the time. And we also looked at habituation levels of the goats and again, park quadrant to see if it was different across those different areas. So basically, we detected these really large declines in 12 years, exceeding the IUCN criteria. It's consistent with kind of the pattern of kids to nannies observed over time, but there's not really great, it's a harder type of data to work with when you're working with citizen science data, and some of the observations are very far away. So there's less certainty or confidence in that data set. And of course, goats are not necessarily, they don't necessarily recover quickly from declines. And so it's important to learn more soon. An important thing is we don't really understand very much about the context of this situation. So we don't know what the population size is in Glacier Park. We don't know what the population structure is. We don't know vital rates. We don't know very much about the forage dynamics. So there's really a lot to learn. And so we are this summer going to be collecting goat pellets, and we're really excited to be doing that. And we're going to at least be able to start looking at population structure. And we're going to try really hard to get as many samples as we can to possibly be able to use into a population model as well. So we'll see if we get enough. They're really hard to access, the goats in the park, as for similar reasons as Carson described in Grand Teton. So we'll see how that goes. And I think with that, yeah, it's really, I don't know the number of citizen scientists that contributed to that, but I believe it's well over 200. And some of them who are dedicated people returning year after year after year with support from USGS, the Park Service, and the Glacier National Park Conservancy. With that, thank you.
It's interesting, Tabitha, did you have time of day as a covariate in terms of citability?
We looked at that and we competed that with temperature. Yeah, in the temperature model, the temperature came out better in the detection than the time of day did.
Thanks.
Checking. Yep. Okay, cool. So that's pretty cool. It's nice to see citizen science effort like that yielding something where you can detect trends. How do you feel all in all about in-mixture models? I have some friends who are, heavy in the population estimation, and some of them aren't very comfortable with them. Some people are. You have anything from this experience that kind of guides your thinking one way or the other?
Yeah, I mean, I think, what's difficult about it is that you don't, I mean, like ideally you would just rather know which individuals are which, and then you could use it in a lot of other kinds of models. But when all you have is count data, I think it can be appropriate. We tested a lot of, I didn't go into all the ways we sort of tested our assumptions, but we looked at movement between locations as much as we could. We looked at changes in group size over time, because that could potentially interact. And so, and just again, we didn't want to raise sort of these alarms without being as certain as we could. So we tried to test as many of the assumptions that underlie it as possible. Again, this is a pretty large data set, 37 times however many years that was. So I think that overcame some of it. And again, they have a lot of, Jamie Yelsa did during her master's, she did some evaluations of how well citizen scientists did at observing, and the range of citability was actually, they overlapped in terms of the 1 year, single year and mixture models between biologists and citizen scientists. And so they each get trained. So there's some quality control measures in there as well. But yeah, the models themselves, I do think they have some assumptions that you have to be careful about meeting, but in some cases it's the best you can do.
From your maps, it looked like there was interchange with Waterton, other goats moving across that international border. But then is Glacier considered a closed population? Is there any movement in or out from outside the park of other goats?
Sure. So I'll repeat the question for people online. Yeah. So the question is whether Glacier's a closed population and whether there's movement back and forth with Canada, north into Waterton Lakes National Park, or south of the border. And we don't know that. We don't understand that completely, but we expect that probably there is movement. Two of the goats that were collared in the park did go south of the park. And so probably we hope to understand a little bit more about what's going on with the population structure analysis, but we have limited samples outside of the park. So we'll start with what we have and hopefully build out from there with whatever samples we're able to include.
I've got a question and you get a question, maybe, we'll see. So real quick, can you maybe talk a little bit about that pattern you're seeing in Glacier versus a pattern I'm seeing with an introduced goat herd, which is increasing? Do you have any thoughts on that? And real quick, like 10 seconds.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I know about that pattern and I don't know what's behind it. I think there's some sort of forage thing that's going on in terms of the precipitation in Glacier Park and why that might be connected, but I don't know for sure why we're seeing this with the, not enough info.
Yeah, Tabitha, did you use your radio colored goats to determine siteability? Did you have the observers mark colored goats? I'm just wondering how you estimated siteability and if you used the collars to do that.
No, we just use the end mixture model itself. So because you have repeated observations like you would in any kind of capture recapture model, but it's just based on there being the sort of same number of goats in that grid cell, which may or may not be detectable, and they may or may not be detectable either because they aren't actually in the part that you can see, or they might not be detectable because they're in the trees, or lots of other things too. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Did you consider using your GPS colors
Oh,
to determine siteability? Because
they
they might be in the
goats-
trees or whatever.
Yeah, the timing didn't match. The timing only matched up for a short period of time, and the goats were only collared almost entirely in the center of the park. And so there's where the goats are very visible and habituated. And so that didn't seem like a very good approach for this data set. Thanks.
Yeah. Want to thank everybody and please let's give all the speakers this afternoon another round of applause. They did a great job. Just, I think it's really important. I'd like to get a show of hands of how many folks in here make decisions on hunting seasons for sheep and goats. Actually, like you're setting seasons. Okay. No, not used to. Sorry, you're done with that. How many of you are purely research and don't make on the ground decisions for sheep and goats? Okay. Hey, we've got an amazing mix of folks here, and this research and the management implications of research, I think, are some of the most important things that we can gather from these meetings. And I just encourage you to go out, have a cup of coffee, and really, find somebody that you don't know, maybe dealing with some different issues. You think they're different, but in all actuality, there's a lot of commonality there. So just encourage you to do that. Thanks for sticking around. We will start back up at 3:05. 3:05. Thanks.
All right. Hello, everybody. Please find your seat. We'll get going with our last session of the day. Justin, you're on deck. All right, everybody. We're going to start our last session of the day. We have one speaker, a prepared presentation here, Justin Goody. As soon as Justin is done, we'll go into a panel discussion on mountain goats. We were a little slim on mountain goat presentations, and I just felt like there were some issues out there that probably deserved a little larger discussion. So we'll get into that in a second. But first, I'd like to introduce Justin Goody. He is the Chief of Research and Technical Services for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. He's been in that role for about 15 years, in charge of course, wildlife research, wildlife health, and biometrics as well for the state of Montana. And the only other thing Justin asked me to share with you is, I know he just returned from Florida. So for the last week, he has not had any socks on except just yesterday when he had to arrive in Jackson here. So Justin, here you go.
I have my elk socks on. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the results from an interagency planning process we went through over the last several years, while wrapping up, more or less as the pandemic was getting going. So we had biologists responsible for managing herds in each of our regions, that FWP regions that have mountain goats. We had the Park Service, Forest Service involved. We had several of our researchers involved in sort of science support, and university collaborators from Montana State and and a climate scientist from the North Central Climate Science Center. So I'm pretty sure it's not going, or not sure, maybe I'm pointing it. Okay. Yeah, so the process we used was, we used a structured decision-making process to sort of break apart this complex issue into its component parts. And so none of this is rocket science, but I'm going to use this to sort of structure what I present to you today. So we went through each step of this process, defining what the problem is, defining what we're trying to accomplish. So what are our objectives? What are our choices? What are our management alternatives? Predicting what the consequences might be, going through some trade-offs, decision analysis, optimization kind of stuff, and arriving at some recommendations. So I'll kind of touch back to this a couple of times to let you know where we are in the talk. Okay, so defining the problem. The first part of the problem, that as we saw it, is just one of responsibility. There's a lot of folks, or a lot of agencies involved in this in terms of habitat management and sort of shared authorities. But the mission of our agency in Montana is to steward the wildlife resources while contributing to the quality of life for present and future generations. So mountain goats are kind of iconic in a lot of places, especially in Northwest Montana, where they're within their native range, but even now in places around Yellowstone where we've introduced them to expand their range. And they've declined across much of their range in Montana, especially within where they were native historically. So there's concerns about their status now, and because we thought we eliminated a lot of the limiting factors, we're just not sure why they aren't increasing. So their future status is of concern as well. And so that means that as long as we're providing sustainable opportunity, there's a chance that people just aren't going to have as much opportunity to enjoy mountain goats going into the future. A big part of the issue with mountain goats is also uncertainty. We don't have usable information about abundance, vital rates, population boundaries. Like Rich talked about, defining what is a mountain goat population is not easy, and we just don't have data across much of the range. We don't know what impact predation or other ecological processes have on population dynamics. And of course, they're an alpine species correlated with alpine areas. And so climate change is a big concern these days. And more recently, we've all been learning that they share all the same respiratory pathogens with bighorn sheep. And we don't really know what impact that has on mountain goats populations. We just don't have the information on what pathogens they even have, other than we know they can get them. There's also challenges with mountain goat management. We don't have dedicated funding for mountain goats, not even like we do for bighorn sheep. So that means they compete with other agency resources that would otherwise just be spent on other things. And they don't kill livestock, they don't kill people, they just don't cause the conflict. And so most of the time they get less money directed at them. The public advocacy for goats is limited, even compared to bighorn sheep. So we haven't been pushed as an agency to do something for a long time. And then like this picture that Rebecca took, it's like, they live in places that are dangerous to work, where it's dangerous to fly, it's hard to get there. So it's just, the logistics are difficult. And we don't have a management plan to guide us. So the working group just came up with a statement of what we needed to accomplish. We needed to provide some direction to try and get us all on the same page, moving in the same direction. And that's what this process ended up being about. And this is what guided us throughout the process. So we needed to provide a recommendation on what are some strategies we can use, what are information gaps, and prioritizing those information gaps to make sure we're working on the ones that are going to help us achieve what we're trying to achieve the fastest. Okay, so the next step is, what are we trying to accomplish? So this is a very difficult thing to do if you've never tried to do it. We made a list of, in an ideal world, what would we do at a statewide big picture level for mountain goats? We want to maximize the number of occupied mountain goat population units. So what that means is we want more populations, but of course we don't know what a population is. So population units just means political boundaries where there are mountain goats. So we want mountain goats in more places. The places where we have mountain goats, we want to make sure that they are meeting our population objectives. So in this one, it's not as simple as saying we want more mountain goats. In a lot of places we do, but we do have some places where we want to maintain a stable population. We think that's basically all the habitat can maintain. And there's even a couple of places where we're trying to reduce the number of mountain goats to what we think would be more sustainable for the long term. So we got population trend objectives from each biologist responsible for stewarding each herd. Like, do you want an increase, stable, or a decline? And we want to make sure that we're meeting those trend objectives in each one of the units. We want to minimize disease risk to bighorn sheep because there's so much range overlap with bighorn sheep. And then we also want to minimize disease risks to mountain goats because they carry the same pathogens, but we don't really know what the impact is. And then, of course, we need to minimize the cost, and we want to minimize social conflict. Like Ali talked about, there are strategies like habitat protection, which I'll mention, which could create a lot of conflict. And really in this talk, I'm going to talk about the first four, because this is where we have a ton of uncertainty. So in terms of coming up with management strategies and prioritizing information needs to better achieve those strategies, this was the meat of the process that we went through. Okay, management strategies, there's a lot that we can do, and we sort of categorized them into the first 5 on this list, which are different strategies. And for each one of these, we had to define in detail, like what would you do and where would you do it? So I'm just going to describe them in general, but just know that in order to make the predictions I'm going to talk about, we had a lot more specificity about what we would do where. So the status quo is really about extremely conservative harvest management, so very limited hunting opportunity with a survey program so we can monitor the status of the populations. The second strategy, top-down mortality management, was building on that to also reduce carnivores in some areas where we think that might be the limiting factors. So it would be continued conservative harvest management and also reduce some mortality from carnivores in some areas. The third strategy is a population introduction. So we could put goats in new places that look like suitable habitat that currently are not occupied. And then the fourth one is augmentation, which is another translocation strategy, but taking goats from populations that are doing well to try and get small struggling populations over a hump to see if they will start growing. And then the fifth one is habitat protection, which is protecting important seasonal mountain goat habitats from human use in an effort to increase or decrease effects on fecundity. And then the last 2 strategies, we actually ran through a decision analysis with the first 5, which are kind of different strategies, different from one another. They're not mutually exclusive, but they're different ideas. And then based on the performance of each one of those in different areas, we combine them into two different combination strategies, one that had augmentations and one that didn't, which I'll talk about because augmentations are pretty risky from a disease standpoint. So we wanted to look at that both ways. Okay, so just checking in. What I've laid out is what we came up with for the first 3 steps here, which is the decision framework. What's the issue? Like, where are we headed? What do we want to accomplish? And what are our options? So the next steps I'm going to get into are predicting consequences, I'm going to describe only a little bit of the decision analysis we did and then let you know what we came up with as recommendations in the end. So the main thing with predicting consequences is we're trying to predict the impact of each one of these alternatives on achieving those objectives. So if we did this, what do we think would happen? And then we can compare them to one another. However, there's so much uncertainty that in each step of doing this for the first 4 objectives, we had to incorporate a lot of biological uncertainty to say, well, it might look like this or it might look like this, that sort of thing. So in terms of predicting occupied mountain goat habitat, we did population level resource selection function modeling to define habitat. So by population level, I mean we had random points from within the current distribution of mountain goats compared to random points from outside that distribution. So places that are not currently occupied by mountain goats. We did some modeling that I'll talk about that incorporated uncertainty and climate change effects on mountain goat habitat. To predict effects on meeting population trend objectives, we built a Leslie matrix population model. Of course, we don't have almost any information on demographics of any kind. So we had to incorporate a lot of uncertainty here, population size, vital rates, age structure, in terms of predicting the effects of alternatives on achieving objectives. And then to predict disease risk, this one, because there's almost no information, we came up with sort of an index. It's called a value function, which I'll explain to you to predict the relative amount of risk that each one of our strategies would create in terms of disease risk for bighorn sheep and mountain goats. And the uncertainties there are what pathogens are where, and then what happens when you mix pathogens when we do translocations. And that could be translocations of mountain goats into a place that doesn't have mountain goats, but there's already bighorn sheep, or augmenting mountain goat populations. So it doesn't capture everything about what would lead to a disease epidemic, but it's an index related to the pathogens themselves because the pathogens are required in order to have a disease epidemic. Okay, so in terms of predicting habitat, we had 2 different hypotheses. Climate change either will or it won't impact the distribution of mountain goat populations in the future. So we did a model building exercise. The first resource selection function represented this hypothesis that climate change is not going to limit mountain goat distribution. So the habitat model, we built the most parsimonious model of where populations are currently, just had 2 covariates. They live in steep slopes and intermediate canopy cover, which is basically like they live in the alpine areas near tree line across Western Montana. And this is very accurate in predicting, holdback data from the current distribution of mountain goats in Western Montana. The second hypothesis is that climate change will impact the future distribution of mountain goat habitat. So for that, you see the same 2 patterns. Those covariates were still there, intermediate values of canopy cover, steep slopes, but they live in places with higher annual precipitation, which is that annual precipitation is really correlated with winter snowpack. So they live in places where it snows a lot. They've got short growing seasons and tundra, and to some degree forests. So again, it's really just describing that they live in high elevation areas near tree line for the most part, not in every case. But in this case, these last 3 variables that are climate related, these are sort of standard outputs from global climate models. So in order to look at the future distribution of mountain goat habitat, occupied mountain goat habitat, we incorporated projections from global climate models at mid-century, that 3 of them that are very different, representing a range of future possible precipitation and temperature regimes. So incorporating output 50 years from now, roughly at mid-century, allows us to say, okay, if we did this, how much good habitat would we have occupied at mid-century? And we didn't go any farther than that because we wanted to have, some confidence that the world would still look like something like it does today in terms of other stressors as well. So what we ended up with, we had these two models of current conditions with climate covariates and without, and with the climate covariates included from the three global climate models, the projections, then that left us with four hypotheses. Three of them represented possible futures under climate change, and one of them represented the hypothesis that climate change is not going to limit the future distribution of mountain goats. So from that, we could bin it and just say, like, bin projections of the resource selection function model. And if we implemented each one of these management alternatives, how much suitable habitat would we have occupied 50 years from now, given climate change uncertainty and uncertainty in whether or not that's going to limit the distribution of their habitat. And the primary conclusion from that is that under every one of these models, if we implement new population introductions, we're going to have more suitable habitat occupied at mid-century than if we didn't. So new population introductions for mountain goats into good habitat that's currently not occupied is a climate change resilient strategy at least through mid-century. So doing this, not that it wouldn't create other issues with some of the other things I'm going to talk about, but it is, if we want more occupied habitat, this is something we could do to create more occupied habitat. Okay, so in terms of population dynamics uncertainty, we don't have great survey data on mountain goats. We don't know how many mountain goats are in most of our populations. The surveys are sparse and they're super variable because there's so few mountain goats that from one year to the next, they just range a lot. So for each herd, we worked with each biologist to say, okay, well, give us a range of where do you think mountain goats are? Like some range, they're either down, this is the low possibility or this is the high possibility. And we use those ranges in a simulation framework. Vital rates, we have no data on vital rates from Montana, but Kirby has been involved in the Call Ridge study. We worked with those folks to get some vital rate estimates, and then there's been long-term studies in Southeast Alaska. So we use vital rates from those places, including uncertainty in the vital rates and matrix model projections. And then age structure, we also have no information on. And age structure of the standing population or what the harvest will be, because most of our regulations are not sex specific. And as you all know, it's really difficult to regulate killing only male mountain goats. So we use the stable age distribution from the Leslie matrix model to simulate possible age structures. And then we use the distribution of age and sex from the harvest the last 15 years in Montana to simulate what harvest regimes would be under our different management alternatives. So we put all that into a Leslie matrix, the same matrix that they developed for Caw Ridge just to the north of us. And then we projected, 1,000 times for each management alternative. And then we just assessed, if we implemented each one of these management alternatives in one goat generation, so 9 years, would we be meeting our trend objective of stable, increasing or decreasing in each one of these populations? And we counted it up, like which of these management alternatives would lead to better odds of us meeting our trend objectives. We had to make a lot of assumptions here. Not only do we not have any data about vital rates or demography, we don't know what impact most of these management alternatives have. So human harvest, we assumed would be additive. That we assumed if we reduce carnivore density, we would have higher kid survival based on what they saw in Caw Ridge. That's what their main finding was. But then we also assumed that we could accomplish that through hunting seasons of carnivores. So wolves and lions especially, we can manipulate hunting seasons, but whether or not that would work, like a lot of these populations live in wilderness areas, so whether we could even get more harvest is questionable. We assumed that translocations would be just like additive mortality in the source area. And then wherever we put them, we assumed that would just lead to a wider range of uncertainty in vital rates because of alley effects and any number of things. We didn't want to make it too specific because we don't really know anything. So we just increase the amount of uncertainty. And then we assumed that habitat protection would lead to increased fecundity because of the documented effects of human disturbance on, body condition or distribution, and then assuming that that would create issues with body condition that would lead to lower fecundity rates. So the primary conclusion here is not really that surprising. The range of uncertainty is very high. Like under any one of our management alternatives, we may be doing great if we implement it in one generation, or we may be doing terrible in terms of how many populations are meeting their trend objectives. So the optimal management strategy, it really depends on what population dynamics are like in Montana in each one of these populations, which we don't know. But if we want to choose the best strategy, we need more information. And then we also need more information to evaluate these assumptions we made about the effects of the management actions. Because even with making those assumptions, the uncertainty was still high, but we need to clear that up. Okay, so in terms of predicting disease risk, we created a value function. It's just a simple equation with two terms. The first term here represents the number of known positive herds. So this is how many herds carry pneumonia-associated pathogens. So mycoplasma, the hemolytic pastorellas, things that we know are associated with epidemic or chronic pneumonia events. We don't know because we haven't done testing about this in most of our herds. So we've got 58 extant population units. We've only got big enough sample size to say with any confidence in 2 of those for mountain goats. And both of them have troublesome bacteria. So we created some hypotheses. Well, I should say too, we know more about bighorn sheep. So 29 of these mountain goat populations overlap bighorn sheep herds. We know that 22 of those harbor pneumonia pathogens. There's still some uncertainty there. So we just said on the ends of the spectrum, well, maybe the ones we've tested, we just got lucky and those are the only ones. That's one possibility. Or maybe it's all herds. And then we came up with this third hypothesis, which is just based on the idea that maybe these pathogens first came from domestic sheep, during Spanish colonization. So we went back through first of all, I should say that we had, because we don't know which one of these is right, we worked with health program staff and all of the biologists that manage herds on the panel to have them put belief weights on each one of these. And nobody really believes that the ones we've tested and that are positive are the only herds. So that had like less than 5% of the weight. So all of the weight went on these last 2. But then when we dug into the historical records of which of these areas had domestic sheep historically or were established, like we took goats or we took sheep from an area with domestic sheep and put them in that area, these last 2 hypotheses are the same thing. 56 out of the 58 mountain goat herds have historic tie to overlap with domestic sheep. So we thought that there were 3 hypotheses, but really there's only 2. And everybody believes that basically that all the herds have pathogens. That's what that means. So the second term in this equation has 2 components. The first is just how many herds are getting mixed. And that varies among the management alternatives we considered, like how many translocations are specified by the management alternative. And then the second term is just due to the fact that we don't have an estimate of what happens when we do these translocations in terms of disease risk. So what's the probability if we do an augmentation that we're going to induce pneumonia? We don't know that. So we came up with this multiplier, which just represents, it's in a relative sense to having the pathogens in a herd, how risky is a translocation. So if that value is 0, that means it doesn't matter any more than having the pathogens, because that's going to make that second term 0. So it's just how many herds have pathogens would be the only part of that equation. If the value is equal to 1, that means that every time we mix pathogens by doing a translocation, we're creating just as much risk as adding pathogens to that population. And values greater than 1 are multiplicative risk. So it's more risk than having the pathogens alone. And so what we got back, we don't know this. So we elicited it from all of our health program staff and all the people on this working group. We got back values ranging from 0 to 3. The mean was 1.6. So on average, it's probably more risky than having the pathogens. But some people, it's really, the values represent individual knowledge about what the pathogens do and how risky they are, but also how risk tolerant are you. So the value of 0, in a lot of cases, the explanation of that was, well, these herds where we're going to do this, they're struggling anyway. So if we move goats there and they keep struggling, we haven't lost anything. And the value of 3 was, individual difference, basically saying that these herds are struggling. And if we put something there that causes them to keep struggling, we have failed. And that's just an individual difference among people about how much risk you're willing to take, which was high, that individual difference in risk tolerance. So the primary conclusions of this part of the analysis are that if we want to limit disease risk, we shouldn't be doing translocations. However, most of our mountain goats in Montana are there because of historical translocations by far. So there's a long history of doing translocations for mountain goats, and the idea that we're going to stop doing it is pretty unrealistic. There's a lot of people that want to do it. And if we are going to keep doing translocations, more information about the pathogen communities and what happens when you mix pathogen communities during translocation in terms of the probability of epizootic and chronic pneumonia, that would help us minimize the disease risk. We just need more information about this stuff. So whether we do introductions or augmentations and where would be, that choice would be affected by this information if we're trying to minimize disease risks. Okay, so where I just ran through is predicting consequences. I'm gonna mostly skip talking about this other than I'll mention it a little bit here. So next I'm just gonna summarize what came out of this in terms of recommendation. And maybe we'll get into a little bit more of the trade-off stuff that we talked about during this panel discussion. But there's some pretty clear messages. So one obvious thing is continuing to limit harvest in these small struggling populations. That's kind of a no-brainer. So one trade-off that was obvious was that the one management action that we did not predict would have much effect on populations meeting their trend objectives was habitat protection. Because the impact on fecundity, these mountain goats they reproduce so slowly anyway that in one generation, that was the one management action where we didn't see a clear possibility of lots of herds meeting trend objectives. And if we do that, just like Ali talked about this morning with the Teton working group, we know for a fact it's going to create social conflict. So the question is, do we want to do that? And excluding people from public lands, wilderness areas is going to create conflict. So where we landed on that was, if we see that impacts are clear, then pursuing it and expending all the energy that it would take to do that is worth it. But otherwise, we shouldn't be doing that. The next one is we need to be transparent and clear about disease risks when we're doing translocations. I mean, making sure that everybody understands that as we implement this, it may not help and it actually may hurt. And we're doing it in part because we're going to learn about it. And we got to make sure that we're doing that in places where people are willing to tolerate that risk. And we have a lot of those places where people are looking to take a risk to make a change, because for herds that have been struggling for a long time, a lot of people are at the point where they want to do something and we don't really know what to do. So we want to try some of this stuff and learn what happens. And maybe the primary recommendation is that if we're going to pursue these translocations, so new introductions, augmentations, or carnivore reductions, that we do that in an adaptive management context where every time we do it as a replicate and we are predicting formally, quantitatively what we think is going to happen, and we've got the monitoring in place to see what happens, and we use that monitoring to update our predictions for the next time we do it. So there's a formal learning process that everybody goes through. So people want to try this stuff, but it's uncertain and it probably will create some conflict depending on what happens. So we need to learn from it. And what we need to learn is about population dynamics and disease risks, like I just talked about. So we need better ways to monitor populations. We need better information on vital rates, age structure, and the effects of these management actions on those things. In terms of inducing disease risk by our management actions. We need better information on what pathogen communities are where and what happens when we mix them during translocation events. And of course, both of these information needs, they don't occur in a vacuum. There's lots of other things that affect disease risk and population dynamics that we need to incorporate into the monitoring program. And then all of this needs to be done with an open discussion about risk tolerance at two scales. At the statewide scale, we can think about each one of these as an experiment, a replicate of an experiment that we learn something from. However, wherever we do this, the sample size is 1. And at the local scale, if it leads to a failure or a disease epizootic or reducing carnivore like lion or wolf density, it doesn't lead to increased kid survival. At that place, those people are not going to be happy. So it's not a replicate because people are invested in these populations. So there's 2 scales of risk tolerance that have to be considered in designing a program like this. So I can look really quick like this. Like I said, we were wrapping this up right at the beginning of the pandemic. So we presented it widely within our agencies and discussed it. And the general feedback we got was, yeah, let's do it. Like, let's start making a plan and lay out a work plan for what we're going to do where and what the monitoring is going to be. And on top of that, the corollaries to bighorn sheep management were very clear. So we basically had to go from a long list of what we would do where to what could we do in the next 5-year period. Like that's the limit of our PR grant cycle. So we had to do some prioritizing. We created a working group and we expanded this to a bighorn sheep and mountain goat adaptive management work plan. And when we did that with bighorn sheep, there's a couple of other management options that come into play. We're testing some pathogen management, like test and remove. We're doing that in a one place, and we've got a place where we've eliminated the herd, a chronically low herd after it die off, and we're trying to repopulate that herd now. And we're doing some range expansion projects with bighorn sheep too. So basically, and some of these projects for sheep have already started. Like we've done some new population introductions. We're doing the pathogen management stuff, and we just have lined this out. We've got a proposal for a lot of these, and some of these actions take commission. It's a commission decision. Any translocation is a commission decision, so none of this is guaranteed. But this is kind of what this led to was, well, let's just get organized as we do management. Let's just integrate some kind of research concepts and learn as much as we can, so that the next biologist, 10 or 15 years from now, like this learning is not going to be fast because sample sizes are low, but hopefully, biologists someday will not be in the same information scarcity position that we are in, so that it'll be easier to make decisions about what to do where. So that's kind of where we're headed. And that's the end of my prepared talk. So I'm not sure how you want to handle this, Doug. Yeah.
So if we could have the panelists show up front here.
Where do I go?
Yeah, you can have a seat right there. So I'll do some introductions here of folks. We have Steve Gordon from the BC government. Also have Don Whitaker from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Of course, Justin's here. Andy Holland, Colorado Division of Wildlife. Excuse me, that's what it'll always be to me. So sorry about that. Sarah Dewey from National Park Service. Holly Miyazaki from Idaho Fish and Game. Also online, we have Bill Jex from BC and Kevin White, recently retired from Alaska Fish and Game. Right on. Right on. Everybody needs a backup. So where I think this conversation should go is we'll have a couple very short kind of slide presentations here from Steve and Andy, and then each one of the panelists will share a very brief kind of status report and kind of collective issues going on with goats in their jurisdiction. I know not everybody is represented on this panel, so hopefully they can be engaged with the conversation as it develops. But there are so many items going on here, whether you're talking about native versus introduced goats. It's oftentimes not as simple as that. Climate change. I think that the term a climate change resilience strategy, do you try and anticipate and jump ahead of what might be happening or what you might expect to happen with climate change? Data gaps seems to be common. So rather than kind of sharing what all I think is going to happen, let's just get into it. And we might just start with Steve Gordon giving us a short presentation on some of the wild things that BC is certainly dealing with right now. So thanks. Presentation 13A.
Well, if being a sheep is a derisive term, being a goat, we all know what that stands for, right? So I'm feeling a bit outnumbered here today, so I'm glad to see some compatriots. So first, before I get started, I'd like to point out this is a photo of classic coastal mountain goat habitat, steep terrain, Douglas fir, arboreal lichen, and you can see their use of these little structures within the habitat, so they know their habitat intimately. And with approximately 58,000 mountain goats in BC, we have over half of the world's population, so we have a global responsibility to manage this species. Now let's see, here's the IQ test. So this mosaic is an actual attempt to quantify real traffic levels for one day in one location in the Grand Canyon. So all of these helicopters, all of these boats, all of these people are going in there, hither and yon, doing all their things, having fun. And so if there are goats or sheep on that hillside, you got to think it's going to have some sort of effect. One would assume that. So historically in BC, we've been focused on heli skiing as the primary adventure tourism activity. And in recent years, why is this not working? Oh, okay. In recent years, with the advent of a new rack, this heli biking has taken off. So yeah, you might see some shocking images here today, and I really wanted to rile everybody up because I think this is a pretty significant concern for the future of mountain goats, and it's even if you take the mountain goat value out of it, it's a governance issue, a management issue. So I'm just going to roll through some of these things and let the pictures speak to them for themselves to some extent. So this rack was just invented, I think, 4 years ago and got approval through Transport Canada. And essentially what this did was cut the transit time, the helicopter time required for alpine mountain biking in half. So it reduced the cost by half. And so now a quick web search, anybody, you just look up heli biking on the web and you'll find multiple companies offering this activity across the province. And you can see it's very well established. You can see in this photo, it's not like heli skiing, which you could argue ecologically is somewhat benign. Typically they would only do glading in the subalpine where they would remove a few trees to make nicer ski runs. There's actually infrastructure being put in place in the alpine here. So, and most of our protection measures in BC are associated with logging and resource extraction. And so those designations, ungulate winter ranges, so defined winter range habitats have been set aside in the order of magnitude of millions of hectares for mountain goats specifically. Ungulate winter ranges in the province are the designation with the greatest coverage and the greatest habitat representation are conserved. And yet the objectives of those habitats don't apply to this activity. So, and that's not all. Heli biking so it's heli skiing, heli biking. This is a photo on the left here. There's heli snowmobiling. So they're slinging snowmobiles into the alpine in areas across the province as well. Now, this one's particularly interesting. This is a heli angling license was being used to justify or to this activity was being done under the guise of heli angling. And you don't need to be a fisheries biologist to determine that there's no fish in that water course. This is a glacier and it's right next, this is in the Sea to Sky district near Whistler, for those of you who are not familiar. And this is, you know, to get here, they're basically in mountain goat and natal ranges. So this is something I'm going to highlight also as a management imperative, that we focus so much on managing the winter ranges. We haven't adequately mapped summer habitats and natal habitats. We don't really know what proportion of the natal habitats we're capturing in those mountain goat winter ranges that we've delineated. And so what, right? I mean, helicopters fly over the place. They're not really having a physical impact on the land. You know, we are constantly challenged as to why is this a concern? Oh, right. So the diversity, intensity, geographic coverage of helicopter supported activities, as Kevin's pointed out. So there's heli skiing was the start of it, heli biking, heli hiking, heli snowmobiling, heli kayaking, heli stand-up paddleboarding, heli yoga, heli weddings, heli scotch tasting, heli whatever. This is not made up. This is real. So yeah. So, you know, there's also, you know, a quality of experience for all, you know, avid outdoors people who or mountaineers. You know, there's some complaints about incompatible uses here. I mean, you wouldn't be too happy if you spent 6 hours climbing to the top of a mountain to have somebody get dropped off with their picnic table by helicopter, right? So this is an example in the Skeena region where, due to First Nations concerns and guide outfitter concerns about the sustainability of the local mountain goat population, the decision maker required the heli operator to submit their GPS flight paths. So each of these flight paths, the different colors represent different helicopters. This is one season of use. And those purple polygons are the mountain goat winter ranges without any disturbance buffer applied, except for a 500-meter vertical extrusion, which is one of the opportunities, I guess, to mitigate disturbance. So you can see now that helicopters leave tracks, I think I'll just let this one speak for itself. So one of the attempts here is to have a 500-meter vertical, as I said, which I would point out is not really supported by science. There's nothing to say that that it actually does reduce the risk to mountain goats. Intuitively, you would think it does, but you can see that the flight paths are not adhering to that, and there's no avoidance horizontally. And so I refer back to the Northern Wild Sheep and Goat Council position statement on this, and we do have literature to support a 1,500-meter setback for helicopter activity adjacent to occupied mountain goat habitat. And it's all about risk management. If you want to reduce the risk to mountain goats, you need to manage your traffic. And so as I go through the next few slides, you'll see that this is a very significant management issue that we need to turn our minds to. This is another example of one operation, one season of use. And you can see this mountain block here is occupied by mountain goats. And so it's very pervasive activity. Again, this shows the mountain goat winter ranges, the core winter range. So that is in red. Then a 500-meter high risk zone, a 1,000-meter moderate risk zone, and a 1,500-meter low risk zone have been applied around that core habitat. So keep in mind, this is the winter habitat for mountain goats. We all know they occupy the edge of earth and sky, the most extreme terrain that, you know, any large mammal could occupy. And the flight paths are going all in and around these habitats. And so if you are, again, taking a risk management approach, if you want to maintain a 1,500-meter setback, that would be considered a low risk approach. And as we zoom in here, you can see that. So one of the things I want to highlight here is when you are able to view the heli tracks in relation to the mountain goat habitat, this offers an opportunity for site-specific mitigation strategy development. So the intent here is to avoid blanket closures because these activities are tenured. They're legally allowed to be there doing these activities. And you can see in this particular area here, the operator has respected the 500-meter vertical, but you can see what this also shows is there's varying levels of intensity of activity. So it's not just the same level of activity everywhere. And with some adjustments, you may be able to reduce the overall risk to mountain goats. And of course, we're talking about risk of disturbance, displacement, or direct harassment, and reduce productivity and even possibly mortality. So this is what we call a dashboard. This is an attempt to quantify. So numbers, provide stronger, if you can quantify the risk, it provides a stronger argument to influence management decisions, obviously. So keep in mind, this is an area that is submitting their data at the end of the season. This is about heli skiing here. And you can see even where the operator is a collaborative operator and submitting their data, there's still over 2 hours of helicopter time actually within the core winter range, almost 94 hours in the high risk zone. And I just ask you to consider that these represent these hours of time within these zones represent flights that last in the order of minutes. So that's a lot of flights. And as we zoom in here, you can see again, varying levels of intensity. These are the orange is the core winter range. You can see these are obviously high use transit flight paths. But what this shows me is that there's opportunities for improved management. And I'm being a little circumspect in the language I'm choosing here, just to be clear. This again is this just shows how the dashboard works. The purple are just the main transit flight paths, but the dots within the winter range here, this is the core of the winter range. Again, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meter horizontal buffer. So these dots represent the periods when the helicopters within those zones, and that generates the numbers in that dashboard. Again, this example, so when we talk about site-specific mitigation, as opposed to more coarse closure areas, this area here, so this is a core winter range here, a core winter range here. These are the type of areas that you can't maintain those no disturbance buffers and still have that particular ski run. So that might be an opportunity where you either adjust the drop-off pickup locations in some cases, or the flight paths to get to and from these runs, or in some cases, if we are managing to reduce risk to mountain goats, that particular ski run may not be viable. And again, one season of use, these flight paths just show like there's obviously areas that are used extensively for transit, which are again within 500 meters. So this winter range here is being exposed to quite a lot of traffic. There may be opportunities to adjust that. And again, I just want to highlight this as a management issue. Why are we concerned about this? And I'm hoping at the end of this short presentation that I'll feel a little validated and that you'll support me in that this is something as managers that we should be turning our minds to. And this actually is again, no horizontal disturbance risk buffer applied, but the 500 meter vertical extrusion. And it actually shows an opportunity here. I'm pretty like this not being maintained in this area, obviously. So it shows the relative intensity of use. But this was an example where cutting the corner on this particular winter range was able to be avoided by simple relocation of a fuel cache. They kept going to that location and through that polygon because the fuel cache was in the valley bottom on the adjacent to the road. And by relocating that fuel cache provides an opportunity to reduce risk to that particular polygon. So that's the disturbance aspects, but let's keep in mind that it's not just the flight paths getting there. And I need to be very clear that in Canada, we have no constitutional authority to manage the airspace. That's under federal authority. We do, however, have authority to manage what happens when they land. And they're not just joyriding, they want to do activities on the land, skiing, hiking, biking, yoga, whatever. This looks like mountain goat habitat to me. And there's extensive activity in the subalpine. And so there's the ground-based disturbance aspects that we really haven't started turning our minds to as to how we mitigate those risks. But there's also ecological risks associated with human traffic, right? The sensitive alpine ecosystems and vegetation communities as well that we need to consider. So what are we doing about it? So we started our outreach, and with Transport Canada, the federal agency, I guess the cousin to the Federal Aviation Authority, we've started our outreach and we've put together an information brochure about what the provincial government is trying to achieve, and provided that to all of the inspectors so that all of the federal inspectors that go and basically ensure compliance of, the regulations governing helicopter activity, have this in their briefcase, and they're taking this and talking to every single helicopter operator in the province right now. And so caribou was one of the primary species driving this, of course, but mountain goats are right up there in terms of risk. I mean, again, we have over half of the world's mountain goats. They're trending downwards in some areas. We don't have the data to really have a good handle on where the declines are happening, or if the declines are actually real, or what the cause of these declines may be. But other species like thinhorn and bighorn sheep and grizzly bear and wolverine are also of concern. And so we did have guidelines that were established back in 2006. So we're currently updating these guidelines, doing a web modernization exercise. And we also in BC have a mountain goat management plan that we established in 2010 that provides the scientific underpinnings for this effort. So we have some strong rationale for undertaking this work. I just want to point out, this is a Boeing Chinook, heavy lift helicopter. This is actually from my own master's thesis, and the heli logging sector. So the logging sector, industrial forestry development, is abiding by setbacks of 1,500 meters during the critical winter period and adjusting their operations to minimize risk to mountain goats. So let me, this is a very significant economic driver for the province of BC, and they are implementing measures to reduce risk to mountain goats. And so during the winter, they don't heli log within 1,500 meters of mountain goat winter range. Yet adventure tourism is happening all seasons without any such restrictions, except in specific areas. I also like to point out that as through the engagement with my federal colleagues, they pointed out that now, 5 years ago, these regulations didn't exist, and now there's marine mammal protection regulations and cetacean protection regulations, and that go down to species specific regulations. So I'm not going to speak to the appropriateness of that, but that might be something that we want to think about. And so, as I said, we got half of the world's mountain goats. Between BC and Alaska, we probably have 70% of these iconic critters. And as everyone knows, BC has the biggest mountain goats. This is from my colleague, Kevin White. But Alaska has the fattest. Thank you.
I think in the interest of time, and I'm sure there'll be questions for Steve, but I think we'll go through the panel. If you can hold your questions, and we'll have those kind of at the end of our set of presentations here. Andy.
So I think one of the biggest advantages to coming to these is that you realize your problems in your state might not be as bad as you thought they were. I thought the last slide was going to be heli jeeping. There was going to be a Jeep come out of that Chinook. So I was going to give, again, Andy Holland, Colorado Parks and Wildlife Big Game Manager. I'm just going to give you a very brief intro to goats in Colorado. And I think it's going to be a lot different than what you just saw from Justin and Steve. So bear with me for just a couple minutes. So this map shows where our 15 goat hunting units are, just to orient you. This shows our population estimates. Mountain goats were introduced in Colorado starting in 1948, thanks to Montana and subsequently South Dakota, which I think got them from Montana also. So again, the irony of this, following Justin, is all the consternation and hand wringing up there, and then in Colorado they're doing very well, as you'll see. So first introduced in let's see, where's the pointer on this? Got it. So first introduced in 1948, and then we moved goats around within our own state by ourselves for a period of several decades. Goats peaked at about 2,000 in 2005, and we intentionally have reduced the statewide goat population with fairly intensive active harvest management. And we're currently now at about 1,700. So we intentionally reduced these to reduce competition with native bighorns, to minimize expansion of mountain goats into other bighorn sheep herds, and also to potentially reduce disease transmission, as Justin described. So on these 1,700 animals, we have 274 licenses this year. And just for context, that's 236 either sex and 38 nanny only, which I know is a little different than maybe some other states are managing. And again, those nanny only licenses are designed to target female harvest and not completely reduce the age structure of the billies in that particular population. And then my last slide just is to show that the sex composition of our harvest. So you could see the harvest pretty much looks pretty similar to what the population graph looked like in terms of trend. The blue line is billy harvest and the red line is nanny harvest. You can see that we are harvesting almost as many nannies as billies. So the take home on this is annually we harvest about 10% of our mountain goats, and about half of those are nannies. So our goats are very productive, and we're, I guess, managing not only for hunting and viewing opportunity, but also in deference to native bighorns. So that's all I had. Oh, I had one more thing, because I know our awesome Dr. Karen Fox ran and got her computer to back me up on this, so I better not forget to mention. One of the issues that we have had with mountain goats is we've had a couple herds that may have had die-offs at the same time as bighorn sheep, and we don't have disease data from that, but the mountain goats have responded and recovered much more quickly than the sympatric bighorns subsequent to die-offs, which at the time we didn't know what was going on. I had no clue. I thought mountain goats were almost bulletproof, but when Mike Cox and Perry Wolf came out with their data of die-offs of mountain goats and bighorns with the same strain of MOB, concurrent die-offs, it was like, oh my gosh, I think that's probably what we had going on in the Gore range, Karen. And then finally, we have had some issues with juvenile survival from diarrhea. And I don't know, Karen, if people want to ask questions, I may just bring you up, but the short version is, from human outhouses, there's a concern of E. coli getting into the mountain goats and having kid mortality. So Karen knows a lot more about the nitty gritty on that. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I think we'll just keep moving. And what I'm hoping is we'll see some differences, some similarities, and there'll be some themes that rise to the surface, and that'll prompt some more conversation. So maybe Holly, we can have you give us a little synopsis of Idaho at this point in time.
So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation or any slides. So I'm just going to provide you a little bit of information kind of similar to what you've been hearing, just for comparison. So in Idaho, we have a minimum count. And keep in mind, these are mostly from surveys that are done pretty infrequently, especially in some of our populations. So about 2,300 goats. About 300 of the, okay, so those are divided into about 18 populations. We did this in our 2019 management plan, and a lot of that's just based on our best guess looking at habitat. You know, we don't have radio color information. We don't know how they could possibly be connected. Maybe some of Rich's ideas would help us in the future, but we split them up the best we could, about 18 total populations. 8 of those, as far as we know, number like 60 or less individuals. And those populations don't receive a lot of attention from us as far as survey work. We just can't afford it. We don't have the resources to look at those smaller populations. So that amounts to about 300 animals in those smaller populations. We also share a lot of populations with our neighboring states. We have 17 that border Montana. one that borders Oregon, but we've got the Snake River there, so we don't really share harvest with that one, but they're right there next to Oregon. One borders Wyoming, and we do know we have some movement back and forth there. And then we have one up on in our panhandle that borders Canada. So out of all of that, we end up with 41 tags, which is not very many tags. And we do hear about this, mind you. So in our management plan, we did a modeling effort to try to give us guidance about how to allocate tags in these populations. We were concerned about overharvest, and particularly further in the past, how we had some areas that had really good goat numbers, and we managed them more like deer, and we don't have goats there anymore. So we think we contributed to that issue with our harvest management in those areas. So we, through our modeling, we were using, we didn't have all the information that we needed from Idaho. So like Justin mentioned, we were using metrics from other states, you know, pregnancy rates, recruitment, survival data. So there are weaknesses there, but it was what we thought was the best we could do with the information that we had. And just in general, we have a lot in our plan that gives you different direction based on what you think your population's doing with kid ratios, percent females in the harvest, total numbers. But just like a basic idea about how we set tags is minimum population of 100. We kind of average about 30% females in the harvest in a lot of areas. And let's say a 15 kid to adult ratio. And with those kind of numbers, we would recommend harvesting less than or equal to 3% of the adult population. So that's basically how we're setting seasons right now with that kind of information and that modeling effort. So we know we could have more tags if we could get a better handle on our female harvest. And our commission has taken interest in this. And we're actually undergoing rulemaking right now, which, you know, is part of our Idaho code, our state process, rulemaking to look at making gender identification training mandatory for people who draw tags. And that would be a big deal for Idaho. We don't mandatory anything, you know, we're not telling anybody what to do. So having a mandatory training would be a big step. And we surveyed the public, wasn't super intensive, but there was a lot of support for it. So we're hoping to move forward with that. We actually have a meeting this month to start that process off. And yeah, I'm excited to see how that turns out. And, you know, for our commission, you know, the real metric that they are looking at are tag numbers. And that's tied to all this other stuff, our population surveys, you know, those nannies in the harvest. And as like Justin mentioned, we don't have dedicated funding for mountain goats. So I think that's been a big hindrance to our management. You know, we can't survey as much as we want to. We identified areas in our plan that we would like to have radio collar information, you know, gathering this information on basic, you know, metrics to put in our model. And so I think it's a struggle because we are competing as well for funds with deer, you know, funding with deer, elk, and, you know, we only have 41 tags. And so it's hard to make us a priority or make mountain goats a priority in management, but we're definitely trying. And I think I'll just leave it at that for now and be happy to answer questions later on.
Okay, Holly, thanks. Oregon, Don, Brienne, if you want to give us an update there.
Sure. Thanks. No slides. Real quick. Doug asked for a quick update on the populations. In Oregon, all of the goats we have are the result of reintroduction. So we have nothing that is remnant from native populations. Currently, we're sitting right around 1,200 goats in about 11, 12 populations, depending on how they're moving around. With that, we're even more conservative, I think, than everybody else. We've only issuing 29 tags this year through the drawing, plus one auction tag and one raffle tag. We do have a mandatory training for everybody that draws a goat tag, and even our auction and raffle tag holders, we hold them to that. It's focused primarily on gender ID based on behaviors and some characteristics that they can look at. So real quickly on a few issues, I mean, it's hard to compete with BC, but we do have some issues with recreationists in some of our areas. We're seeing, like, if you go to Glacier and some of these other places where they talk about urine sites and things like that, we're starting to see some of that develop a little bit, primarily in our elk horns. We're abating that a little bit with offsite salt sites to provide them an alternative for those minerals that they're looking for. It's helping. It doesn't completely take the problem away. As Justin pointed out, trying to count these things comes with a whole suite of problems because of where they live. It's easiest to see a white goat on a brown background, and when we start trying to fly helicopters at high elevation in the summertime, the air gets pretty thin for a lot of the helicopters. We don't want to put our staff in danger, things like that. We have had some genetics concerns. If we look at our history, we started to see some real problems, and if you want, you can ask Vic later. He'll tell you stories about his goats in the Malawas. We thought we had some population issues stemming from genetics concerns, I think in the 60s or 70s, somewhere in there. And one single goat got shoved in a wooden box and came down from Alaska on a boat. Thanks, Alaska. That went up there horseback, I think. And yeah, I thought it was just one. Anyway, we solved it with a few goats from Alaska. Our tags are not gender specific. In the 60s, we did have a pretty high proportion of the nannies taken in the third or fourth seasons that we had, the third or fourth years we had those seasons, and we saw them affect the population. It was a lot smaller then. Closed the season, came back and started hunting them again in the late 90s, and we're slowly creeping up. We are starting to think about the disease reservoir, the interaction. We have a couple areas where we have sympatric sheep and goats as well. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to pay attention to that. We don't have a lot of data on it yet. Couple of other issues we're facing is we have a few goats that occur in wilderness, and we've got in National Forest Service wilderness, where we're working with these forests. We have a lot of variability on their willingness to let us do things in those wilderness areas. The Forest Service tends to, the local biologist tends to be the king, and depending on their viewpoint, sometimes it's problematic. Most recently, we have a release that we conducted in the Mount Jefferson Wilderness, and we're the result of capture and relocation, and most of our northeastern Oregon best habitats have good goat populations in them. The remaining most likely habitats are in the Sky Islands and the Cascade Mountain Range, and we're facing issues trying to put goats into some of those areas. When we start talking about it, we have, as everybody knows, the interest groups come forward, and one of the ones that's been a big problem for us is the plant interest groups. A number of years ago, we tried to put some goats in an area adjacent to the Columbia Gorge, and it was actually litigation with the Forest Service that stopped it because of the nexus we had, and it's a long, complicated story like that. So we're working on ways to find that. It's going to be a long time to get through there, especially since if in our last revision of our mountain goat and sheep plan, we now have to take in new areas, all of our goat releases have to be reviewed by our commission. They don't have to actually adopt it in rule, but they basically have to endorse it or rubber stamp it. And as evolution occurs, our commission now, it's dangerous. And I think our commission now is going to start really forcing us as an agency into the climate change issues as well. So we've got lots of new things to think about as we move forward with our management.
Yeah, thanks, Don. Sarah, I might ask you to come up here next, and a little unfair to ask you to represent the entire Park Service. It's kind of a series of issues out there, but just maybe in general, and might ask Kevin White to kind of be on deck to follow Sarah with some comments from Alaska. So Sarah.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to represent the entire Park Service. As you can imagine, management in the various national parks is pretty context specific to, whether populations are native or not, and, the geography, et cetera. So hopefully there's some other folks here that are partnered with parks that may be able to speak to some of those issues. I'm just going to try to give you a snapshot of what's going on in Grand Teton. So the mountain goats are not native to the Teton Range, but they have made it here. They are descended from goats that were introduced probably about 50 years ago to the south of the park. And they showed up probably in the early 2000s to form a breeding populations. There were transient individuals that came over since the late 60s and early 70s, but breeding population established in the mid 2000s. So you heard from Allie and Carson earlier about the Teton Range bighorn sheep population. It is a small native population that is vulnerable. And to use Andy's term, the agencies have agreed to manage in deference to the bighorn sheep. So a couple other things, based on some genetic work that we did, that we were able to maybe not a strong indication that the goats came from the population that's to the south of us. We know that that population overlaps a domestic sheep allotment, and testing of that goat population to the south did pick up a lot of the pathogens related to pneumonia. Very limited testing of the goats in the Tetons. We've documented some of the pathogens, and in limited testing of our bighorn sheep as well, only a couple of the pathogens. So the concern was that they may be naive, and certainly we haven't detected MOV in the Teton population. So the disease risk is a concern, and then the potential for competition. This sheep population has lost their low elevation winter ranges, so they spend the winter up high. Those winter ranges are pretty limited, and adding another critter in there that has habitat preferences that overlap was also a concern. And we do know from our remote cameras that Carson mentioned that we have out at these mineral licks that there is overlap between the two species. We've picked both sheep and goats up in a single frame, so they're using these mineral licks at the same time. So again, the competition and disease is the biggest concern, and we really want to minimize the risk. So the park wrote a management plan and went through an environmental compliance process that we finished in 2019, and began to implement that management plan to remove the goats beginning in 2020. Several different methods utilized. We did some aerial lethal removal, and then also used qualified volunteers. So those are people that basically go through a random draw. They are essentially employees of the national park, so we have responsibility for them. So they're not just hunters. You don't just turn them loose. They have to go through training, and they're signed up as volunteers. So they're essentially our employees. So through all the qualified volunteer program and the lethal removal, we've removed about 157 goats. Wyoming Game and Fish also had liberal goat hunting seasons outside of the park. And I'm going to say maybe you guys have removed 35 or something like that. We just finished another round of aerial lethal removal in February, and we think that there are only a handful of goats probably remaining now in the Tetons. And so going forward, I think the challenges for us are going to be recolonization, and we're looking at different ways that we can monitor. And so we're going to use genetic techniques as well as our remote cameras that we have at Mineralix and potentially at other places. Goats could potentially also come to the park from the north, from Yellowstone. They're getting closer from that direction as well. And let's see what else I wanted to mention. Yeah, I think that pretty much summarizes it. Our main challenges are we're really focused on helping this bighorn sheep population be sustained, and the goats, because of where they exist, overlapping with that domestic sheep allotment, are a real potential threat.
Thank you, Sarah. And I might just chime in on the heels of that relative to Wyoming. So all of our goats are introduced thanks to Montana and Idaho. The areas originally colonized by those translocations by our neighboring states were into places where we welcomed them and started hunting them in the Beartooth Mountains next to the Montana state line in 1969. Started hunting them in the 1990s. When they moved from Idaho across the state line into the Snake Range. Those two places we still want to prioritize mountain goats and manage for thriving populations there. One, the Beartooths were having a struggling population there, but they've expanded into the Absarokas and have conflicts with a very important native sheep population that we're really trying to, more like Colorado, is kind of favor bighorn sheep in that case. Same thing in the Tetons. So it's this mix of all of our goats are introduced. We favor them in certain places. We favor bighorn sheep in others. So it's sometimes hard to get that message across to folks that mountain goats are fascinating. Mountain ungulates, we absolutely value them, but in some places the decision comes down in favor of bighorn sheep. And with that, is Kevin White ready to make some remarks? Kevin, you have the floor.
Great, thanks a lot. Yeah, you can all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, well, thanks a lot, Doug, for the invitation to participate in the panel discussion. I just have a brief list of things to talk about to address your questions. And so throughout Alaska, mountain goats inhabit primarily coastal mountain ranges from Southeast Alaska all the way along the Pacific Rim to the Kenai Peninsula and Kodiak Island. And in a few spots, they range further north up towards the Wrangell Mountains and even the very southern part of the Talkeetna Mountains. About 15 years ago, Marco Festa-Bianchette and Steve Cote, when they were working on their book, they asked Thomas McDonough and I if we might be able to compile an estimate of mountain goats in the state of Alaska. And so we did our best to pull together existing survey data. And we estimated that there's about between 24,000 and 33,500 mountain goats in the state. So it's definitely a guesstimate, but kind of gives you a sense for the number of animals that are out there in the landscape. In the last 20 years, there's been about 500 to 600 animals harvested annually. That number has pushed up to 700 to 800 in probably the last 5 years, primarily as a result of increase in expansion and more liberalized harvest an introduced population on Kodiak Island. So just to give you a sense for the number of animals in the state and the amount of harvest, most harvest occurs via over-the-counter registration hunts, although there is limited entry drawing hunts in some areas, particularly in places if there's a small population or close proximity to high human population density or good access. The registration hunts are typically, would occur commonly from September through November, and they're closed by emergency order once harvest quotas are reached to avoid overharvest. So that's just a little bit about the management system in Alaska. There's a high amount of spatial variation in population trends amongst mountain goat populations in Alaska, including at small spatial scales. So we even have instances where we have two mountain ranges that are just separated by a river valley by a few miles across, one population that's declining and another population that may be stable or even slightly increasing. And that's a phenomena that we see kind of throughout the region. There's a high amount of genetic differentiation between mountain goat subpopulations at relatively small spatial scales. And so in many ways, a lot of these populations are kind of operating independently to a certain degree. Weather is probably the most important driver of mountain goat populations in coastal Alaska. And so in some instances, that can have kind of a broader scale impact on mountain goat populations. But due to the marine environment and the extent and intensity of storms, the amount of precipitation that we get, we have a pretty extreme amount of local variation in weather, precipitation and snowfall, for example, factors that can have strong impacts on mountain goat populations. So there's a lot of variability in mountain goat populations. So it's unlike other areas, we can't quite provide like a generalized prediction about trends of mountain goats across the state. We do have one of the things that's interesting about mountain goats in Alaska is that we have evidence of both different coastal and interior ecotypes. So that has management implications because in most coastal areas, mountain goats are predominantly wintering in low elevation forested environments. And then the classic interior mountain goat ecotype involves mountain goats wintering and summering in high elevation alpine areas. And so along the lines of what Steve was touching on in his presentation about ecotourism in British Columbia, we also have similar issues in Alaska as it relates to helicopter skiing. So for example, in places where we have predominantly the coastal mountain goat ecotype, mountain goats wintering in low elevation forested habitats, there's less opportunity for there to be overlap between that kind of an industrialized activity than there would be for mountain goats that are wintering at high elevation habitats. And so to kind of continue along that thread and move into talking about some of the issues that we face with mountain goats in Alaska, to kind of follow that thread, helicopter skiing is an issue that's been of an increasing importance and has been growing throughout coastal Alaska. There's a number of communities now that have active helicopter skiing operations, oftentimes by multiple operators in relatively small areas. And that's been a subject of research that I've been involved in for about the last 12 years. But there's also been even a longer standing concern going back to 20 years ago with summer helicopter tourism. And in southeastern Alaska, there's a pretty significant cruise ship industry, and in Juneau, the capital of Alaska, for example, just before COVID, they were receiving over 1 million cruise ship passengers in each summer, and the Forest Service was permitting 25,000 helicopter landings on the Juneau ice field. And so there's been also longstanding concerns about summer helicopter tourism impacts on mountain goats. So many of the same issues that Steve kind of did a nice job of covering, although I haven't heard about helicopter Scotch tasting. That sounds like an interesting one. And we've also had issues that are related to more conventional types of industrial development, such as mining, hydroelectric development, and timber. And to some degree, those issues can be related to increasing access or direct mechanized impacts associated with helicopters or heavy equipment operation or infrastructure on mountain goats, causing displacement in the case of mining in one study that we conducted. In terms of mountain goat harvest management, that of course is an important issue, and one that many management biologists throughout the state focus on. And one of the primary issues that we've been sort of trying to tackle relates to female harvest. And so throughout the state, mountain goats of either sex are allowed to be harvested. And over the years, we've always tried to encourage hunters to avoid harvest of female mountain goats. And about 12 years ago, Jeff Jemison, Kristen Romanoff, and I created a mountain goat sex identification quiz to try and help educate hunters and improve their ability to tell males and females apart in the field. And that effort has been very well received. But nonetheless, we have about 30%, 28% of mountain goat harvest statewide is females. And one of the things that we did that was interesting as part of that project is Jeff Jemison conducted interviews with about 200 hunters over the course of 4 years over the phone, had a list of questions, and trying to understand why hunters were harvesting females. And we kind of went into it expecting that most hunters would be harvesting females unintentionally, like that they weren't able to appropriately identify the species that, or the sex that they were harvesting. One of the things that we found was that 40% of the females that were being harvested were done so intentionally. And so on the one hand, that's something that sort of is like kind of a little bit alarming or discouraging, because you feel like our education efforts, this was before the identification quiz, were not being that effective. But on the other hand, it gives us some kind of assurance that, you know, if 40% of the hunters out there are knowingly shooting females, then, you know, like all we have to do is convince hunters not to shoot females. And so there's different ways you can do that using sort of soft or hard approaches. And we've mostly focused on using soft approaches, such as through education. And I think that has been effective, but there has been some interesting management case studies, starting with regulation that Thomas McDonough shepherded through the Board of Game process to penalize hunters that harvested females by not allowing them to harvest mountain goats in that same game management unit for the next 5 years. A similar regulation was implemented in Cordova. Another kind of variation on that theme was implemented in Baranof Island. In all three instances where hunters were sort of being penalized in a more direct way. And in all of those cases, all those three management cases, we documented a significant decline in the amount of female harvest in mountain goat populations. And this is kind of based on some analysis that Tim Spivey, one of my collaborators from ADF&G, and I have been working on analysis and writing a paper to document this. So those are some interesting and some sort of encouraging kind of findings in terms of how we might be able to reduce female harvest. I guess just to kind of wrap up, a couple other things I just wanted to follow up on. As was mentioned in the Montana presentation, about the paucity of demographic data, which is, critical for understanding vital rates and being able to predict sustainable harvest or the effects of other factors, whether they be natural or anthropogenic. Has been something that we've made a substantial amount of progress on in Alaska, but at the same time, it's such a large area and there's so many different, different kinds of situations that managers may contend with, that there's continues to be a long standing need to have better demographic information about mountain goat populations throughout the state and in different areas. And so in some areas we've gotten a lot of information, have learned a lot, and we have good data in which to make base management decisions. But in other areas, there's a much more data poor situation. So that remains to be an important issue. And having a better understanding of weather and in the long-term climate effects on mountain goats is something that's important. In southeastern Alaska, for example, in Juneau, the average winter temperature is 1 degree below freezing. And so what that means is if you have a warm storm, you get rain. If you have a cold storm, you get snow. And so that can result in really significant amounts of snowfalls in some years and limited amount of snowfall in other years. So it's right on this sort of inflection point that influences the severity of winter on these localized mountain goat populations. And having a better understanding of those relationships between winter weather and summer weather and growing season on mountain goat populations is important. One of the interesting things that we've learned through field studies in 3 different populations has documented that up to 60% of mountain goat mortalities can be caused by avalanches, which is an interesting kind of topic to consider, because in some ways, if you have a significant amount of snowfall, that can lead to high avalanche risk, but that's not always the case. And sometimes rain on snow events can put a persistent weak layer in the snowpack and result in really high risk avalanche conditions, even though you might not have a significant amount of snowpack. So sometimes these weather variables and the way that they affect mountain goats can be complex. I guess that just to touch on the last couple key topics, predation, of course, is a factor in mountain goat populations. We do in most areas have a full complement of natural predators of mountain goats, primarily including wolves, brown bears, and black bears. We don't have really extensive direct knowledge about the relationships between predators and mountain goats. It's something that probably plays an important role sometimes in localized situations. But I think in general, we don't see as much evidence of predation than we do, say, on other species in the regions, such as moose and deer, probably because of the obvious, habitat selection criteria that mountain goats use that reduce their vulnerability to predation. Disease has not really been a strong issue, I guess, in Alaska, we predominantly have had some anecdotal instances of contagious ecthyma or ORF reported, but not really any significant indications of die-offs like, it's been documented obviously with bighorn sheep and Movi in the lower 48 and now increasingly in some cases with mountain goats. But at the same time, it's not something that we really have a lot of knowledge of. It's not to say that there's remote populations that no one's just really carefully watching to even document that could occur. So, well, I guess I could go on for quite a bit longer and maybe we'll have the opportunity to do that more, but I wanted to just leave it at that. And if we can talk more.
Yeah, I
discussions.
appreciate that, Kevin. I think we do need to move on. And I know there's some other jurisdictions that could chip in a little bit here, but I'd like to spend our remaining time here fielding some questions from the audience for our panelists here. And so if there's any questions he was on standby, yeah. But anybody else have any questions for any of our panelists first here?
Question came in online here. Any insight into avian predation? Avian predation.
Comments, anyone? There you go, Steve. It'll turn green. Hold it down a little longer. There you go. Yeah, I think what I'm hearing from the audience here is that there are documented cases of that. I don't know if anybody's got an indication that it's significant or substantial.
We think it happens, but we don't know what at level, because we just don't have that much from an observational standpoint, and at least in Oregon, we have lots of eagles and lots of other things, and I think accidents and things like that are much more prevalent.
Another data gap, perhaps. One thing I'm interested of, and if there's land managers as part of our group here today, is Steve's comment or his experience in BC. I'm just wondering from the outlook of a federal agency and my involvement commenting on things like this. We do have the Wilderness Act, which is very heavily skewed to non-motor or to motorized activities. So some of that stuff, landings and so forth, just doesn't quite so much happen. But like Ali described, absolutely, when you're talking non-motorized, it's there and it's happening. So I just wonder, is there an experience out there in the lower 48, or Kevin spoke of in Alaska as well as heli skiing has some impacts, but I guess just what's the outlook in other jurisdictions about, are you seeing some of the things that Steve talked about maybe starting to develop?
Well, not so much on the recreational or those kinds of activities in wilderness, but we as an agency are encountering issues with the Wilderness Act and motorized things, even where we have some districts that are saying trail cameras and things like that for counting can be a problem. And then one of the limitations we're seeing in some of our Cascade wilderness areas are it's inhibiting our ability to conduct studies and a few things like that and learn more about our goats because of the challenges and the control that some of the forests and districts have. They'll say, no, you can't go in there and do that. You can't set a trap in there. That's not natural stuff. We're getting shut down on helicopter use in the wilderness areas to capture goats in some cases where we can. And it's the frustrating part from our standpoint is it's incredibly variable across the forest. We have 5 or 6 forests in the state, and each forest is different in how they interpret things and allow things in and out of the wilderness. So it's really frustrating for us to work with them sometimes.
Hey, Doug, I'd make a comment, and you guys might remember Jeff Denton. used to work for the Bureau of Land Management in Wyoming, but then he moved to Alaska and was working. But he said BLM was permitting 40,000 glacier landings a year, and that was 20 to 25 years ago. So I don't know what the current situation is, but that was a lot back then.
That was on the Mendenhall Glacier, if I remember right. Outside of Juneau. Go ahead.
I was just going to provide an example for us. Recently, we had an area where we were counting about 100 goats in the winter and offering, I think it was 2 or 3 tags. The last time we went to survey in there, we counted less than 20 and a lot of snow bike tracks. So we don't know where those goats went. We don't know if they left. We don't know if they died. We don't know if they'll come back. You know, we have no collars. The typical stuff. We're really limited on being able to say what exactly happened, but that's what we see, you know. Snow bike, yeah, same difference, right? High-powered machines going into some pretty remote places.
Holly, does a snow bike have a motor?
Yes.
And I think that really hits on it, you know, just the technology and the coverage and just intensity of human use across the landscape. It begs the question of whether we have the will to zone land for different uses. And that's the discussion that we really need to have, right? There should be, if we want wildlife to persist in some of these areas, we're going to have to restrict what we can do in those areas, right? And right now there's a regulatory gap we've identified through the adventure tourism management, you know, what I just presented. But there's also, you know, aggressive lobbying for those uses, and it generates significant economic activity, right? But part of the, you know, there might be some opportunities through certification and more outreach and education. I think, you know, groups like the Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance have been doing a lot of work in that regard, like just broadening awareness of mountain goats and their values and their sensitivities. And I see Bill online, and I just wanted, because he put the effort into putting the harvest statistics together, I just noted that Kevin, in Alaska, they actually harvest more goats than we do in BC. And over the last 10 years, we've averaged 582 taken per year, almost equally split between residents and non-residents. And 77% were males taken by residents and 87% males by non-residents. So which would indicate that I guess having a guide might be a good thing.
So you touched on something that, and I think Justin mentioned it too, is lack of a public advocacy for mountain goats. At least in my experience, I'll throw it out there for others to comment on, but in Wyoming, we've traditionally had so few licenses. Up until recently, all areas were once in a lifetime. It was something so few people got to participate in that I don't think there was an awareness or an advocacy for that. I think that might be changing, but in the lower 48, that might be something that's pretty widespread. I'm just curious if BC and Alaska have that advocacy group.
Well, we don't have the Pittman-Roberts tax. We don't have the equivalent in BC. We have all the hunting, angling, and trapping licenses have a surcharge that goes to Habitat Conservation Trust Foundation, which is administered by a board, and then that funding gets, you know, dedicated to research and habitat acquisition and that kind of thing. But, you know, I firmly believe that we need to increase the outreach and public awareness and have, you know, some of these avid outdoors people, I think, would be glad to be able to directly contribute to conservation. And I mean, what more iconic species than mountain goats for, you know, these people who are out in the backcountry?
If I could chime in there on that. So, you know,
There's Bill.
RMG, yeah, Bill Jack, sorry, at a beautiful sunny Smithers today. So RMGA has certainly seen an increase in membership over the last few years. There's a lot of people that are interested, especially the new group of young mountain athlete hunters, right, that are interested in mountain goats and wild sheep in BC. And so we're seeing that change. You know, we've doubled the number of resident mountain goat licenses that are bought over the last decade and a bit here by residents. We've seen a bit of a trend down in non-resident sales, but they still harvest, you know, 55, 58% of the mountain goats that are taken in BC in a year. So when you speak about that advocacy, what you might see is a bit of a delayed response, because I think we're seeing that activity. Certainly my position, which is only a couple years old now as an official position in BC, was supported by the increasing interest in wild sheep and mountain goat management and harvest opportunity, right? So, you know, I think it's just a matter of the snowball getting rolling enough that you might see more of that advocacy pop up in some of these jurisdictions as it becomes a little bit more better opportunity for hunters to be involved, right?
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, Clint.
I was just curious for states where, you know, it's sort of more on the edge of mountain goat distribution, and I'm thinking of Oregon among others, but you know, across a variety of areas where people have mountain goats now, there are herds that are native herds that have persisted. There are places where people are quite sure they had mountain goats and mountain goats have been reintroduced. And then there are these areas where it's not certain, right? And it looks like mountain goat habitat. And if you put mountain goats in there, they do well, but then there's sometimes controversy about whether they should go in there. And I'm just curious how much effort has gone to or is going to looking for other ways to figure out whether mountain goats were ever present in these areas, and whether it's, you know, tribal oral histories or archaeological work. You know, how much interest is there in that?
Vic probably has something to say here.
Yeah, in Oregon and Northeast Oregon, we did a lot of research on goat distribution. We went through all kinds of archaeological evidence, and what I've found, and Pat Matthews and was the one that did the original work, but it's really tedious, takes a lot of time to find those documents, those old journals, but they were widespread in Oregon from what we found, all the way down the Cascades to at least Klamath. But you'll go through one of those journals that's 300 pages or so, and you might find one or two references, but it needs to be done.
Yeah, and
the other thing is, you know, in Hell's Canyon, well, we had archaeological sites right there by that Hat Point release, really close to there, that had mountain goats in it. And then if you look at the Indian languages and try to figure out, you know, what a mountain goat was called, which most of their names are a lot better than ours. They're not goats. So, but, you know, we found references there too. So.
With some of the, you know, journals in English from, you know, from European backgrounds, I imagine the whole goat sheep thing is a real problem.
Well, it could be. There was, but those people knew a lot more, especially the Hudson Bay records are really good. You know, they were buying furs all over, and they kept good records. They probably didn't, maybe they didn't trust everybody. They want to know how much fur they bought, but Pat went through a bunch of those records, and then I've found some stuff in Ogden's journals that was really good. And those fur expeditions, you know, are theirs, had 150 people or so, women and kids and skinners, and so pretty interesting though what they saw.
Don, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and add a little bit to Vic. You know, Vic's right. In Oregon, there was a fair bit of work looking at historical records, both from chapel journals and other naturalist notes and things like that. And it's kind of a mixed bag, realistically, from what we saw. That you can find archaeological evidence. Most of that's primarily on the east side of the state. The mixed bag really comes in the journal reviews, because Clint, you're right. There's many of those journal entries. It can be very challenging to determine whether they're talking about a goat or a sheep. We made, Vic, and you might not agree with this, but we made the decision to interpret many of those that they were indeed goats. Archaeologically, it's an entirely different situation. one of the problems with the archaeological evidence is most of the archaeological excavations and stuff tend to occur either in middens or trade sites and things like that. It's very difficult to determine whether those artifacts were traded and moved across that way or not. And most of those archaeological excavations don't occur in goat habitat. They occur way down in the lower elevations where it may have been a challenge for goat body parts to actually get that far down. One of the things that we've tried to do in the last couple of years in Oregon is I actually went to the state of Oregon has an archaeologist on staff. And I went to him and I says, we need to find somebody to go through the archaeological literature and then perhaps even go out and do some archaeological site stuff. And he couldn't find a student because it's that challenging and it's that mixed.
Yeah.
So
And of course, that sidesteps the issue that Justin was speaking to earlier is places that did have, whether they were there or not, even if they were native goat habitats, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, may not support mountain goats.
That's exactly
Is that
right.
the direction some
And,
places are
when
trending?
we do, this was a challenge during the goat plan and a few of the reintroductions. And that's why the commission is required to see a monitoring plan if we're putting goats somewhere, is because even in the trapper records and stuff like that, as far as extant on the hill or on the mountain animals as viable populations, those tended to disappear in Oregon about the same time as European expansion into the state.
Mm.
So it really provides a lot of opportunity for question.
Sure.
So, and that's what we've had to deal with in our reviews and as we've moved forward. And we're still trying to establish goats. And, we have a number of potential sites in the Cascades that we would like to put goats on. And we're making the decision that, yeah, we think goats would do well there. But trying to get through all of the other processes can be very challenging. And especially when the other groups come forward, if we want to put goats on the South Sister, there are people that would say no, because you're going to affect my native plant populations, or you're going to affect my recreation by putting limitation. That's coming into our pictures as well.
Absolutely. Kevin.
In probably in the 80s, Paul Schilleri and Lee Whittlesley were two historians for Yellowstone Park, and they wrote the history book on Yellowstone, and they found no reference or mention of any mountain goats. I got a kid from the University of Wyoming to do something outside the park, and this was back in the 80s. He never found any reference outside, in what's now the Greater Yellowstone. If you guys remember in '96 when we had this meeting in Silverthorne, Colorado, we had a great point counterpoint planned with Nathan Barley and his dad John Barley on either sides of the issue, because John was saying mountain goats don't belong in Yellowstone, and his son Nathan was like, hell yeah, they do, but that never happened. But I do want to mention Wyoming had 14,000-year-old what was called Harrington's mountain goat in the Bighorn Basin out of 10 Sleep. They found a skeleton in there, and the state archaeologist said, damn sure what it was. But to me, this is the ultimate. And Andy, you were probably in high school or grade school, but in '92, the Colorado Wildlife Commission, on the basis of Alex Chappell and Lynette Irby, they just said they're indigenous. And everybody went, how the hell did they get indigenous clear down in Colorado if they weren't anywhere south of the 43rd parallel? But that happened.
Yeah. So we'll probably wrap, or do you have something, Ed?
Yeah, I just want to say that, I think what we're talking about now is a mix of are they native, or how much evidence do we have, and should they be there? And that's really what it goes to. And I guess I didn't really touch on it, but that was a heated discussion in our working group that, people have very strong feelings about that. And where we landed on it was, like Doug mentioned, it was pretty influential with the climate scientists there to say, look, you look backwards, where goats are 50 years from now, it may not be the same as where it was. And, he encouraged us to be open about that. And it really was influential, along with the fact that, even around Yellowstone, Kevin, we don't have the public, like that's where most of our hunting opportunity is outside of Glacier. That's where most people see mountain goats. And we don't have people complaining about it saying, well, I wish this was in a native herd. They don't care. They like the opportunity. And most of those populations we established from the native herds, which are, 50 to 100 miles away. So the genetic history is the same in terms of Montana. They're goats from Montana. They're not like a different genetic lineage. And we're in a situation now where if we're going to do translocations, those populations are going to save us. We don't, unless we can move them out of Glacier to nearby areas, like that's our reservoir of mountain goats is these introduced herds. So that's going to be, they're going to be the conservation source for us. Right. And so it's really not a question from our standpoint, like looking statewide, it became less of a question about where were they native historically. And we're pretty sure that Harold Picton and Terry Launer, Brent's dad, they did a lot of work to look at that also. And we're pretty sure, like Kevin said, that east of the divide in Montana, they were not there historically. But the question really is like, where do we want them? Where can they live and where do we want them? Much less so than where were they historically? Because we're not like, we don't have the same mandate as the Park Service about, setting a baseline and managing towards that. We have the ability to look forward. And I guess that's the way we're trying to approach it.
And maybe with that, there'll be plenty of conversations to be had over this topic, but we'll close with that. And I guess I might just say, following on Justin's heels, that over the course of my career, I mean, I'm still fascinated by the mechanics of wildlife populations and figuring out what makes them tick. But almost everything we do is the outcome of human values and what people deem as important or not. And getting at that is kind of, I don't know, it's super interesting to me. So
I'll just add to conclude those two thoughts, to wrap them together. We had 18,000 applicants for our 274 goat licenses last year. So if that tells you the interest and the potential advocacy that could come from those potential hunters.
sure. And if there's one common theme here, I think we can all land on, the data collection stuff has not been there. And even when you get to do some data collection, at least in my experience, you go out and fly. Justin said this again too. Some years you see them, some years you don't. What does that mean? Were they there and you didn't see them? Or are they just not there? Even when you see them and you get these kid adult ratios, if you don't know how many are males, do you really even know what's going on with that population? So there's just some really huge data needs for mountain goat management, period. So with that, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And couple closing thoughts here. If folks can, speakers on Thursday, if you can get your bios to me, you still should have an email from me in your inbox. If you can just respond to that and get a quick bio back to me, I'll distribute those to your moderators. Presentations on Thursday, we'd sure like to have those loaded before things start on Thursday morning. If you have those ready, Samuel and Wayne will load those right now. If you're like me and you'll be working on them Thursday morning, you're welcome to do that. If you can commit to coming in here at 7 o'clock right at breakfast and downloading your things with Samuel and Wayne that morning. So that's that for getting ready for Thursday. For tomorrow, a show of hands. For folks that are going to Grand Teton, how many people are planning on still skiing? Kirby's a risk taker. Okay. Because I was just going to say for the bus, we will arrange to haul skis to the park rather than poking somebody's eyes out on the bus with your ski poles when you're trying to get on and off. So if you still are planning on skiing, get with me or Allie. Allie will be driving a truck out there in the morning, and she can transport skis, poles, and you can carry your boots if you want to keep them warm. But anyway, that's that for the skiers. Tomorrow is going to be better than today. It's going to be sunny. It's not going to be super warm. It's going to be in the mid to high 30s. A little breezy. Regardless of what we do, ski, snowshoe, hike, dress warm. And you do have the opportunity to stay on the bus. And you can make that decision, I guess, once we get there. And if it looks too sketchy for you, you can always turn. No, but that gives me a thought. So anyway, just please dress warmly and think about that. Like I said in the program, you guys are tough biologists and managers, and you know how to behave in the outdoors. So keep that in mind.
I think we've been warned. That sounded like a Wyoming warning.
Yeah, but
Dress warm, it's a little breezy.
But if you can, it's going to be a spectacular view. It should be sunny and clear, at least the last forecast I looked at. So if you can withstand a little bit of cold, you'll be back at the hotel before you know it, and can warm back up. So, and then that applies to the folks on the refuge too. You will be on a horse-drawn wagon. So just make sure you'll be out at least for an hour and a half on that. So you do need to dress warm for that too. And you bet. Good point. Right on. Okay. And the only other thing is tonight is dinner on your own. Like I said, you're only 3/4 of a mile from the town square, but if you go, please do, you might want to wear your cleats walking downtown. I did see a guy biff it just but it was this morning. Stuff has melted even since then, but do be careful if you're out walking around this evening, because it is a little slick in spaces. So anyway, 8 o'clock. Oh, absolutely. 7 o'clock is breakfast. We'll get on the buses at 9. So we'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you so much for a great day.